The story begins with a forest fire and a group of people discussing how things have gone too far. The man clutched his head and wondered if at least one kobold would survive. His assistant said that this magician was stronger than they thought, and that retreating would be the best solution. Their leader turned around and told them to stop being afraid. Since the fire was so strong, it meant that he had not yet recovered his magical power. But suddenly he saw something. A man appeared in the distance. Everyone was ordered to be silent because he was approaching. The guy was holding someone's head in his hands and saying it was a heavy, nasty head, after which he moved on and got closer and closer to them. But suddenly something surprised the young man. In front of him were people who were clearly not happy to see him. The gang leader came over and said he should have stopped quietly. The boy smiled and heard that it would be better for him not to be stupid, to throw his head on the ground, and then, perhaps, his life would be saved. The boy smiled and said he would do whatever the man wanted. Then he put his head on the ground, and he activated that magical power. The bandits were surprised and did not understand what was happening. And at that moment, one of his assistants came out of the bushes and shot the guy in the back. He didn't immediately notice the approaching arrow, but then he turned around and activated even more magic. Thanks to this, the arrow missed him and pierced the leg of one of the bandits. The bandit saw this and didn't understand what was happening, and his leader shouted, "What are we doing standing there? We have to attack him." And then they all ran towards the magician with swords again. The young man made a movement with his foot and kicked something forward. He then created a magic sphere, which made a shield appear, after which he applauded. And then everything around lit up with a bright light. The bandit leader looked at it and thought it was ice magic. But where did it come from? And in front of him, his subordinate had already turned into a piece of ice and could not move. Then the young man passed by him and headed towards the bandits. And in doing so, he destroyed one of them simply by throwing it to the ground. The man looked at him and wondered if they were trying to tell him he wasn't a fire mage. Then those flames weren't caused by magic but by explosives. The guy then said it was now the turn of those two bastards in the bushes. He then extended his hand forward and activated the power of fire. Spheres of fire appeared in his hands and filled everything around him. And thanks to this, the fire spread, and new fires appeared. The gang members fled from there and asked for help, but it was too late. Finally, only the main character and two opponents remained on the battlefield. He approached one of them, who was already scared, and asked him not to come closer. The man immediately put his hand to his head and literally burned the man from the inside. Their leader watched from the sidelines and knew he was next. Then he raised his head and said this was incredible, but how could it be possible? The man looked him straight in the eyes and asked if this man could really possess the properties of flame and fire at the same time. Then the boy bent down and decided to show it to him visually. Then he waved his sword and said he was a damned stranger. That was the whole secret. And only red jam splashed. After a while, the man came to the village and handed over the monster's head. The waiter looked at him with a surprised expression. Then he exhaled and attracted the attention of everyone present. He looked at the severed head and noticed that he was actually surprised. After which he looked up and added that this man had really destroyed the monster. He had not expected this, but he thanked him. At that very second, the guy stuck his sword into the wooden bar counter. The man immediately recognized this sword and realized that the mercenary had encountered the vigilance. In response, he heard that it was true. He came after killing them. "Are there those here who can also be killed?" The old man lowered his head and said that he shouldn't worry. Then he raised his head and shouted to the whole tavern that these bastards do nothing but eat meat and wash it down with alcohol. He asked if that was true. One of the men raised his hand and shouted that it was true, that these people were ordinary thieves, there was no difference between them. And the guy exhaled when he heard everyone, as one, start supporting him and shouting that it was good that those bastards just went away and died. At that moment, the main character had a status window saying that the additional mission had been completed successfully. The boy looked around and thought he hadn't received his compensation yet and asked the waiter if he had forgotten the application fee. The man looked back and said he had been given free room and board at his tavern for the rest of his life and asked if he needed anything else. In response, he heard that it would be better to prepare hot water for the bath right now. The old man agreed and said he would do it all now. And when the young man was already leaving, he asked him his name, and he replied that his name was John. Then he turned around and said his full name, Ian Hope. This world is a game called Aqualone, which was illegally downloaded from a community. A semi-open dark fantasy game full of intrigue and conspiracy. Now the main character is Ian, a character in the game who leveled up before becoming one himself, a mixed-type wizard. Initially, only one branch of power could be developed here, as this way difficulties in the second half of the game could be dealt with. But the main character did not follow this method of pumping. If he needed stamina, he developed it. If he wanted to handle a sword, he developed it. This man ended up being a stranger in the game, and when he realized that he was a mixed-type mage, he decided he wanted to delete the character to level it up again, so he clicked delete. But the last thing he saw was a flashing screen and pop-up messages about how they were watching him, that they wanted to destroy the world, etc. And when he came to, he found himself in the middle of a swampy area filled with monsters and enemies, right inside the game. The so-called training area greeted him in all its splendor. It was unclear what he had done wrong, and what the hell had happened to bring him into the middle of such a place. But unfortunately, he couldn't think for long. He had to fight, and they immediately attacked him, shouting that they wished him dead. And he realized that if he thought about it, he would die here, after which he managed to defeat his opponent thanks to his skills. Blood was spilled everywhere. The 6 months he spent in this swamp were enough to adapt to this dark world, as well as to find a new weapon. So a year passed. Now the guy was in the tavern. Suddenly he turned around and noticed something. He immediately grabbed his sword, and when he brought it out, he realized that it was the servant coming to him with water. The girl got scared and said she just wanted to add a little hot water. The man then put away his sword and said he thought he was going to be attacked, and then apologized. She started pouring water and said she would just add more water and it would go away. Then he looked up and added that if it was too hot. But then, oh my God! She stared at his muscular torso. The boy closed his eyes and told him to put aside his dirty thoughts. In response, he heard that none of that happened. Then he clutched his head and thought about how he had managed to survive in the training area, only thanks to his skills. And yet the essence hasn't changed. This player remains an outsider. The world expanded. Enemies became stronger. Villages and people I had never seen before appeared, and a huge number of monsters. There was no problem with the villagers I had met before because there was a great difference in strength between them. But if we leave everything as it is, a fight could end badly. He'll die. He sat in the bathroom for a while and thought he needed to get at least a little stronger. It would be great to find something useful from the monsters, after which he returned to his village and decided that he would have to ask the village idiots for help in his search. Active people studied their things and thought about whether they could really bear them. Another replied that the teacher had told him to bring only what he thought was valuable, and that he could take everything else. At the search site, fights even broke out as people argued and argued over who saw him first and would take him. The young man himself was walking somewhere nearby. He looked around and thought that he didn't know if these people would do what he ordered. Then one of the people came to him and told him that he had taken off all the armor of this monster, just as he had said. And in his chest he had a strange crystal. Maybe that's what he needs. The protagonist drew his sword and approached, and then, thanks to him, he was able to remove the crystal from the monster's body. The waiter approached him and asked him what it was, if it was some kind of cursed stone, and it really looked like one. The boy looked at it and said that it contained dirty magic power and there was a lot of it, after which the old man approached and asked if their leader had used black magic. In response, he heard that the stone had likely been enchanted by whoever had inserted it. So it's unclear what happens to someone possessed by this stone. Meanwhile, one of the search party entered the tent and turned to his companion, asking if he had searched from that side. The young man himself was sitting there with some kind of stone, and immediately heard the question, "What is this?" The boys were inside, arguing about the beauty of the crystal and where he got it from right here. The boy smiled and said he would take it to his mother. Then the young man turned around with wide eyes and asked, "What will happen if I eat it?" In response, Jan told him that he would become a puppet. The boy grabbed the crystal and explained that it would be a new puppet for the bastard who created this stone. There was a house somewhere nearby. Inside, there was a man who looked at the collected things and said that not everything was so bad. He looked at the mana stones, the necklace with the bloodshot eye, the silver coins, and wondered which of them were in the monster's hut. Then he picked up the ball and thought that, compared to the others, this was the biggest catch, and the most contaminated, after which she drew him towards her, and he thought if he cleaned it up it might be useful and put it in his pocket. Then he turned around and thought it was a shame there was so little space, but it would do. When he woke up in this game, this character's skills were at the same level, but everything else was reset to the starting point of the game. But for some reason, his level and skills didn't reset. Someone didn't want his character to disappear without a trace. Whoever brought him here. Then the boy turned around and thought that he would thank him for that. It would be much better if he got some extra points. Then an old man approached him and asked if he could really keep the armor. In response, he heard that there was no need to worry, that it wasn't free anyway. The young man smiled and said that they would talk later. But now it was time to return. He needed to check if his people had overcome the situation. After a while, all the workers were gathered in the square. The guy walked up to them and told them they had done a good job, then looked at everyone and thought that even though they didn't put much effort into searching, he still had to check them and activated his magic vision to detect traces of magic, after which he started scanning one after another while everything was happening, until she had to decide on one of the boys. Something was shining brightly in the worker's pocket. It was hidden in a pouch hanging from his belt. The boy approached and asked if this man was really that stupid. Gigi drew his sword and ordered him to quickly take out the contents of his pocket. The city man was a little confused and asked what was going on, but immediately after that he began to transform. The player saw this and was surprised, and a second later, this man almost completely turned into a monster. The others looked at this and did not understand what was happening to their friend. His body literally flew and glowed brightly with dark magic. The protagonist took a step back and asked if he had been consumed by the curse. Then he brandished his sword and thought that this was not the person he had spoken to before. To his surprise, the man grabbed his sword in mid-flight and saved his head from being cut off. He then smiled and said that his opponent was a bad-tempered guy and decided to cut his head off immediately. The boy looked him in the eye and said that it irritated him. He then stepped back and said he thought he had been consumed by a curse, but it turned out to be an impostor. The blonde continued holding his sword and said that he had ruined the field where he had planted his seeds and hidden them, didn't he? The boy immediately understood what he was talking about. He thought he was talking about the infected magic he placed in the subspace. He also imagined the monsters and thought that if it weren't for his intervention, the tribe would have attacked the village a long time ago. Then he smiled and said he looked like he was in a hurry, right? He frowned and added that the magical power he had created would be used with good spirits and called him a black magician. The man himself began to transform. His hands were replaced by clawed paws, after which the same paw was able to cut his sword in half with a single thrust. The man stepped back and said that it was a good sword he had recently acquired. But there was no time for complaints, because the monster was already approaching him. The boy decided to fight with what was left of his sword and attacked, and then he skillfully dodged the enemy's blow. However, the monster was getting closer and closer to him, and said that it seemed that he had no strength. After which he smiled and added that he would make him understand who had decided to open his mouth. However, this monster did not notice how a fireball suddenly flew towards him, and then there was a loud explosion. The young man immediately activated fire magic and decided not to delay the attack. When the monster fell to his knees, he asked, "What the hell?" There was surprise in his eyes. Could this man really do that? Then the young man brandished his sword and shouted that his opponent was talking too much. A moment later, he launched several more fire attacks. The rest of the people sat on the sidelines and asked what was going on and what this was. The protagonist was still trying to destroy his opponent, and he continued throwing fireballs at him. The monster's body was almost burned, but it was still alive. He landed on the ground and shouted that this guy was just pretending because he was a magician. The monster would definitely find him again. His last words were to never forget that his insignificant soul was trapped in this body for centuries of suffering. And then the young man took and cut off his head. And he did it with such force that his head bounced like a ball. Then the man bent down and said it sounded like a conversation between the murdered man and the killer. And right after that, he put his hand directly into his chest. He managed to obtain the same sphere as before. He thought this ball was smaller than the leader's. Then he stood up and said he now wanted to ask a question. He drew his sword and asked if anyone wanted to surrender voluntarily. Some time passed. The waiter continued with his business in the tavern. At that moment, the boy came in and looked around. The man brought him a drink and asked him if he had really complied with that request so quickly. He added that, no matter how you looked at him, he didn't look like a magician. The young man exhaled and replied that he should be careful with his tongue. The waiter realized that he was hiding it because magicians were not liked and always whispered behind his back. The young man then created a fireball and repeated that the old man talks a lot. The man also said something else was troubling him. It seemed the black magician held a grudge against him. The boy listened attentively at that moment, and when he finished drinking, he said it was best to stop. The black magician would die anyway. By the way, He completed all the additional missions in this city, which he received from the waiter. He thought the problem was that he didn't have enough experience points yet. It seemed like it was time to leave. Meanwhile, a horse was approaching the city. A knight sat on top and his assistant sat behind him. The boy approached the knight and told him that, as expected, the predictions had come true. They discussed that it seemed that the person who destroyed the monsters was in this village, and this was our main character. The scene flashes back to the past and we see armored legs. The knight held a sword in his hands and actively killed his opponents. There was blood everywhere. Parts of their bodies flew in different directions. On the ground lay only the corpses of the fallen, and the knight fought alone against a whole host of opponents. This is the bloody Avenger Mave Laurel. The girl is a former knight of Eglin. She successfully faced all enemies and won everywhere, and is also the boss of the mid-level and the first chapter of the game. One day, a girl broke into the palace with the aim of killing the king of the city. Although she was stopped by many soldiers, she managed to break through and face all opponents. The battle was crushing. For a mid-level first chapter boss, he was very strong and commanded respect just by his appearance. Suddenly, a young man entered the room and greeted everyone around. He looked around and said he heard the guy had single-handedly destroyed a bunch of monsters. Everyone turned around and looked at them in surprise. GG hadn't expected to see them. The boy approached and asked if it was really the same man, and the child turned around and thought only of one thing, that the hour had come. He just kept silent. Then he raised his hand and pointed to his head, hanging on the wall. The boy saw it and understood that those words were true. Then he came up and said that this was simply unbelievable. Not even the honorary soldiers of the border would dare to do such a thing. He then turned around and apologized for the questions, saying they just needed to make sure they got the right one. He extended his hand to the side and said he would like to introduce you to a follower of Ras Solera and a servant of the god of Tyrone. There stood the guardian of the southern borders and the city's prized sword, Knight Mave. The boy frowned and thought that this was already very strange, because the girl was completely different. In his eyes, she was the bloody knight, filled with nothing but rage, and now before him stood a version of her that had yet to be consumed by vengeance. The boy nodded and said his name was Philip, the companion, but he greeted him on behalf of the lady and said he was pleased to meet him. The man responded by raising his hands, introducing himself and saying, as expected, that he was a mercenary and asked how he could help. There was silence in the room. The boy approached and asked if he had found anything unusual in the monster's lair. The mercenary looked at him and asked again about the unusual thing. In response, he heard that these were signs of black magic. Meanwhile, the young man continued looking at the knight and thinking that everything had become even stranger. The encounter with the girl, and now this. What would happen next? Then he turned around and said that even if he had found him, he was a mercenary who worked by making deals and for a salary. He extended his hand and said that, when it came down to it, he preferred to negotiate with the decision-maker. As the boy tried to calm him down and say that it was very rude, the gentleman suddenly raised his hand. Then he spoke and said that everything was okay. The boy looked at her and was surprised at what kind of voice it was, familiar, and the girl asked him to forgive her servant. Then he took off his helmet and looked him straight in the eyes. Philip tried to object in some way, but the lady said she didn't normally hold conversations with people she was seeing for the first time, so the assistant spoke for her and nothing more. It is true that the main character did not hear her and just thought she was a real girl. He never heard her voice, just a sigh and a last whisper, right at the moment of battle. But suddenly he was pulled out of his thoughts and told to continue. The lady sat down at the table and said that, of course, she was willing to pay for this information. He placed a gold coin on the table and waited for a reaction. The boy smiled and said it was a real gold coin of the highest purity, and was told it was simply for the king. Then the guy raised his head and said that someone was deliberately breeding these monsters. He looked at the wall and added that his leader carried the essence of black magic in his chest. He then placed the ball on the table and said that it was the essence that remained of the black magician. He then looked at the boys and said that he had ruined their plans, so they promised to come back for him. The girl frowned and replied that this was truly evil. Someone in the kingdom was cultivating seeds of darkness. And immediately afterward, she threw a whole bag of gold onto the table, adding that she was willing to give 10 royal coins for this article. The mercenary took the bag and said it was good for him, and then he heard there was something else. The lady looked up and replied that, if possible, she would like him to go with her, because he was the only witness. Suddenly, a status window appeared before the boy's eyes, saying that a mission had been opened. He needed to accompany her and kill the black magician. He had missed him before, but now he would definitely do it. Then he smiled and looked up and said that, as he had already said, he was a mercenary. If you want someone to accompany you, you need a contract. The same boy ran up to him and shouted that this man had already received enough money, but in response he heard that a contract was still needed. The lady frowned and asked him if he really knew where her hiding place was, and the guy raised his hand and said he didn't know, but he'd try to find out. That's how he made his living. He was lying, he knew. But he still smiled and said that besides, this magician had angered him, so he was ready to fight back. Then the knight thought. Then she clasped her hands and said she agreed and was willing to hire him, guaranteeing him everything. So night came for her too. Everyone gathered, mounted their horses, and were ready to leave. The girl looked at him and said she wanted to know if the boy was sure the wizard was where they were going. And he looked around and replied that most likely that man was hiding in the Forest of Tombs. The Forest of Tombs is a place where there is an entrance but no exit. A terrifying place. Recently, the main character was talking about this forest with the waiter. He looked at it and asked, "What should I look for there?" In response, the waiter continued telling him the story. And the man told him that in the forest there was an underground tomb built by the fairies. There they buried the dead warriors. And then ordinary people bury each other there. He also added that at some point the fog began to thicken and the place began to become gloomy. Then he came over and said no one else had seen people coming out of there. And the guy thought, "I have to go there." The knight said that was the center of the kingdom, and then asked if he really believed the black magician could be there. The young man presented all the creatures he had killed before, and replied that the magician had scattered the seeds and was waiting for the harvest. This meant he needed a refuge, hidden from human eyes, and wasn't the center of the kingdom the best place? He then started moving forward, adding that they should discuss the details later, and set up camp for now. The knight nodded and said it was quite late. His assistant raised his hand and said they could go further inland. He said they could go deeper into the forest. Travelers usually settled on the bank of a stream. And the boy looked at him and replied that a pack of wolves lived there, and that he didn't want to disturb their sleep, and then the boy became very scared. Then he stepped aside and promised to light a fire. The mercenary exhaled and thought that this kid was so stupid that he would trample everything, and behind them a noise began. Someone was clearly watching them, and it wasn't their friends. A huge mouth appeared behind the bushes. A moment later, a whole pack of wolves appeared there. They were led by a huge monster. After a while, the group lit a fire. The young man looked at the knight and thought she was completely different. He looked at her and wondered where her vengeful nature lay, the one that had turned the king's castle into a bloodbath. Then he closed his eyes and thought that maybe there was a reason for it. Like any madness, he had a small package in his pocket, and as soon as the boy saw it, he immediately became happy. He smiled and said it was finally time to eat. It turns out that before the mercenary left, a maid caught up with him and told him to wait a minute. The girl felt embarrassed and handed him a bag containing ham and cheese and suggested that he take it with him and be careful. Philip imagined this image and even felt a little embarrassed, and then he smiled and said that she had a loving look. But the mercenary interrupted him and asked him if he was going to keep quiet or not. The boy turned around and asked if the boy really wanted to share with him, and in response he heard that this would only happen if he kept quiet. The wind around him grew stronger and stronger. The young man took the package and froze. Then the assistant looked at him and asked what was going on. Was he laughing at him? And the guy frowned and ordered him to shut up. Suddenly, a loud cracking noise was heard all around. The girl immediately put on her helmet and said they seemed to have uninvited guests. After this sentence, the noise became even louder. At first, the boy asked if they were wolves, why the sound was so close, but then he saw that they were already running towards them. There were dozens of burning eyes of their rivals everywhere. It was hard to believe they were actually wolves. The attendant started to panic and asked what they were going to do, and the mercenary grabbed his sword and said it looked like they weren't going to get dinner today. Meanwhile, the monsters were approaching them faster and faster. The knight said that these animals are much larger than normal wolves. Perhaps this is the work of black magic. The boy replied that they should deal with them and find out. The girl turned around and, realizing she was right, ordered the attendant to mount the horse and stay behind. He nodded. He then turned and addressed the mercenary, ordering him to do the same. But the guy frowned and said he would refuse, and suggested she go to security herself. The lady turned around and asked again, surprised to hear that with that armor she would not be able to defeat the wolves. As the knight tried to protest, His assistant stepped aside and shouted that there were many wolves there too. Then the boy grabbed his sword and said there was no need to worry and follow him. There was something only he could do. The girl simply remained silent in response. Then he turned around and told her to try not to die. The guy turned around and asked him not to die either. By then, the monsters had already gone on the attack. They approached the protagonist at an incredible speed, while he said that there were too many of them. And one after another, they began to attack him. Fortunately, this man's martial arts were enough to dodge it. The boy also raised his head and noticed that the fire magic would have finished them off in a minute. Then he turned around and thought he couldn't prove it. You never know who might become your enemy. So for now, it was better to fight hand to hand. He needed to retreat. And then he waved his arm and said that the most invisible fight to the eye would be a sword fight. And he also activated the gray magic, the wind sword, making it the best time to fight. The wolves were already approaching. The boy thought the magic of the wind was giving them momentum, after which he swayed and thought that if he wanted, he could turn on the gust of wind, and it turned into sharp blades. And with a single blow, it managed to knock down the first enemy. He cut his cheek and hit him hard, and a moment later he completely deprived him of his head. Another wolf tried to attack him and opened its mouth, and he tried to bite the guy, but I just couldn't do it and didn't understand what was happening. It turns out that the boy activated the gray magic. Thanks to this, the wind curtain was activated and the monster missed. The mercenary also turned around and asked if the wolf was surprised, as if its teeth were biting him, but to no avail. And immediately he cut off his head. A scratch appeared on the boy's cheek. While he was in the middle, he heard two more people behind him. The knight continued to fight there with all his might, and with a single blow he was able to kill two wolves at once, thus protecting his assistant. The mercenary looked at her and thought they were stronger than he thought. He frowned and also thought that the battle was dragging on, which was bad. Somewhere in the distance stood their leader, watching all this, while the mercenary thought that maybe this was just his tactic. Immediately after, he activated the search for magical power thanks to his supervision, and black magic began to appear below. The guy seemed to be scanning everything around him, or finally found it. There was a huge monster standing in the bushes behind, and it was the leader. Then the young man shouted at the lady. She turned around and Gigi said she needed to take the horse and leave, and that she had to deal with the leader. The girl immediately asked him again, asking him to come back, but the boy no longer listened to her. He was able to jump over all the approaching monsters in a single bound, and as if propelled into the air from magical islands, I kept moving forward. It was like flying. The knight watched all this and could not believe what he saw, because his teammate literally flew over his rivals. The girl turned around and asked if that was really what she saw, but her assistant distracted her. The boy then lay on the ground, fleeing from the wolves and screaming that they were killing him, while asking for help. The knight instantly noticed the leader and realized he had to save his protege. Meanwhile, there was a chase in the woods. The young man ran as fast as he could, chasing the monster, and finally he managed to land. He asked if he had understood correctly that the beast is a beast, after which he turned around and said that, thanks to instinct, he was simply chasing a fleeing target. The monster continued to growl and stared at him. Then he spread his arms and was ready to fight. The young man turned around and replied where he got so many friends, calling him a pathetic mongrel. And then he asked where the other wolves that appeared behind him came from. The boy smiled and said that he was generally glad to meet them. It was time to kill them all and activate them in the mission. Where the cursed wolf should have been eliminated, it now became prey. The monster became very angry, and all his teammates immediately pounced on the player. It is true that with one blow the young man activated the wind blades and killed everyone at once. He is really cool, only the blood had time to fly in different directions, and the boy stood there and said that his opponent was even more disgusting than in the game. He couldn't control his anger and was ready to destroy him. The young man smiled and asked if he was really afraid of attacking alone. The monster immediately ran towards him. He reached out with his paw and tried to hit him. Then he tried to hit, but for some reason he missed, and the mercenary stood still. And he activated the barrier case, thanks to which he was able to protect himself. And the monster's blow hit right on that barrier, and everything started flying in different directions. The boy raised his head and said that apparently that wasn't enough to protect himself. He then decided to add strength and activated the magic, after which he began to attack. He extended his hand forward and used blue magic, Frost Shield. This time he managed to completely defend himself from the enemy's attack. Because of this, the wolf jumped back and wondered what to do next. And the young man looked out and looked at him. His shield shone very brightly, and this surprised the enemy greatly, after which blocks of ice flew straight towards him from there. The wolf reached out and tried to hide from them, but the ice scratched his paws, and blow after blow the ice blocks knocked him down. This continued until the wolf was too far away. All his hands were wounded and covered in blood. The boy approached him and asked if he had cooled off and if he wanted more. The monster's eyes then changed color to red, signaling the proximity of danger. He immediately jumped and tried to attack the mercenary. He extended his paw and began to accumulate dark energy there, after which he reached out and counterattacked, and he even managed to land several blows at once at that point. The monster frowned and looked around. All the trees were cut down, and the forest was partially destroyed. However, the protagonist was safe and sound. The wolf then tried to attack the mercenary, but he didn't see what was behind him. The young man managed to cut off his hand with a single blow. The pain for the monster was incredible. He looked at it and said that a single blade of wind would not be enough for such a hand. Then he started to build up energy again, and decided to attack again. It took on a different tone, and it was decided to change the magic. And a second later, a bright light appeared there, which frightened the wolf, and his hand immediately flew to the side. Where the elbow used to be, there is now only mush. The main character is very strong. The monster screamed in pain even louder. It turns out that the mercenary, thanks to gray magic and a vacuum explosion, deprived him of all energy. The wolf had tried to attack with one paw, and now he was going to take the other one as well. And so he did. After this, the main wolf turned around and shouted, and the bloody man was moving slowly towards him. He then picked up his broken sword, and said he didn't realize how much time had passed since he left the village. Meanwhile, the monster was bleeding and kneeling before him. His black magic was dissipating around him, and in the blink of an eye it filled the entire space. The young man saw this and wondered if it had already started. Then he covered his face with his hand on the ice shield, because a bright light appeared in front of him. And even the shield didn't help him at all. He was thrown back a couple of meters. The boy also saw something. The monster jumped at the last second and tried to escape the scene. It flew right over his head. Then he turned and looked around. His eyes glowed red, filled with anger and aggression. But then he was stopped by an ice projectile. Ice flew at him from all sides. Thanks to this, the monster was almost defeated and ended up on the ground. Then a wall of ice began to form over him. The wolf looked at this and realized that he was now completely trapped. After all, something like an ice dome formed around it. Then the main character approached him and asked him if he was really planning to escape from there. He then extended his hand and added that he was surprised. He thought he had overlooked it. He then used low blue magic to activate the ice prison. But, surprise, bloody projectiles flew in their direction, and they began to pierce his hand with their energy. It was a counterattack that made him let his guard down. At that very second, the monster tore through the ice cave with all its might. He managed to make cracks and put all his strength into getting out of there. And then the ice prison was destroyed. When the monster thought he had escaped, he was asked where he was going, after which the energy of prayer appeared around him again. The young man was flying straight at him from above and shouting, did he really think of gathering his friends and coming back for him? Then he turned around and said he wouldn't let that happen. The last thing the monster saw was this man. Then there was a loud explosion. The lightning gradually dissipated. The wolf screamed furiously. The guy landed next to him and looked at him. He then turned and activated the wind blade, and with this sword he pierced his opponent. And then he activated the vacuum blast and directed it at him again. It seemed that nothing could help the monster, and the end of the battle was near. He was spitting blood and couldn't even respond to the attack, and then he fell to the ground. The young man grabbed his head and said it was difficult. His opponent's eyes continued to shine brightly at that moment, but over time they began to fade away. There were corpses of other wolves lying around. The mercenary looked at them and said he was finally finished. It is true that their leader continued to writhe violently at that moment. The guy looked and thought, what was going on? Was he still alive? After all, he was almost out of mana. Then he noticed something. The huge wolf turned into something that looked like a human. Then she looked at him and thanked him in a low voice. The mercenary sat down immediately and said he wanted to know what kind of curse was upon him. It wasn't worth dying in vain. The man, one step away from death, only managed to say something about the old deer, and the boy was surprised and began to ask again what kind of deer it was, but his opponent was already dead. After which the man looked up at the sky and said that he probably meant that he never managed to eat the deer. Meanwhile, nearby, his companions also finished their battle and lit a fire. The girl suddenly turned around and asked if there was a mercenary there. In fact, a man came out of the bushes and replied that everything was fine. Philip saw a severed head in his hands and jumped back, shouting what it was. And the young man picked it up and said that this was a werewolf, that he was the leader of the wolves. The lady was surprised and wondered, had her partner really managed to deal with him alone? Then he looked at him and thought, maybe this man really did master dark magic. He then tilted his head and asked why Ian attacked them first. She came closer and said that the mercenary could have died like that. Had he really forgotten his promise to come to the capital with her? The boy turned around and replied that if there had been two of them, he would have simply run away. But the girl immediately asked him how he knew, since it was just a guess. The young man closed his eyes and replied that they were easy to look at. They were just small flies that even Philip could handle. And looking at the corpses of the wolves, the main character said that the strong wolves simply waited until they weakened and then attacked. Then he raised his head and said that he just hid and waited, not because he was strong. And he also added that he was alone. That's why he attacked. Otherwise he would have run away. The boys listened to him attentively, after which the mercenary turned around and added that he understood why she was worried, but he valued his life and wouldn't sacrifice it for anyone else. The lady sighed and thought she couldn't even object. Then she looked at him and said that, however, if she had any plans, she should have communicated them in advance and not acted alone. The young man turned around and said he agreed, and that he would discuss everything with them later. He also looked ahead and said they had to get out of there first. There were a lot of dead bodies here. After which the boy looked at the assistant and ordered him to bring his horse. He agreed. The mercenary stood there for a while and thought, he's done. Where's his reward? And then the memory of how a status window appeared, where it was written that he was given additional physical strength points. This was good. The guy stood there and decided to focus everything on his intellect and willpower. Otherwise, the character would be of no use to anyone, as he would simply be secondary. They then also explained to him that there is also a core for the cursed energy. And then another ball fell out of his opponent's mouth. The mercenary picked it up and said, he had that too? In his opinion, he'd never seen anything like it in the game before. He then lowered his head and added that it could also be used, although usually after using such skills they die. And now he closed his eyes and thought that maybe he would need this later. Meanwhile, a horse was brought to him. The hero saw that the assistant couldn't go any further and asked what was wrong. But the stallion was watching his master all this time, who literally radiated black magic. Then he jumped and it was not clear what was happening. Foam came out of his mouth. And a second later the horse fell dead to the ground. The boy leaned toward her and asked, is she really dead? He felt offended and didn't understand why. And the mercenary thought, could it really be because of blood? The assistant sat down and cried because he treated her well. The lady ordered her to be careful. There were corpses everywhere. Then she turned around and said she was sorry and was willing to pay for the horse. The guy said no. Then he thought about it and said he was quite tired. The boy understood all this time that the topic was approaching something related to him. There was a pond not far from them. Felipe walked there, already very tired, and said that they had finally arrived. The bank of the stream in the center of the forest was right in front of them. It turned out that his horse had become a mercenary's horse, so the boy had been walking the whole time. And the young man sat on the stallion and thought the boy's horse was pretty good. Then he looked at him and said that they had indeed come. And then she threw him a bag of food and he was delighted. The main character came down and told the boy to prepare the food, but first to wash his hands and clean his armor. And as the boy ran away, the guy thought it was very easy to give him orders. Then a gentleman approached him and asked what he was doing. The protagonist then stripped and said he would take off his armor to wash. He thought all his clothes were already stuck to his body. The girl thought about it. Then she too began to undress and was immediately asked what she was doing. When he took off his helmet, he replied that he had decided to wash himself. Then she looked at him and replied that it was better to do it together. The young man froze for a moment, shocked by such a proposal. The boys went to different sides of the river and started washing. The mercenary then thought, is this really normal in this world? He even turned around and thought the girl was too close. Suddenly she turned to him and asked what was wrong. The lady continued washing and asked if the mercenary was hurt. Then he thought, really, decided to ask only now, and said that everything was fine. But the girl didn't turn around and say she was fine, and it was surprising that the young man fought the werewolf and didn't receive a single wound. She immediately remembered how he fought and said that his fighting style was, so to speak, unique, and that the guy was clearly a better knight than she was. Considering how he manipulates his assistant and his wisdom, we can say that he is not just a mercenary, perhaps from a noble family. The boy turned around and asked if he was from a simple area. He wondered if the lady was making any assumptions. The girl then raised her hand and replied that she understood everything. Apparently, the boy can't talk about it. In general, it is the same, since he decided to live not as a member of Laurel's family, but as an apostle and sword of the kingdom. An apostle is someone who has received a blessing from God and has become a member of his family, someone who can utilize some of his abilities. Obviously, it is an unfair power, but most likely its maintenance requires a price, which the girl had to pay. The young man then asked what kind of goddess this was, and he really surprised the lady, even going so far as to ask her, "Don't you know?" The boy was a little embarrassed and said that he wasn't very friendly with the gods and thought there were too many gods in this game. And at that moment, the lady turned around and said that the goddess was not one to be served easily, because she was the goddess of censorship, Tauren. Then he introduced her and said that she was the second daughter and the sword that punishes all sins. And then he closed his eyes and added that therefore, as his apostle, he could not lie and ignore sins, because then he would lose his power. The mercenary turned around and said that if that's what they called her, then other names must be even cooler. He then continued washing and thought that the main motives of the game were betrayal and moral decay. That's why there were other names. Then he imagined the cross and thought that, for example, another name for the god of light is blind faith. Then the girl closed her eyes and said that if the boy spoke of other names, they surely existed, for example, retribution. And then it occurred to the main character. The guys stood there for a while and discussed that in the end, the intersection of sin can replace someone's revenge, and sometimes, after that, he himself becomes an object together. It turns out that another name for censure is retribution. The lady said that this just revenge is under the protection of the goddess. Now the mercenary understood everything. He frowned and thought that perhaps that was the secret of the blood-stained avenger. She imagined the knights and thought that she had not simply fallen, but had gone from being an apostle of reproach to an apostle of retribution. And he immediately remembered what the lady had said, that because of this, as her apostle, he could not lie and ignore sins, for if he lost her favor, then her blessing would also disappear. The young man imagined it together with the blessing and thought that if the future apostle violated God's will, his blessing would disappear. Knowing this, you can give a rough answer, but the question is, why did this happen? How did he become a demon? He also imagined this night during the battle in the game and wondered if this was revenge for the death of his family or if this was not hatred towards someone. The main question was, what if that prevents her from becoming a blood-shedding avenger? And then the main character thought seriously and frowned. And I thought, no, she needs to become a bloody avenger. Only after this will the boss of the first chapter appear, and in general, it does not have enough information. Then he lowered his head and said he needed to look a little harder. Then the lady turned around and said that it seemed that her partner did not serve any god. In response, she heard that this was the case and that she was not going to start, and said that, apparently, she had a reason for it. She also looked at the moon and added that definitely, even at that moment, God was watching him and who knows, maybe he was already eager to get it. In response, he heard that it was so, and immediately afterward, the protagonist pointed his middle finger to the sky. For a while, the boys continued washing and said they were hungry and needed to go to dinner. The next day, they set out on their journey, and on the way, his assistant told them how the mercenary was able to defeat the werewolves without anyone's help. The boy himself then remembered dinner and thought that since yesterday's dinner, the boys had not been able to keep quiet, and that this was a common situation. The assistant thought for a moment and said, "Indeed, that's enough. It seems they didn't meet many on the way." The boy turned around abruptly and asked if it was true that they hadn't encountered any. He thought that when he was in the kingdom, he had encountered hundreds of these monsters on the way here. The knight immediately turned around and said it was true. Normally, only goblins and kobolds were found on the state highway. The boy was very surprised and asked again about the state highway. He then presented the map and thought that after leaving the border swamps, he arrived at a city that was located in this kingdom, and it was there that he began his activities as a mercenary. He imagined his first battle, working as a mercenary, solving the city's problems and killing monsters, after which he covered his face with his hand and said he was simply clearing the way for them. He too turned around and said that Philip's good days were over because there would be much more trouble in the kingdom than he thought. And finally, after a while, his team approached the first city. It is true that the young man was surprised to see that it had burned and said that he did not believe they would find them so soon. The boy exhaled and asked sadly if this was really the work of thieves. Then he looked at the gentleman and told him that this doesn't just happen in the suburbs, but also in their homes. But the girl couldn't control her anger and said she wouldn't forgive this. How could they destroy someone else's house so easily? The main character watched her from the side and thought the girl was being dramatic. But surprisingly, she was quite fair. Then he turned around and saw some people in the distance. He smiled and said he thought they would find out soon, and the question immediately arose as to what. Then the man pointed to these people and said they could find out what had happened there. The knight saw them and became very tense. Meanwhile, the men were digging a mass grave. One of them grabbed a pickaxe and said we had to dig deep. Then he turned around and added that it really took so long to dig just 6 graves, that it was better to finish quickly, but everything had to be done right. Then he turned around and saw something in the distance. A horse with a knight on its back was flying towards him at full speed. The man was very scared and asked what it was. Was it really a knight? And why would it suddenly fly towards them? Then people started running and shouting that they had to grab their guns, aim at the horse and shoot without missing. And the girl came closer and closer, shouting that they should drop their weapons and fall on their knees. The boy looked at her in surprise and shouted why they needed to do that. Suddenly one of them shot behind him. The man turned around and shouted in surprise to that fool. They hadn't told him to shoot. However, the arrow was already approaching the rider's horse. With a single blow, the girl managed to cut it in half and dodge the blow. The peasants saw this and were very surprised. They didn't understand what kind of monster it was. Then the knight turned and was about to attack them. And then, with one blow, he knocked down the man who shot him. The poor man's body literally broke into 2 pieces, and the man stood there and thought it was the bastard who had caused them trouble. And unfortunately, he didn't even notice how the knight suddenly appeared above his head. The 3 immediately fell to their knees and began to say that they had been misunderstood and that they had done nothing wrong. The lady came over and said she would hear their excuses later, but for now, Ian would look after them. And then the man looked at the mercenary. Then he was surprised and realized that he knew him. He looked at the boy and was even able to call him by name, which surprised Jan greatly. For a moment, the man remained on his knees and thought things were bad. Then he looked down and thought it was no wonder he had had a bad nightmare last night. Then he heard that he would be heard later, but now he would be questioned by someone else. And the thought arose, shouldn't there really be some kind of interrogation about what was going on here? After which the man saw something that surprised him greatly. There on the horse sat Jan. The guy looked at him and didn't understand where this man knew him from. And the man came closer and said his name was Miguel, a hunter and mercenary, and that they often saw each other in the city. The main character immediately began to go through his memories in his head and wondered who he was. He had probably seen this guy at the bar. At that moment, the girl turned around and asked if the young man really knew them. He replied that he only remembered their faces. Then he heard that the man was glad to have recognized him, and said it was better that way and promised to answer all the questions. The guy looked at him and thought he was ready to tear his limbs off one by one, but he no longer pretended to be familiar. That means he's smart. Then he turned around and said that in that case we had to answer, what happened here? Then the man began his story, introduced the soldiers, and said that this happened even before they arrived here. The whole city was set on fire and the soldiers began to kill. The elders begged them to let them go and asked why the great king allowed this to happen. But the guard turned around and said that this was the king's order. He raised the torch and added that the order to resettle all residents in the city had already been issued, so they needed to act quickly. And then the girl realized that the king was not a nice guy. The Marquis Bourchard, an attendant, ran up to her and shouted that this couldn't be, why burn the village? And she lowered her head and said that, most likely because of the war, preparations for war were being made throughout the city. The mercenary understood what was being said and thought that manpower was being gathered from all over the kingdom and sent to the main base. He then approached and added that if a war started, it would not be possible to protect all the territories of the kingdom. The place would have been looted anyway, so the king decided to do it himself. The boy heard all this and was in complete shock, and the boy closed his eyes and thought that the Marquis's true motives were entirely different. There's another question. Then he looked at the man and asked him what kind of corpses were being buried now. He turned around and explained that they were the family of the village elder. They had opposed resettlement until the very end and were executed for it. And he remembered how, on their way out, They met the neighbors who had moved away, gave him some coins, and asked him to bury them. The boy came over and asked what else. In response, he said that was all. And there was a small pause in the air. The man couldn't stand it and started shouting that it was all true and that he was willing to swear before God that he had told him the truth. The mercenary clutched his head and thought it had all been for nothing. Apparently, it was true, since the mission window didn't even appear. At that moment, the lady asked the boy about that man, and Ian replied that he believed her. Then she looked at him and told him that now that she understood everything, she would go see if there was anyone left in the town. The boy turned around and said, "What a meticulous girl." And the man sat on the ground and all this time continued to look at him. Then the mercenary turned around and with burning eyes asked what he wanted. Did he really want to die? He started by saying that everything was fine. Then he said that since he wasn't guilty of anything, maybe they should just get on with their business. The young man turned around and said that, of course, they could. And in response, he heard a thank you. They still had their main mission to accomplish. After which he turned around and shouted to his attendants who were watching him and needed to move. The boy watched them all this time and said that they probably had some important task, since there were 6 of them. The mercenary grabbed his head and said it was a bit inappropriate to talk about it here. Then the boy asked why he was looking at the mercenary like that. And the main character said that there are many weirdos among the mercenaries who steal other people's tasks. Then she looked him straight in the eyes and asked, "Do you look like a bastard?" The man apologized. After which he closed his eyes and said it was just a rumor. They said a large pack of wolves had gathered in that direction and were feeding solely on people. After which he closed one eye and said that they had caught several people, and one of these people was the client's son. And he's a former hunter, so he was given this assignment. Then the man saw the boys exchanging glances and asked what was going on. The protagonist then lowered his hand and said that he really didn't want to steal that task from him. After which he raised the leader's head and said that he had apparently figured it out. The hunter saw this and was very surprised. The boy approached him and said he was fine with taking the head. The protagonist said he would give him money. The man continued, surprised, saying that it was the first time he had heard of a werewolf among wolves. And he was doubly surprised when he heard that this coward was simply hiding behind his henchmen's backs, just like himself. The young man looked at him and added that it was time to get down to business. He smiled and asked, "In what city did you take this assignment?" Night fell. The girl came back and asked, "Do they really need to move to the village on the way to the Red Valley?" He also looked at the mercenaries and asked if they wanted to take anyone with them. Then the attendant approached the horse and told him it would take about 2 days. The relatives of the deceased had to know the truth about the wolves, and the player came over and said they should stock up on supplies before heading into the forest of tombs. The girl agreed and said that all the mercenaries, except John, irritated her. They had no faith in God. Then the man turned around and said with a smile that it was an honor to walk with her. So the boys stood there for a while until the mercenaries finished. The young man was meditating at that moment and thought that the time of the monsters had arrived. He needed to be alert. Then he opened his eyes and activated his magic vision. When he looked at the night, the girl was emitting a strong energy, so it didn't seem that way to him. After this, the lady turned around and asked what was happening, and in response, she heard that, apparently, the black magician had not yet taken possession of her. She immediately picked up her purse and walked over to the bag and asked what it meant. Then he took out the sphere and saw that it had released all its energy outwards. They observed her for a while and commented that there seemed to be no change. She didn't feel any. The guy looked down and said it was a weak magic wave, probably a signal that attracts monsters. A second later, someone appeared nearby. The mercenary frowned and said that they had remembered him and that he had come immediately. The knight also put on his helmet and said that this was a very, very interesting proverb. Meanwhile, someone was watching them from the top of the hill. The boy also turned around and saw someone there. It was a headless horseman, what nonsense. Then he ran closer and asked in surprise who it was. The boy replied that he was probably the henchman of the black magician they were looking for. Then he looked at him and said that there were many rumors about him. A headless horseman who was causing havoc in the kingdom. The boy was very scared and said that they had recently encountered werewolves, so where had this monster come from? Then he looked up and said the gentleman was right. And in this kingdom, total chaos truly reigns. And the three continued looking at the monster. John stood there and said nothing. Then he turned around and thought that he didn't expect high-level monsters to appear one after another. He also met the man from the first village and thought the black magician treasured the seeds he had planted. Well, at least he didn't have to search for them. Then he reached out and ordered the young man to hand over his sword. He handed it over immediately. A girl approached them and told them that she would be in front. But the boy raised his head and said that perhaps it would be better to just look first. And Jan looked back at the rider and asked if they thought he was just waiting for them to attack. Then he frowned and added that he thought they should think about strategy. The enemy could obviously change course. He looked at it again and thought, what if he had two types of attacks, defensive and offensive? The smartest thing would be to wait for an offensive attack. Then it would be easier for them to hit him. At that moment, the boy turned around and said he agreed with the teacher's opinion. But the other mercenaries ruined everything, jumping up and down and shouting that they were finally done. And finally the man said they could go, and only then did he realize something was wrong. Everyone looked at him with surprised eyes, and it was not clear that he was an idiot. The rider, meanwhile, considered this an attack, and it captivated the minds of some of those present. The boy looked at him and told him that everything was under control, but now it is definitely not. This continued for some time. The boys couldn't do anything. The monster's magic was too strong and spread everywhere. At that moment, the knight asked what his enemy was doing. Jan replied that it was an ancient language, and he continued to watch their attack, saying that the enemy would not forgive those people who invaded the fairylands. The boy covered his ears with his hands and asked if his mercenary really understood the rider. And the boy turned around and said that he somehow understood, but he himself thought he had a secret ability, an ancient second-level language. He thought the skill that was once useless was now playing into his hands. And by the way, he's not interested in hearing stories about the monster being an ancient spirit from the swamp fairylands. Here the young man was very surprised. Then he turned around and told everyone to quickly cover their ears. The boy agreed and did so immediately. Then the mercenary frowned and added that this wasn't just an ancient speech, it was a spell. It couldn't be heard. But it was too late. Two mercenaries were already under the spell. The bandit looked at them and shouted that those idiots should have covered their ears, couldn't they hear? But by that time, reason had already abandoned them both, and the corpses began to rise from the graves. They were literally zombies. The boys saw them and were very surprised. Now their opponents were also the living dead. These monsters approached the two enchanted people and began to grab them by the heads. The last thing the men saw were his enormous teeth. And then his blood sprayed in all directions and the bandit screamed, "He'd been digging graves for too long, the ungrateful bastards." And then the boy turned around and asked the teacher what they should do. At that moment the knight raised his sword and said that, as he had said, she would be in front and the boy should help the others, after which his horse rushed forward. The mercenary didn't even know what to add here, and the boy asked the teacher to kill him before the monsters ate him. He smiled and said the assistant was very worried about some zombies and needed to check something out. The mercenary noticed the girl and said he could finally see her true abilities. Meanwhile, she was approaching the enemy. His magical power was simply incredible and began to spread everywhere. Suddenly, huge spikes began to fly out from under the ground. This created a barrier that prevented him from continuing to run, but the girl did not lose her composure and drew her sword. And then, one by one, he began to cut them down and clear the way for future incursions. The monster saw this and was even a little confused. After all, the knight was getting closer and closer to him, and finally attacked him with his signature attack. The protagonist was the one who kept watching from the sidelines and was very happy. He looked at her and said that, just as he thought, she was destined to become a knight. After all, now the girl quickly knocked down her opponent. He stood there and said that even if he did nothing, the lady would manage on her own, while the child was fighting for his life. He then turned around and added that he knew about this boy's abilities. He needed to warm up a bit and help him kill the ghouls. At this point, the headless knight continued to fight the lady and began to regenerate, and she kept hitting and thought it was getting hard. Then he remembered the first blow and the strange glow that came from the body, as if there was something there. Then he looked at the magic ash and thought that that rider was definitely hiding something. Suddenly, an enemy appeared next to her, who had already fully recovered. The girl looked at him and thought he had returned to his original appearance, which was quite interesting. And then the rider raised his hand and started saying something again. A moment later, a stone wall appeared in front of the lady's face. The girl had to cut it all off and fight again. He did it in one fell swoop, but it was already very difficult. Although the barrier had dispersed in different directions, it was getting bigger and bigger. At that very second, the monster decided to attack again, and he threw a huge, sharp stone spear directly at the girl. The lady managed to raise her sword in time and stop the blow, and when he opened his eyes, he thought it was a whip made of bones. Quite interesting. And then he threw it aside. However, the rider did not give up and continued attacking. This time, her whip flew at her from the other side, and in an instant it was right behind his head. Then he grabbed her hand. The lady noticed this and thought things were going badly. His hand became completely immobilized, and he thought it was some foul magical power that was passing through the divine mana. The girl tried to raise her hand and said she didn't feel it at all. But then someone came to the rescue and managed to cut the whip. The lady looked to the side and saw her savior. John was by her side, helping her through difficult times. Surprised, she couldn't say anything to him. The young man himself turned around and said that he had fallen behind a little. He then looked at the rider and added that he now understood his abilities. It's time to start a real battle against the enemy. Jan drew his sword and said he should attack again with all his might. He frowned and added that this had to be done in such a way that the rider would fly out of the saddle. The monster immediately tried to attack them again. He hit them with his whip but missed. Then the mercenary started to run away, and he tried to catch up with them in the garden. The girl watched all this, and she thought she didn't know exactly what the mercenary was planning, but she could trust him. Then she came forward and said that she would gladly kill that abomination. The horse trusted its owner, and then his sword began to shine, and complete confidence appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, the monster continued to chase the mercenary. He tried it from different angles, but still couldn't hit it. The boy turned around and realized that things were bad. He was already very close, and the rider was right behind him, saying something again. The young man smiled and asked again if he really thought he had caught him. He later apologized and said he was the one who caught him. Suddenly, a horse started approaching. The rider turned around and realized things were wrong. Literally a second later, he was run through the back with a sword. The rider's body began to fly into different pieces, but after he started regenerating, the girl thought she hadn't killed him again. And suddenly her partner started approaching her. The lady looked at him and did not understand what was happening, saying that the rider would now return to his old body. And the young man then struck a blow and replied that he already knew that, after which he cut another fragment in half. The lady was surprised, not understanding why she was being cut off. But then he realized it was something I had never seen before, some strange piece, around which the rider's matter began to dissolve. A second later, another blow came from the same piece. The mercenary's horse lost a leg due to this blow and began to fall. The young man turned around and said he had done a great job. He turned away from her and flew back to the small piece. John hit him again, and it was clear it wasn't in vain. The knight remained watching from the side the whole time and did not understand what was happening. But in his eyes began to appear the skull of someone, and then he fell to the ground. The girl was surprised and realized that it was the skull of that same monster. Meanwhile, the mercenary continued attacking, his eyes still glowing brightly. For a while, the young man hit the skull with a sword and tried to disarm it. It seemed that it was already useless, and that the enemy was defeated when he uttered his last word. A moment later, a bright red light appeared from his eye sockets, and he began to scream again. Suddenly, everyone around us froze, and they realized that something strange was happening. Then there was an explosion. The girl was standing right behind the protagonist, and she asked what kind of paralysis this was. The magic pierced all her holy power and paralyzed her entire body. She couldn't move anymore, so she sat on the horse and thought her comrade was also paralyzed. Meanwhile, the skull rose into the air and appeared to be completely intact, apparently about to return to its original form. But suddenly, the boy gathered his strength and decided he needed to break out of the paralysis, after which he grabbed him directly by the head. The monster had no idea how he managed to get out. And then the boy smiled and said that every named monster has a way to escape from a dangerous situation. Then he looked up and added that he knew he had one just like her. Just a minute ago, he was holding his sword and going through various thoughts in his head about strength of spirit, stamina, intelligence, magic, and will. And he thought that all the other passive skills that he initially considered completely useless, together became the key to salvation. Then he gripped the sword and realized that it wasn't paralysis, but a very brief stupor. Now he held the skull in his hands and said that at such times being a stranger is very useful. Then he threw him to the ground with all his strength. He smiled too and said it was time to end this. And again he approached the skull lying on the ground. However, the monster managed to jump to the side and flew like a ball across the field. And then the guy caught up with him and hit him again. He struck it with his sword with all his might to destroy it. At some point it became more of a mess. It looked scary. Even the gentleman just watched this silently from the side and couldn't comment on it. Suddenly he realized that the paralysis had passed, but it was not clear how. The girl immediately began to replay the moments of the battle in her head, and she said she didn't understand how a man could defeat such a strong monster, with such ordinary physical attacks. Finally, the skull cracked. When the young man hit him again, he tried to say something to him, but he was going to pierce him and he didn't even want to listen. He just wanted death. And a second later, he actually did it. Then a bright light enveloped everything around him. The knight was even forced to cover his face with his hand. It was so difficult to see. There was also a shockwave, and then everything went silent. The young man was still sitting next to me at that moment and finally exhaled. Then he frowned and said, "What did he care about her hatred of the magician?" He looked at the broken skull and also the broken sword. He was more upset that the sword had broken again than that anything bad had happened to them. Meanwhile, the black magician in his lair watched all this and said that they got rid of all the spirits in their path. He introduced the main character and said that this man was to blame for everything. The magician threw the book aside and said that this man was destroying the seeds he had so carefully cultivated. He then approached the ball and said he would consider this an opportunity to get rid of that monster. He extended his hand forward and added that the entire world would return to its true form, to what it was originally. The magician spread his arms and cried out that, as his servant and pioneer, he would be freed from the shackles of humanity and reborn as a perfect being. There was a smile on his face as he said that the time would come and the first to be devoured would be that vile bastard, the mercenary. Finally, the next day arrived. In one of the cities, the villagers stood up and discussed how the village elder had finally died and his only son had been torn to pieces by wolves. They also mentioned the mercenaries and asked if there was any news of them. Suddenly, someone started making noise nearby and our people appeared in the village. The knight on horseback had the rider's skull. Everyone looked at the boys and discussed whether he really was a knight, fully covered in armor, what was going on, and what that skull on his back was. Then they noticed the man who was leading them and said that he was the same mercenary who had gone hunting wolves. They also looked at him and said it was not clear what he had in his hands. Was that the culprit's head? Was that really the culprit's head? Just look at his brave face, he probably did it himself. And they also shouted that they didn't believe the man was capable of fulfilling the request. It's simply amazing. The hunter immediately turned around, smiled at the team, and said they had arrived an hour early, all thanks to him, their guide. People were surprised to learn that he actually didn't want to carry the werewolf head anymore, because it was scary and heavy. Jan threatened him. Then the guide gripped his head tighter, and the mercenary thought he had really become a good guide. If we go back to that night, everyone was sitting around the fire while the hunter performed the new burial. He carefully buried everyone, including his companions. The boy turned around at that moment and told him to stop, but the man replied that everything was fine. He did it for his own good, since if only one survived, his subordinates might turn into evil spirits. Then he frowned and added that in any case these people tried very hard, right to the end. The assistant listened to him and didn't even respond. Then he turned and addressed the lady, also asking her what they should do, since the trip was taking much longer than expected. In response, he heard that this was true. Since John joined them, they had been fighting almost every day. And they only arrived late because they lost their horses, Jan said. Philip looked at him and said it would take at least another week to get to the grave woods. Suddenly, a man approached them and asked if their destination was really the Forest of Tombs. Then he smiled and said that 5 days would be enough to reach the village by the short route. Gigi looked at him and asked if he was ready to take responsibility. In response, he heard that in general he was, although it was a little dangerous there. At that moment, the boy smiled and said that in that case he would have to take them to the Forest of Tombs as well. The hunter was very surprised and asked why, and the mercenary threw him a coin. As soon as the old man received him, he asked why they should enter that cursed forest. But the shine of the gold coin immediately clouded his mind. The surprised man raised his head and said, "Is this really an imperial gold coin?" The main character thought that coin was worth twice as much. The hunter simply could not refuse. He thought that since he was only going into the forest with Mave, it would be good for her to replace him as the black magician's witness. While the man told me that the food at the tavern was quite good, and the beer wasn't bad either. Then he raised his hand and added that they should meet at that tavern when they had finished their business. At this point, the protagonist lent his assistant some coins and told him to go to the stables and buy him a horse, and one for himself as well. The girl intervened in the conversation and asked if Gigi was going to church, and said that she also wanted to pray, and that they could go together. But the young man raised his hand and said they should go separately. adding that he planned to go somewhere else after that. The girl lowered her head and said she understood everything. Some time passed. The mercenary arrived at the church and thought that knights like her valued their faith and honor. Then he came closer and thought that, in other words, she was a perfect target for the priests. And did he want to lose his money if he came with her? Of course not. It was better to refuse. Then he went in and saw the statue. This statue was in front of him and was emitting some kind of divine energy. It wasn't mana nor light. It was a true miracle. It is finally possible to cleanse it of black magic. Then he came closer and was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly a priest appeared from behind and asked who it was. Then he raised his head and said that it was not the time to pray, but that anyone could come in, and then he was surprised at what he saw. The old man looked at the boy and said he didn't understand how the apostle of the goddess of light ended up in his miserable lands. The young man asked again, surprised by the apostle and not understanding what kind of nonsense he was talking about now. And the priest joined his hands and said that such a thing had not happened since the arrival of the apostle of the whole kingdom. So the boy thought the priest was wrong, but the main character still feels something. Then he frowned and turned away. And he said he was a mere mercenary, not an apostle, and an unbeliever at that. The priest was puzzled. And then the guy turned around and thought he was uncomfortable. He felt something watching him through that statue. The old man approached him and told him that if so, perhaps this man would want to serve the sacred goddess. But he smiled and thought it was funny. He continued talking about the apostle. And then indeed the apostle's question arose, to be an apostle or not. Meanwhile, the old man bowed to him and told him that he had better think carefully and make the right decision. The young man smiled in response. He then said that he would definitely think about it, and said that he needed his help. The old man agreed to listen. The mercenary approached and asked if it was possible to cleanse these elements of the dirty magical power, handing him the spheres with dark magic. Then the priest jumped back and shouted that everything had been desecrated by dark magic, and that he had been done by a mere monster. The guy asked if it was possible to clean them. They were leaving the city at noon, and they told him it was, of course, possible. The old man tensed and said that maybe he didn't have enough strength for all areas. He then took them, and said that if the young man donated the coins, even if his body was sick, he could be further purified. At first, the mercenary was a little paralyzed. Then he turned sharply and saw something. He pressed the reject button on the screen and decided that he was not going to serve this goddess. And at that very moment, the divine outpouring ceased. The old man saw this and was very surprised. He did not understand where the goddess's grace had gone. After which he said he refused. The boy turned around and asked him again. And the priest bowed and said he was wrong, that he can only help someone who is under the protection of the goddess. But surprisingly, after this, grace returned again. The young man literally glowed with this grace and told her to try harder. Perhaps then the goddess would appreciate her devotion. Finally, the old man agreed. After a while, the boy arrived at the tavern, and there his friends greeted him, telling him that he had finally returned. And the boy asked if the young man really hunted the swamp dragons. How did he kill them with one blow? The guy came over and said the guys had already gathered. He then sat down at the table and asked what had happened to the payment for the wolves' request. Philip handed him the money and said he had added the change from the purchase of the horses. Then, with a look of embarrassment, he said he wanted to know if the knight really hunted dragons. At that moment, Jan looked at the hunter and told him that he hadn't told him much. Therefore, the main character had to say that he was not a dragon, but a specimen of a swamp dragon, which had recently become an adult. A real dragon shouldn't even be compared to this winged lizard. He believed it reminded him of those disgusting times. Philip cried out in surprise. Had he actually seen real dragons? Even the hunter was stunned. And the boy closed his eyes and said that those two were bothering him, but the questions about the swamp did not stop. The boys said there were rumors that only the descendants of ancient people could survive in the swamps. Gigi was just one of them. Then he looked down and thought again about the dark barrier he was able to escape thanks to that. If we go back to that time, the unknown black wall that divided the continent in two was the dark barrier. Most of the game's issues are usually related to the madness called the dark barrier. There, both people and monsters were literally going crazy. And the same could be said of their current target, the dark wizard. Suddenly, the girl intervened in the conversation and shouted for them to stop. He said someone had talked too much and they were both very drunk, so they should go to bed. They apologized, After which they both jumped up and entered the room, arguing and saying that this happened because of them. While the main character thought he had been caught, and the girl turned to him once more, Jan, and she asked him if he wanted to go for a walk for a while, adding that she needed to tell him something. The boys went outside and started arguing about something. The knight walked to his side and asked if he was okay after getting the thing after defeating the rider. The guy looked up and asked if she meant the trophy. After all, if we go back to that night when the mercenary realized he had broken his sword again, there was something lying nearby. And that something literally shot straight at him. Fortunately, the main character managed to catch this thing in time. But he was immediately enveloped by a black energy. It wasn't clear what it was. From there, hands began to appear that were said to curse people forever and wish them death. These demons, along with the fairies, surrounded the young man and began to curse him. He smiled and asked what was wrong. Was it crazy? It was nothing compared to the life of an outsider. Then he activated his magic, and with a single movement, he was able to scatter them in different directions. After which he looked down and thought that was all these idiots were capable of. At that moment, something strange happened in his fists. He became quieter. The feelings rushed straight to his head, as if a new body part had formed. He felt the same when he first felt the magical power within himself, and now he felt complete submission. And then he opened his palm and saw something strange there. It was a small snake that looked directly at him. The boy smiled and asked if he had just given her his feelings. He would be her pet now. Then the snake began to coil around his finger. A second later, it turned into a ring. Swamp hatred. A snake-shaped ring that contains will. It can cause confusion. And now the young man looked at this ring and thought that it was impossible to use it at the beginning of the game, but he removed the restriction. After which he said everything was fine. The girl caught up with him and told him that the mercenary surprised her. How easily he kills villains, and how easily he carries a sinister ring. Then he closed his eyes and said he had been through so many trials in the swamps. Did the boy not understand why that subject had come up? The gentleman also added that she knew nothing about it since she was in the border area. She was lucky to meet a man like him. She even felt a little embarrassed. And with a smile he said that he meant all this sincerely. The boy looked at her in surprise and didn't know what she wanted to say to him. They stopped at the fence, and the lady said that she first learned of the dark wizard's existence immediately after standing guard in the kingdom. She also remembered that day and said that when she was about to return, she received a letter. It was a letter from her only younger brother. When asked if she really had a younger brother, the girl remembered Vernon, and she said that he is the head of the family and protects the royal family. This position is passed down from generation to generation. Gigi couldn't remember this character in the game and said it was strange that the knight and apostle protected the borders and his brother was with the king. In response, she heard that if she had stayed, her brother would not have been able to achieve such success. Jan thought it was a noble sacrifice, something difficult to achieve in these dark times. Perhaps that was what attracted the goddess. And the girl continued her story and said that the problem was that her brother also understood it and tried to prove his worth. She believes that's why he sent her the letter, about war, the seeds of darkness, and how they must be destroyed. The boy reached out and asked her to let him look, and she was surprised that he could read. When the boy read everything, he said that his brother was very ambitious and that he would use the capture of the dark wizard to revive the family. And as he read, he thought that he wanted to save the kingdom by exterminating the immoral people and also rule their lands. And in the whole letter, only a few words were addressed to the sister. After which he raised his head and said that it seemed like he wanted to keep her under control so that she wouldn't take all the credit. That's true. The girl closed her eyes and added that at first she didn't even think about going in search of the dark wizard. He then got upset and added that there was no response from his brother and that a month had already passed. The mercenary said that a month is quite a long time. If there are no answers from him after going to the dark wizard, then everything is wrong. The woman turned around and said she knew what he meant, but that didn't mean anything had happened to her. He then added that even if his brother was in a dangerous situation, he needed to get to the bottom of the whole truth in the smallest details. The protagonist stood in front and thought that it seemed like he now knew a little more about how Mave became a blood-stained avenger, and he immediately remembered a passage from the game where the girl was fighting, as well as her bloody armor. And I thought that's why she broke into the castle and killed the king, and it's clear what he was whispering. For whom the girl tried to take revenge, who in the end became a ghost, of course, for her beloved man. And because of that, she became someone's pawn. Perhaps the game doesn't even talk about his brother's life and death. Perhaps he killed the wrong enemies, acting under the influence of corruptors. At this point, the girl said she hoped they could find the Dark Wizard. That wasn't the only reason for her long story. She lowered her head and added that at this point, they don't know who the enemy is, so she needs someone to trust. After which he looked at him in the eyes and said that it would be great if his place was taken by someone who had already fought the Dark Wizard. Gigi frowned and thought he was curious as to why it took him so long to tell this story. But then he noticed the status window with new missions in front of his eyes. It was necessary to find and punish the nobles who worshipped there. So the guy said he's a mercenary and would never accept a simple request, even if the rewards were quite attractive. There's one thing. The protagonist raised his head and asked if they wanted to sign a new contract with different conditions after fulfilling the current request. The lady approached and said that of course she promised him a decent salary or status. The guy said that the reward is not the main thing now. The boy wanted to familiarize himself with the contents of the contract itself, especially the part about cooperation, after which he examined her and asked her if the girl realized that she stood out a lot. Then he frowned and added that he would have to go directly to the royal castle to prove the existence of the Dark Wizard. He said it would not be easy to leave, as the entire kingdom was preparing for war. And finally he frowned and said he wanted to split up and look for the desecrators. He immediately imagined this plan, that the lady would be inside and he would be outside. Jan thought about going alone. After all, he could face the corruptors himself. The girl was then surprised and said that, however, to prove the existence of the Dark Wizard, she needed witnesses. The mercenary frowned and said that Miguel was there too. He was a mercenary too. It was late at night when the boys discussed the matter. The lady also said she was only thinking about payment, so the boy understood that she was talking about noble status. The girl said she thought he could play an important role for the kingdom, and the boy said he would choose money. The only thing on my mind was that I wanted to see the end of this world. The boy thought that helping a knight who could become the king of the kingdom would be a crazy demon, and the rest, for him, was just a process. The main thing is to find those who called you into this world and get an answer as to why they did so. If you never get an answer, then at least teach them a lesson. Then he even got a little angry and thought he needed to survive somehow before that. The next day came. Everyone gathered and discussed that they should leave there, to the fortress in the valley, and following the guide's directions, follow the path directly to the Forest of Tombs. The girl also added that the man could start leading them, but he only looked at the boy, and I remembered the night before. It is true that the young man did not listen to him, and thought that he had finally received artifacts cleansed of black magic. He looked at these balls and thought he hoped he could try them in action soon, and so began his journey from the outskirts of the Red Valley. There the boy got off the horse and asked what was happening. The road was so terrible that the horse could not pass, and the man grabbed his head and said he was sure things used to be different here. The assistant asked him when it was before, and he said maybe 3, 4, or 5 years ago, or maybe 6. The hunter turned around and said that at least it wasn't as dangerous here as it used to be, when there were a lot of goblins and gremlins living here. At that moment, a mercenary stopped behind him and asked again about the goblins and gremlins. In response, he heard that this was their lair. The hunter also added that they even ate grass, so the trees in those places were left leafless. Just at that second, the boy caught a leaf. It is true that this petal was the only one left, but it was saturated with black energy. They could no longer eat it. The boy asked in surprise, "What do you mean you didn't eat?" And the boy was reminded of the living dead. The assistant immediately remembered zombies and asked if that was who he was talking about, and said that monsters could also become ghouls. The mercenary said that if the entire forest were destroyed by the influence of black magic, anything could happen. And I thought, as I had previously assumed, in the game you can get a quest in the infected forest. If so, the dark barriers could also be the cause of the madness here. The infection began recently. The boy approached and said that besides the Forest of Tombs, there is also an infected forest, and that they must be careful. There are strange plants here. The hunter interrupted them and asked in surprise if those were the plants they were talking about. A strange large tree appeared in front of them. The boy looked at it and thought that its fruits were less ripe than those he had seen before, and said that it was better not to go near them. The hunter turned around and asked what would happen, and in response he heard that he would be eaten like fried chicken. The mercenary explained that they just had to move away from the fruit and move on quickly, so the man moved on. And so his search began. The children walked carefully under the tree and observed the fruits closely, and the young man walked behind and pulled the horse, saying that everything would be all right. Then one of the fruits moved. The boy looked at him and was very surprised. And a second later, this fruit grabbed his horse. A second later, it bit him completely. Everyone turned and looked there in surprise. The boy was also surprised, and clearly did not expect this. Not even a day had passed since he bought this horse. Then he looked up and realized he had to act quickly. He activated his inner magic. And then he headed towards the fruits of this tree. Then he ran and asked where he was going after killing his horse. He had to pay for it. Everyone stood and watched in shock. With a single blow, he managed to cut this fruit and take its life. At that moment, the boys were standing nearby and saw not only the fruit itself, but also the horse's head inside. Not a very pleasant sight. After which the hunter came closer and said that it seemed like the mercenary said that if they were left alone, everything would be fine. And he thought so too. But it seems the tree responds to external stimuli, such as sound, which is even better, since it no longer has to listen to its chatter. Then the boy and the hunter immediately fell silent, and the main character told the knight that he would defend the front and rear with her, and also if it would be possible to hang the luggage on his horse. The girl agreed. Then he extended his hand forward, and suddenly I felt a strange tingling in the area of my wrist. The boy turned around and asked if he really had a problem, but in response, he heard that nothing had happened. And the knight turned and asked if the mercenary could find the source that was polluting this forest. He stopped and asked if he was serious about asking that question while his own brother was in a dangerous situation. Then he looked back and thought he wanted to do it anyway. He wanted to check that road because even its structure seemed suspicious to him. Also, is this dangerous, infected forest really near the path to the Forest of Tombs? Someone's blocking it. The man asked what they were talking about. They had hired him as a guide for the Forest of Tombs, and now they wanted to go deeper into that devilish forest. But the knight apologized for such a sudden decision, and is willing to pay him a good compensation later. He will not die. The man felt embarrassed and said that if the lady knight asked him such a thing, he could not refuse, and asked if they knew how to find that polluting source. The young man then activated his magical vision to detect magic and activated his sixth sense. Literally everything around him was like an X-ray. Then the guy stepped forward and told me to follow him. On the way they met several monsters, that the mercenary killed with ease. And then night came. Monster after monster, they got no further. They were already walking with a torch and did not understand what awaited them. The young man then frowned and said, I wonder if they came out to greet them personally or what, because it's there, in the roots and in the soil. Some strange green monsters appeared. The hunter was very scared and shouted that they were goblins and kobolds. It was not clear. Were they zombies? And the boy had already recovered and said that they really did look like those bastards. Suddenly a girl approached him and said she would take care of them, then brandished her gun. But Gigi turned around and said I should have used it sooner. At that moment, the monsters were running towards them at full speed. The lady was surprised and ordered everyone to lie down on the floor. The boys immediately obeyed his order. The girl launched her signature attack, and almost all the goblins were exterminated. The boy realized that divine magic works against the forces of darkness. He then turned around and thought that now was the time to deal with the remaining monsters. But he noticed something. The girl initially radiated a strong energy, very bright, and then little by little it began to fade away. A second later he started spitting blood. Then she fell to her knees, and a child immediately ran up to her with questions. The boy understood everything immediately, grabbed his head, and said that everything couldn't be that simple. Then he stood up and told Miguel to bring him all the oil and hold the horses. He agreed. In the end he brought 4 bags. And then he looked up and said he shouldn't have said what he was going to do. Gigi interrupted him and told him that he should leave the torch and go with the others. He was surprised and asked, "What's wrong with him?" The mercenary picked up one of the bags. Then he turned around and said he was heading into the heart of the forest. Miguel followed him and asked him if he was really going to enter the heart alone, and in response he heard that it was enough to ask the same thing. The man tried to object, but behind him he heard the cry of a child trying to reason with the lady. He turned around and said he understood everything and asked her to make sure he came back alive. And the young man continued walking and almost disappeared. Miguel was already running to help. But in the end, he looked at them and told them they'd better take care of themselves. He hoped they would both take care of Mave. He then sprinkled some powder on his torch and said he needed to get the monster's attention first. The young man turned around and asked why the fire was so strong. Then he drew his own sword. He frowned and said that would be enough. Meanwhile, the boys gathered together and decided they needed to prepare. From that moment on, they were left alone in charge of protecting the lady. The monsters turned around and followed the main character. At one point, a young man ran past them and attracted more and more attention. He quickly went into the forest and asked where these creatures were going, and at the same time he cut them into pieces. This happened to each of us in turn. Finally, the main character reached the killer tree. Of course, he immediately tried to attack him, but the mercenary used a unique concentration skill and was able to literally dodge the blow with a flick of his head, after which he frowned and said that they don't even give experience points for this. Then he continued killing monsters, and he shouted that I should stop irritating him. Finally, the battle ended. The young man smiled and exhaled. Then he looked around and said he was really very upset. Well, how about turning regret into anger? And when he turned around, he added that he had just begun to act. So the main character moved around the forest, thinking that the rules for all players are to let weak mobs pass. At the same time, the zombies moved and chased him, and more new ones were emerging from the underground. Finally, a huge land monster appeared in front of him. It seemed stronger than the others. The guy jumped. She moved away from his shoulder, wondering at the same time why he was making so much noise, and flew after him. The monster turned around and decided that now he must die, after which he struck, thus breaking the man's torch. When GG landed, he said he was some kind of mid-boss and didn't have a torch anymore. And then he saw something before his eyes. Thanks to the ability, the sixth sense, he was able to notice that he could now clearly see everything that was happening around him. Then he frowned again and said he had finally found the root of the pollution. The boss was an ancient, twisted tree. He studied the fruits and wondered why the tree was so big. Then he took out the purified sphere and said it didn't matter. He had to follow the plan. He was finally able to test the purified artifact in action and immediately held it up in front of him, adding that the artifact attracted his magic like a magnet. Well, then he noticed something right above his head. Suddenly a fruit appeared from the tree that tried to kill him, and they all ran towards him. Then he left, ran out of there, and shouted that he hadn't even been given time to think. It was quite unpleasant, and the fruits were getting closer and closer to the top of his head. They had one goal: to kill the mercenary. Then another obstacle appeared, now protruding from the ground. Huge roots began to emerge and try to pierce the young man. He climbed into his vault and thought he could fight now, but there was no need for that. He had to think of something, and he took out a kind of bag to spray it on the fruits of the tree, after which he began to actively flee from there, so fast that the ground flew out from under your feet. Then he activated his fire magic and decided to set everything on fire. The bags began to glow in his hands, which he sent back at the monsters like bombs, and then everything around started to burn. The monsters were literally burning before our eyes. They screamed in pain, but they couldn't do anything. Meanwhile, the young man simply watched from the sidelines and said that everything had gone according to plan. The fire engulfed the tree. It turns out the root of the contamination was ultimately on fire. The mercenary thought that if he just learned the strategy, he wouldn't have to teach the character useless gray magic and waste skill points. But then he realized something. If he thought about it, he was still getting by with that useless magic, and he found something. There was another weak point that was literally saturated with black magic. The boy immediately jumped up, pushing off from the ground, saying he didn't understand why he had been placed so high. But it turned out that he didn't have time to grab this source, because the tree began to collapse. And then came the shockwave that threw the guy backward. He had to land and think about how to solve this situation. And he also noticed how at that moment the fruits of the tree attacked him again. All the survivors wanted to kill him. Then the boy smiled. And he said he found it interesting when the tree used its steam technology. If a tree is in danger, the tree steaming technique used to extinguish a fire releases steam. Then he uses a powerful ranged attack using all his heads. The important thing is that this period takes some time, which means that now is the best time to use magical skills. So the guy hung his head. And then he started using a low magic red flamethrower. He decided to enhance the spell with a magical artifact, and the light grew brighter. The flamethrower grew stronger. But the young man was surprised that all this did not stop. Something was clearly wrong. The light grew even brighter. The mercenary realized that the situation was going badly. The sphere was absorbing more and more of his magic, and this wasn't in the game. The ball seemed to absorb all his power, and then he ate his face and only a flash of light flickered. And a second later, a kind of magical explosion occurred. All this time, the main character tried to contain this magical power. He frowned and focused all his energy on stopping the explosion. After a while, he managed to stop the shockwave and destroy the tree at the same time, after which he grabbed his head and said that his eyes hurt and that the tree most likely just absorbed his magic and strengthened it. And when he looked up, he added why it was so different from the game itself. He imagined his hero and thought that if in the game he was fully armed with weapons and magical artifacts, they would control the magic. When he looked at the sphere, it turned out that the concentration of magic had decreased, and he was about to use it more than 50 times. After which he looked at the burning tree and said that if it turned into coal, it was necessary to try using magic before setting it on fire. However, the black energy center was still intact. The man came over and said he even felt sorry for the poor man and that he had had enough, that he should be left to rest in peace. Meanwhile, pulling his sword out of subspace. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a hunter was waiting for him, and he wondered what the hell the mercenary had done with that oil. As he was leaving, there was an explosion, so the man turned around and shouted that the column of fire that had recently risen into the sky was in fact John's work. Then he became very scared and thought that there were still demons left and that he should keep working. And at that moment the main character appeared, who said it was him and that he could relax. The man asked if everything was okay. The protagonist replied that he needed to dry off, but that everything else was fine. And as he dried himself, he thought, who would have known that such horror would happen? He then had to climb a tree and fight his way through the remaining monsters. This happened after he hit the weak point with his sword. The falling pieces of coal created an explosive chain. Now the guy stepped aside and said that his friend had better stay where he was, and if anything happened, he would take care of it. But he needed to go wash up. A boy and a gentleman were sitting by the fire. The mercenary approached them. The boys were happy to see him, but the GG immediately asked if the lady was okay. The girl lowered her head and said that it was the first time that this had happened to her, because she didn't have any illness. The boy came closer and added that she looked like she was poisoned, and the mercenary said that since she was an apostle, it wasn't just a spell. Philip heard this and said he could help her, and began to draw his sword. The main character asked him what he was going to do. The young man replied that it was necessary to open the wound and extract the infected blood. They had already done this several times. Then he covered his face with his hand and thought that his level of medical knowledge in this dark time was simply terrible. He asked him to stop. Then he looked at the girl and thought he felt something in his left hand that was making him uncomfortable. Could it be contaminated magic? He then turned around and said he needed to remove the armor from the lady's left hand. The boy agreed. And when he took off his armor, he saw a swollen and damaged hand. The assistant was very surprised and shouted. The boy said that, while he was thinking, it was because of the wound he received from the rider during that battle that he immediately remembered him. Then he looked at this girl and thought it was quite strange. No matter how strong the curse was, it could not overcome the divine power. He had thoughts about divine power, remembered the situation in the church, and wondered if he could simply pray then to help his friend. You'll have to send him a message of love. You don't want to, but the situation demands it. So you clasp your hands and begin to pray. Suddenly, some kind of inscription appeared next to him. It was not clear what it was, and he was asked if he could absorb that feeling. Then he looked at his hand and thought that the hatred of the swamp had stirred. He needed to absorb the curse. There had been no such thing in the ring information before. He smiled and thought that a similar ring did not want him to turn to God. He was the rider. He wasn't the only one who hated all this. Then he clasped his hands together and told the boy to hold the lady's hand firmly, and he would begin to heal. Then he took off his glove and released his ring. When the snake started to move, the assistant became very scared and asked what was going on. In response, he heard that it was the mercenary's pet. Then the boy shouted even louder, "Is this really the right name for this monster? A lady should stay away from something like that." But Gigi turned to him and rudely told him to follow the order if he respected and believed in it. After which the boy came up to him and told him that he should then be quiet and take his hand. If you say one more word, he'll do everything bad he can think of to you. Then the assistant took the lady by the hand and began to help her. As soon as the boy brought his hand to hers, the snake slithered off his finger and bit her. And then he started sucking the black energy out of there. The assistant was very surprised to see that everything went well, and the hand returned to normal. The black mark disappeared, and the snake was clearly pleased with itself. The boy was happy, and said that this monster was really capable of healing her, and the mercenary said that now she was not in any danger. But then something happened to the snake. She turned around and tried to attack her owner. The boys left and didn't understand what was happening to him. It was difficult to draw conclusions. But the man smiled and told him to come back up, his eyes shining so brightly that even the snake itself got a little scared. So she just bowed her head obediently, after which he climbed onto her finger and snuggled up again. And when the protagonist put on the glove, the boy asked, "What kind of glove should I use?" It turned out that even taming it didn't change the snake's nature. Then she looked him in the eyes and told him it was time to start treating her for real. So he had to keep quiet and bring him a dagger, bandages and alcohol, and activate the first aid skill. Some time passed. The lady finally began to regain her senses. The boys saw this and were very happy. The main character immediately asked if everything was okay, and she raised her hand and said he was helping her again. She decided to find the root of the contamination herself, and in the end, it all ended like this. Then the mercenary jumped in and said he had already solved the root problem of the pollution, and everyone else there was shocked. The knight turned around and said that it had all happened like this again, adding that the desecrated magical fact had taken possession of her. He was very surprised by this phrase, and the assistant was also surprised. He immediately asked what it was like. The boy also added a question. Is she really saying that a dark wizard tried to desecrate her? The lady introduced a certain entity and said that, interestingly, she only sent a warning. He said it was a daring act to use red magic and that this man would soon pay for everything, and then he disappeared. He then frowned and added that he was probably referring to a specific wizard. It might help if they knew who they were talking about. When asked if he had any ideas, Jan smiled and said he wasn't sure. Then he looked away and thought that meant they had noticed him. The next day came. All the kids approached the sinister tree and said that the monster had finally been eliminated. The man was busy digging something nearby, and he said that they had to find the dark wizard first and as quickly as possible. But they were wasting time looking for the cause of the forest's infection. The mercenary looked at him and said that digging was his unique skill. He could also use the complainer's power, and the others stayed below and said it was good that the fire hadn't burned it all up, because it used to be a fairy wood, and as everyone knows, a fairy wood hardly ever burns. Even before then, people lived there. So many of the kingdom's fortresses were built in the forests where the fairies themselves lived. The girl also added that the mercenary probably knew about this when he started the fires, although this was not true and the boy thought it was the first time he had heard about it. Then he smiled and found something. There was a seed of an ancient tree hanging in front of him. An extra skill point was guaranteed after eating it. This thing didn't burn. Of course, he immediately took the seed and put it on himself, thinking that he wouldn't eat it now, but would just put it in subspace. Suddenly, someone shouted at him from below. The boys immediately approached the hunter and asked him what had happened. And then he saw the skeletons of people and said there were corpses under the roots of the trees. The young man came closer and said that it looked like a sacrifice. He asked if that meant the dark wizard had sacrificed people for him. At that moment, a gentleman approached them. She asked in surprise if this man really sacrificed people. And then he remembered the conversation with the mercenary about his brother. And that month is a pretty long time if there are no responses from him within a month after that. When she went to see the dark wizard, she told him that this boy always tried to prove his worth, even if it got him into trouble. Now she was overcome by very terrible thoughts, which the girl tried to push away, and she thought that this was impossible and simply could not be. Of course, the mercenary noticed his strange condition, and he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the hunter continued digging. Everyone approached the pit and discussed that this simply could not happen. There were many dead people in front of them, and there were so many corpses under the roots of the trees that they could not even be counted. The boys commented that they were all killed for sacrifice. The boy became frightened and thought that perhaps it was the lady's brother, with whom contact had been lost there, but he immediately rejected the news and remained silent. Then he looked at the lady and saw her worried look. At that moment, the girl neither heard nor saw anyone around her. She looked at one of the dead men, who looked very much like her brother, and then I immediately remembered him in that garden. She was overcome with terrible thoughts that this was her brother's corpse, so she thought this simply could not be. It would have been better if he had died when he fought bravely against the darkness. He died in vain, being sacrificed to the monster tree. Then he looked at it again and thought, what if it really was like that? After all, their outline was so similar. What would happen if he got caught in the darkness and became part of one of the monsters? The lady squeezed his hand, and he thought, if that was the case, he'd risk everything to get revenge. His eyes lit up with a bright light. Suddenly, a mercenary approached her and told her that the more she looked at it, the more convinced she was that this did not look like the methods of a dark wizard. A boy approached him and asked in surprise if it was really a dark wizard who had organized the sacrifice. In response, he heard that the method was completely different. Then he imagined the monster's magic ball and thought that this man was using contaminated magic. Before that, there was no such thing in magical power as making sacrifices. Then he raised his hand and said that, in addition, they looked more like the bodies of prisoners transported by the city's regular army. And then he grabbed the handcuffs. The boys examined them and they had a picture of deer antlers, a sign that says Private Orendell and the name Dave. An attendant immediately approached and said that it was true. Here are the wives of the kingdom and the identity documents of the members of the regular army. The guy looked at them and said, "Why would a hidden dark wizard attack an army? Why take such a risk?" Suddenly the boy jumped up and said that it was so, that the man was right. But the lady stood there, thinking that meant her brother wasn't among them. And she grew weary of his worries. Then a mercenary approached her and told her that the purpose of the next contract after defeating the dark wizard was determined. This is the town where the Marquise's estate, Orendell, is located. And he also said that even if all this has nothing to do with a dark wizard, it could be the work of an immoral person. So he decided to go there and personally check out what was going on there. He also asked the lady what she thought about it. She understood everything and said they could go. The assistant was surprised by the new contract, but Mrs. Knight said it was necessary. The mercenary interrupted him and told him that the lady had given her consent, so he should stop chatting and bring the horses, or else he would saddle the boy. As the aide ran away, saying that it turned out he wasn't joking, and looked for the horse, his gaze fell on that same dead man. She seemed to be outside of space and time, alone in her thoughts. But suddenly he got distracted by the main character. He approached and asked if he could pray for all those people and looked at the bodies. The boy explained that he thought it would be better if the gods let their souls rest. She really liked this idea. The gentleman said he would definitely do it, after which he sat down and began the process of prayer. Divine energy began to envelop her, and the boy thought, is it worth rejoicing over? Recently, she had shown signs of losing her divine power. He also imagined his hand and thought that as it happened once, it could happen again. And this is a temporary solution to the problem, but perhaps divine power can stop his madness. The lady herself then read a prayer and asked the goddess to take care of those who were suffering on this earth. She prayed and thought there was still no proof that her brother was dead. But why was she so worried? She remembered her training and wondered what her brother was doing now. In his mind, he seemed to turn around and say he had something to prove. Then he turned around again and said he would prove he could overcome her and lead the whole family. The knight jumped up and asked why his brother spoke like that, if he had already done enough. But the young man did not turn around and ask if this was so, and in response he heard that yes, he did not need to try so hard. Her brother said his sister didn't know anything at all. This surprised the girl, after which he turned around and with blood coming out of his eyes and mouth, he said that his sister didn't know he was already dead. At that very moment, the lady came to her senses and became very frightened. Then he grabbed his head and thought, what was that? Was it really a dream? What kind of crazy dream was this? Everything around her seemed strange. The car, the boys in front. She looked and realized she was now lying in the car. Then the young man turned around and said that the girl had finally woken up. And the lady herself got up and asked how long he had been sleeping and where he was. In response, she heard that he apparently didn't remember anything. Some time ago, the whole company was walking through the woods and found an abandoned cart on the road, so they decided to use it. The lady thought she couldn't remember anything because she was so caught up in her emotions. And then she heard that she had woken up just in time. He was surprised that the boys would soon arrive at the tomb forest. Then she jumped up and asked if it was really that soon. Then she turned around and asked why they couldn't wake her up, why they didn't warn her in advance. But no one could answer that question. Here, the mercenary interrupted her and told her that it was he who asked them not to tell. If she had found out before, she would not have been able to rest. And he added that if she had nothing to say in response, then she could rest a little longer. So she just nodded. And then she looked up and said she agreed, that this time she would give in to him. But the main character himself sat down opposite him and thought that he was now ready to take out the hunter's eye. At some point, the car stopped. The man asked why they were stopping, and the mercenary explained that the problem was that the horses refused to go any further. The girl behind also stood up and said that there was an evil magical power everywhere, similar to what the infected artifact contained, and in front of them was that same forest. It was the place where the lands of evil began. At that moment, the boy raised his head and asked what kind of land was that. Did they really mean that it was cursed, that's all? The mercenary immediately began to explain that these lands were cursed and contaminated by the influence of the Dark Wall. Even the laws of nature were different here. It was impossible to say exactly what might have mutated, but people kept dying and disappearing. They say that whoever enters this forest never comes out. What would happen if it really was impossible to get out? At that moment, the lady stood up and said that it looked like they would have to leave the cart there. They should take everything they needed. And the man told him that they had just said that whoever enters the forest will never come out. The boy approached him and told him it was okay, that if he killed the dark wizard, the curse would probably be lifted. And the hunter was very worried because the guy was absolutely calm. Miguel also said that if you think about it, his job was simply to guide them to the funeral forest. The main character immediately said that he could kill him, but in response he heard that he didn't mean that. He wanted to show loyalty. Finally, everyone got off their horses and out of the chariot. They stood together and looked at the road ahead. The boy exhaled and said he was ready for it, but was still very nervous. The hunter adding that eventually he would have to go there too. The boy looked at them and asked if everyone was ready. The gentleman replied that of course they were. Then she frowned and added that it didn't happen there, that she wasn't willing to back down. And then the mercenary immediately activated his magic gaze. A huge silhouette of a black magician appeared right in front of him. Then the boy smiled and thought that maybe he had noticed his presence and that it didn't change anything. Apparently he wasn't ready to receive guests, but still, it was nice to see his stupid face. Ian looked up and thought he would have to pay for his suffering. He needed experience, points, and rewards. Some time passed. The boys continued moving through the forest. At one point, the boy turned around and said he didn't understand if they were going the right way. And the main character replied that everything was correct and asked how many more times he was going to ask. The assistant became even more angry and thought he had asked in vain. Then he remembered how they had stopped in the afternoon and discussed whether the dark wizard was really in the grave woods, whether it would be a waste of time. In response, he heard that if he was just afraid, the boy shouted that he himself would guide them through this forest. And now he realized he had no idea he would actually be allowed to lead them. Then he looked at the lady and thought that all this was for her. Then Philip gathered his strength and decided he needed to pull himself together and continued. And the mercenary walked behind and thought that the assistant was not so desperate. He frowned and felt a strange sensation. He didn't understand what was going on there. There was some kind of weird green slime all over it. Infected mana can't flow infinitely, but that's what it looked like. Suddenly his guide came out of one space to another, and then the others went through that wall and started arguing about whether they had really gotten out of there. The helper and the hunter were literally beaming with happiness and said they didn't believe they would actually make it. And Jan said that the boys are happy in vain because everything is just beginning, after which he looked around and realized that they were finally there. That was the entrance to the dungeon. Everything around was destroyed and quite gloomy. And at the very end was that same crypt. As they drew closer, they began to discuss that it was now clear where that place was and that their journey would not end. Then Jan lowered his head and said that from that moment on he would direct himself. The man looked at him and asked him if he was really going to go there right now without even giving him time to think. And when they all reached the edge, the boy replied that they had to decide before entering those dark lands. And so they left. Below there was a very long and deep staircase. The boy carried a torch and at some point even got tired of descending. Finally, a passage appeared before them, and they had apparently arrived. The mercenary walked ahead and entered the room first. There was a huge room around it, full of ruins. They walked forward and discussed how huge the underground space was and also how dark it was in there. The girl immediately approached Ian and apologized, saying she thought she should say a prayer before moving on. He turned around and asked, "Is something wrong?" The lady raised her hand and replied that since they had entered here, her stigmata had been weakening. The mercenary immediately asked in surprise what it was. The knight presented it to the goddess and said that this was a mark, which was placed in her soul at the moment she was chosen as an apostle. Thanks to him, she can communicate with God and receive divine power. And then he looked up and saw the surprised face of the protagonist, who at that moment was thinking, "Doesn't this sound like a slave contract?" He immediately replayed in his mind several moments in which he almost mortgaged his soul twice without even realizing it. In this damned world, even the gods can stab you in the back. Then he turned around and told her she could pray now. Then she drew her sword, and with all his strength he nailed it directly into the ground. His energy began to appear around him, and then a bright light appeared. While the girl was praying, the hunter looked around and said, "By the way, they say this place is very empty." A boy approached him and asked him what he was talking about, and he explained that the place was called the Forest of Graves. I had heard that there were hundreds of bodies buried there. It was strange that they had gone so far and not found any remains. Suddenly, a friend distracted them and asked if the boys still didn't understand anything. The mercenary stepped forward and said they needed to see it with their own eyes. He then activated his gaze and added that this bastard was ready for his meeting. They immediately asked what was going on and started looking around. Suddenly, the door closed behind them. The boys ran to the door, but it was too late. They had nowhere to go, and strange symbols began to appear around. Later, these symbols were transformed into complete sentences, and they filled all the walls around. The boy began to study them, and assumed they were some kind of ancient language. But there was a mercenary standing nearby, and he said it was a spell that made all of you in the tomb start working. Then he looked ahead and said that as he had said before, now everything would begin. Before them appeared a whole multitude of the living dead. All these monsters were actively approaching them. There was nowhere to go. Then the guy took his gun out of the warehouse, and he said he might as well put up an ad saying he's a necromancer. The enormous and terrible weapon was already in the hands of the knights. Everyone else saw this and was surprised, asking where he had gotten the mace. But there was no time to talk, because they were attacked by skeletons. The mercenary leaped forward and shouted for the two of them to protect the lady. His companions were shocked by Ian's solo actions, and then, jumping from one place to another, the young man changed his location. He literally ran through all these monsters and killed one after another. It wasn't difficult to defeat them, but there were still many of them, and thanks to the weapon itself, it was possible to crush their skulls with a single blow. That's why the monsters fell like seeds. However, this did not make them much smaller. It was decided to activate his gaze. Thanks to gray magic, it was possible to activate a rotating barricade and kill several opponents at once. And then it struck again. And again, thanks to gray magic, he activated another barricade. First, a shadow of the weapon appeared over the monsters. Then he crushed their heads with a strong blow. This went on for a while. The boy commented that it was pretty good. Then he looked at his weapon and said, "This is what it means to use a wind blade with a mace. It's like a hammer." After which he noticed an interesting character somewhere behind his back. He looked at him and thought the magician was hiding and watching them like a rat. Then he looked back and decided it wasn't time yet. The more of these monsters there were, the greater the chance that one of them would die. And what he needed to do right now was attack again. So he turned around and asked, "What is the wizard afraid of?" He smiled, waved his gun, and said he would immediately crush their skulls like toys. It was a provocation. The magician became angry when he heard what he heard and ordered everyone to get out of his way. Then he assumed his true form and screamed. The boys saw this and asked what was going on. It was not clear. And the monsters began to separate and make way for the mercenary. Jan continued to fight and said he was grateful the wizard was angry. Now it was time for a fight. The battle began and was so intense that dust flew in all directions. At that moment, the boy looked at the man and asked if they needed help. There were too many enemies, and he replied that he had actually forgotten that he had been told before that he needed to protect the lady, because the girl herself was still praying at that moment. His eyes filled with divine energy and magic, and he finally came to his senses and ordered everyone to move out of his way. Skulls flew in all directions. The boy destroyed one after another and continued advancing towards the magician. Suddenly, someone started approaching him, and she was a lady. She ran closer and was very determined, and the young man realized and told him that he was a little late, but he couldn't say anything else because she just flew past him. For some reason, the girl grabbed the sword by the blade. Then he threw it forward, and like a boomerang, it killed everyone present. Their bones began to fly in different directions, making it impossible to collect them. Then he grabbed his sword again and went to kill the next group. This continued for some time. Skeleton genocide. The mercenary stood nearby and thought that he felt so insignificant every time he saw this. But what could he do? Then she saw them trying to attack her from behind. He was able to push the monster away, and thought he couldn't just stand by and watch. He needed to help. And then the boys looked at each other. Their weapons acted as if they were working together. It looked quite impressive. And the boys started killing everyone who tried to kill them at double speed. Philip still stood to one side and watched all this in surprise. Miguel approached him and asked him why he was standing there. He had to follow him quickly. And the assistant finally woke up and started moving forward. Meanwhile, the battle continued. The boys did their best, but the girl was already a little exhausted. The young man looked at her and thought that one of her weaknesses was her low resistance, but that was not strange. Then he imagined her again and thought that it seemed that her divine power had weakened quite a bit. Perhaps the connection with the stigmata had weakened. The hunter, who was standing next to the boy, asked if everything was really clear and if he could go there. But the mercenary himself became alert and wondered what was happening. Magical power began to flow through the targets of the spell, and then the room became very bright. No one understood what was happening. The bones of the corpses seemed to begin to return on their own. They even had to withdraw unexpectedly so that no one would get hurt. And all this was collected in one part of the room. The result was a kind of immortal scum. A great monster emerged from the remains of many others. Ian saw this and wondered if it had already appeared, even earlier than in the game. If it was because he had collected enough corpses or something incomprehensible. Meanwhile, the monster was already approaching them. The hunter ran to the other wall and shouted that, just as he thought, the door was locked and there was no way out. Then he smiled and asked if he could leave the room because the door opened, after which he shouted happily that the doors were opening and the exit was clear, but new monsters were waiting for them there. And it seemed there was even more, and even armor appeared. The boy immediately introduced himself to the magician and thought he was well prepared. Then he looked around and realized that they were now trapped by the monsters. At that moment, a girl approached him and told him that it looked like they would have to fight that huge army of monsters. He replied that there was no point in trying to kill them all, just stop them and clear the way. She immediately ran forward and said she understood everything. Jan also went ahead. The battle began. Everyone fought and tried to achieve their goal. More precisely, almost everyone, the guards and the boy, just watched from the sidelines and tried to survive. But the mercenary actively killed all the monsters. The girl did the same, and meanwhile he thought, that's how it was in the game. The broken skulls were absorbed by this huge monster. He then looked back and said that the supply of magical power was not infinite, so we had to act quickly. Ian looked at the approaching monsters and thought that everything had gone more or less well up to that point. And when he raised his head, he thought that even if there were some changes, if everything continued according to his plan, there would be success. Although something surprised him, some kind of spirit appeared above. It is not clear what it was doing there. He was a lake ghost who lives near lakes and enters men, absorbing their energy and also attracts women. The question immediately arose, weren't they supposed to meet him later? Was he also enslaved by that dark wizard? The ghost seemed to be at the head of the advancing monsters, and he pointed them directly at the mercenary, but he was fast enough, and he fought off all the monsters. The guy continued to fight him quite effectively, and the ghost itself was still flying above and watching him. He then tried to reach it, but the ghost dodged him in time and flew away from there. The guy turned around and saw something behind him. It turns out this monster happened to be one of those who didn't fight at all. These were Philip and Miguel. His claws were very scary and dangerous. The monster immediately began to gather energy to destroy the boys. The boy turned around and thought that at that moment he felt something. The ghost screamed with sounds of agony and flew right over the boys. He had an ability that not only dealt damage, but also placed a confusion effect on enemies. As soon as the boy heard this, he understood everything instantly. Meanwhile, the knight was trying to take down this enormous monster, and the mercenary thought that if he didn't stop everything that was happening, then his assistants would simply die. He didn't hesitate and immediately shouted for both of them to cover their ears. His eyes began to take on completely different shades, and the main character shouted that this had to be done right now. And then he activated his fire magic. Everyone turned around and was very surprised by what they saw, because finally the main character proved that he is a magician. He began to destroy all the enemies surrounding him with fire, including the ghost. He was not injured, but the explosion completely destroyed him, and the huge monster died from the same explosion. The boys were still covering their ears with their hands and didn't understand what was happening. Then the mercenary landed. Everyone turned around, and they began to argue that this could not be. But suddenly they woke up when the boy asked them why they were frozen. I had to prepare quickly because it wasn't the end yet. Then he turned around and walked back. He also smiled and said he wanted to keep this trump card, but now that he used it, he feels great. And he began to use fire again, because now he had nothing to hide and could fight without any shame. Now, blast after blast, he could destroy his opponents, and everyone else just followed. The lady was stunned and realized that everything had fallen into place. She hadn't expected this, since he didn't look like a magician at all. But still, she kept going over all kinds of moments in her head. When the boy spoke of the forest of tombs, he also knew of monsters. He also remembered when he spoke to them and showed them that he could read. His intelligence, education, and insight were not in vain. Even when the young man said that we should follow him because only he knows the true path, it was strange. Or, for example, when the boy himself eliminated the root of the contamination, this person is cautious and has a reserved character. And it's the same red mage the dark mage is after. She ran after him. But then the ghost caught up with them and again caught their attention. The girl grabbed the sword and thought she had ended up in debt to him again, so she needed to help. And with a single blow, he cut off the ghost's hand. He then landed and shouted to Ian that he had managed to deal with him. And the guy turned around and shouted that from that moment on they shouldn't lose sight of him, that there would be a fork in the road ahead. The lady kept running and thought he was talking like he'd been there before. And that was also because he was a magician, I wonder. But suddenly something happened. A headless body appeared in front of her. He immediately remembered his brother's silhouette and realized it was the armor of a real knight. With trembling hands, the girl grabbed the cloak and wondered if this was really her brother. But the label said he was a real knight with a different name. She exhaled and thought, thank God it wasn't her brother. Otherwise, she would have been scared by now. At that moment, the black magic in his chest began to intensify. The lady thought that the contaminated magical power of the artifact suddenly increased. She didn't know why, but she felt as if it was someone else's magic. And then a strange crack appeared, and everything around it began to change. Thoughts arose that the artifact was resonating with the magical power flowing along the fork in the path. Apparently, someone was calling to it. But then a mercenary shouted at him and told him to be careful. After all, a huge monster appeared behind her. As if he had become even stronger, he attacked her and threw her aside. The boy immediately ran closer and asked the lady if everything was okay. The hunter was also in shock. The boy stood to one side and shouted, "Why were you trapped there? Everyone should run to him, fast!" He frowned and shouted that they had to come here quickly. Well, then something terrible happened. Only the boys raised their heads and looked at him. The doors closed right in front of them. It turns out the team was isolated. The main character was left alone and said that he didn't understand what the knight saw to make her behave as he thought they separated at the fork. Then he turned around and said there was nothing that could be done about it. There was a multitude of monsters in front of him, and meanwhile he said that they needed to kill the dark wizard first. Meanwhile, on the other hand, the hunter was very angry and shouted all sorts of nasty things, and the boy asked the lady what they should do. After all, this huge monster was approaching them from behind. The knight turned toward the crevasse and thought there was no other option. He would have to go where the energy was calling and guide them out. So she got up and went there, and said that she would clear the way and that they should follow her. The boy ran after her and offered to work together, and the man asked him not to leave him alone and ran after him. They moved like this for some time. The lady actively killed everyone who crossed her path. The boys were also surprised and asked why the girl was speeding so much. They offered to work together, but she didn't respond. She just walked like a tank. Suddenly, the three entered a strange room. There were monsters around, but they weren't moving. It wasn't clear why they weren't attacking. And suddenly they were ordered to step aside, and the skeletons did. The team was in shock. In front of them stood an armored figure, who said the boys had come to the right place, then greeted the knight and called her by her full name, after which he lifted his helmet and said that he could probably call her sister. Miguel and Felipe in the background were very surprised. The boy even recognized that voice. And the lady even said, "Is it really so that such a thing can happen?" But it was actually her brother who was standing in front of her. He then put his helmet back on and asked him why he was there. But he didn't wait for a response and immediately decided to attack his sister. The girl blocked his attacks in every way possible and asked why. She looked at his sinister smile and asked him why he was pointing his sword at her. The man continued laughing and asked if the girl still didn't understand. And when he hit her again, he said that the time had finally come when he could get over her. Then he turned around and added that he was now strong enough to kill her. The main character was also actively fighting at that time. He defended himself against his opponents and said that this already irritated him. Then he simply threw his hammer at them and ran away, offering to take it for himself if he wanted. Somewhere in the distance, a statue appeared in front of him. He finally found this puzzle. The young man ran as fast as he could and was already very close to her. Then he pushed off the ground. and with great skill he flew to the top. He managed to land right on the hilt of the statue's sword, and the sword from below began to pierce the ground. There a secret door opened, a descent to earth. The main character landed and remembered that there was a hidden passage here, which was used after killing the Dark Wizard. He also thought he knew about the existence of this place, but what was the point of leaving here if he only managed to kill the mid-boss? He did not even suspect that at that moment a knight was stubbornly fighting in the next room. Then more monsters appeared behind him. It seemed as if they were no less. The boy smiled and asked them if they were going out and gave them permission to do whatever they wanted. And then he started jumping up the walls of the slope. As he flew, he thought that not even the king of the kingdom knew of the existence of this underground place. It was a temple where ancient fairies prayed to the god of death. And then it landed. In front of him, on the throne, sat the same black magician. The man smiled and said that Gigi had gone too far, but that was his territory. Then he raised his staff and added that this was the cursed land he had created with so much fear. He continued talking for a while about how he would enjoy dealing with him with all the magical power he had, thanks to the cursed land. And he started to tell her what was happening here, but suddenly everything caught fire, because the guy couldn't stand it anymore and threw a fireball at him, after which the young man smiled and said that this man doesn't learn from his mistakes at all, and continues to talk nonsense, even though they have already fought. After which he looked at his ball and thought that if this continued, there would be no problems in using the purified artifact. Suddenly a scream was heard. The magician became enraged and tried to get out of the rubble. First his hand appeared, then the upper body and a beastly smile. The old man stood up, his body completely burned, and shouted that he would kill the protagonist. Here he is, the Dark Wizard from the Forest of Tombs. Ian smiled and said that he talks a lot and hasn't taken his final form yet. He then activated his magic power again and added that he should come closer if he wasn't afraid. Of course, the monster couldn't stand it anymore and started screaming that he was going to kill him now. Then he raised his staff and directed his black magic forward. The old man shouted that they should respond to his call, and all the skeletons began to rise and advance, at the wizard's cries that the ancient fairies had to kill him. The magician recalled the situation with the weapon and said that besides red magic, this guy uses gray magic, and he also brought artifacts with him. But now that he's lost them, he's powerless to do anything and will be forced to realize how insignificant he is. And then they cast some kind of magic ghost on him. This huge silhouette was heading straight for the guy, just like the skeletons. The old man was visibly happy and already felt victorious. He looked at the mercenary and screamed that his body was probably frozen in fear. It is true that he did not calculate that the young man would jump immediately. Then she looked at him and asked him what was going on, how he could have left so quickly. Jan himself stretched out his hand and activated fire magic again. He thought he was using this skill for the first time and raised it to the second level. Since it's new, it'll be difficult to aim, but that doesn't matter, since there are enemies everywhere. And a second later he literally made a rain of fire. It was red magic and the effect of dancing flames. All the skeletons were shocked and watched. Meanwhile, burning projectiles were flying towards them, and a second later they started breaking and destroying them. The old man became very angry when he saw all this and began to ask what kind of childish tricks these were. The mercenary himself was already approaching him. The Dark Wizard immediately took out his staff and tried to attack him, after which he activated a protective barrier and a ghost wall, saying that now the enemy would definitely not be able to escape from him in the air. But it's not that simple. The main character has accumulated a lot of fire in his hand. Then he threw the projectile and it flew in the other direction. Because of this, an explosion immediately occurred right behind him. The old man saw this and was surprised again. He didn't understand how the young man was able to fly using the recoil of the explosion. Then Ian decided to surprise him even more and took out the next weapon from storage. Then, with his eyes flashing, he threw a punch, and a second later it created a kind of bright whirlwind. Everything started to explode in the air. Thanks to this, the mercenary was able to fly towards his enemy. He covered his face with his hands and tried to defend himself from the blow. And he didn't notice that Jan was already at his side, ready with a gun. He immediately cut off 2 of the magician's hands, as there were still 2 left. It was very painful. The magician's face twisted in agony. Gigi landed softly on the ground. He took a stronger weapon. He then picked it up and blew on it like a revolver, saying it had clearly failed. Then he approached the enemy. He hit it again and said that, as far as he thought, the thing was difficult to use. He remembered how he managed to escape and thought it was worth continuing to study various combinations in combat. Then he looked at his opponent and said that if he hadn't been a stranger, he wouldn't have had to study. Then the old man said that he was surprised to have more than one artifact of gray magic. Ian had tricked him and weakened his vigilance. The dark wizard was furious. Gigi just gave up and said he'd been caught even though he hadn't, and added that he'd prepared something special for him. That's a lie. At that moment, the magician raised his staff and said that he recognized that the man was no small fish. From now on, he will fight him and use all his strength. He then launched electric projectiles all over the room. The bones began to come together again and create a huge flow, accumulating in one place. The boy said he wasn't very happy that they were going straight to phase 2, and then the hand of a huge monster began to appear nearby. Then the head was formed. He looked like the devil from hell. The boy raised his head and said that now his weakness in physical defense was completely predictable. It would be difficult to win. And the monster himself raised his hand and told him to look. He obtained this power from the abyss of the void, and dark energy began to accumulate in his hands, after which the skeleton swayed and added that he would make the enemy understand that death is a blessing. And a moment later, he launched a powerful flow of energy towards him. Miraculously, the young man managed to dodge him and shouted that he was very fast. Then he turned around and started running away from there. But the shells were everywhere, and I had to do something urgently. The old man was sure of his victory and added that the boy should run and hide like a rat. But Jan just thought this bastard was having fun too, because he thought the game's strategy works here too. Then he looked around and thought he needed to go around it like that and close the distance. The magician will not maintain this technique all the time, and then he actually did that. During all this time, the mercenary miraculously dodged all the blows and thought that there was still a little left. Once the magician weakens the technique, it will be possible to act. And finally, this moment has arrived. Then the young man activated fire magic in the form of dancing flames and fired at the monster from all angles. The magician laughed and asked what had happened. Had he aimed the attack downward? Didn't he have enough strength to aim properly? Then he got even bigger and added that he would finish him off quickly. And he began to attack him again, without even noticing that the mercenary was already at his feet, and it was not clear at what point he managed to do this. Ian destroyed the magic ball and said he had completely used it up. Then he threw it, and the pieces fell to the ground, and he himself decided to slide along the ground right under his opponent. The monster turned around and didn't understand what happened. He looked down and said he couldn't move his legs, but why? What happened? During all this time, his legs were engulfed in flames. Because of this, the magician became frightened and thought that this simply could not be. Then he started exploding again and shouted that he now understood why they were aiming at his legs, to tie them up. And a moment later, the main character's energy appeared above his head. Gigi stretched out his hand and said, the old man guessed quickly, but had enough time to prepare mid-level magic. He then attacked, adding that it was too late to rush. The skeleton turned around and asked what kind of gray magic this was. How could he use magic and an artifact? The young man asked if that mattered now and continued to build up energy for the attack. The light around the monster grew brighter and brighter, and the eyes of the main character acquired more and more new shades. This was already medium-level gray magic. Thanks to it, it was possible to activate a chain of lightning and hit the enemy from all sides. Lightning and debris flew through space. Gray smoke emanated from the decrepit skeleton, and the teeth and bones began to crumble. Ian stood beside the crumbling monster. Covering himself with the tatters, the guy cursed. When everything collapsed, a one-armed figure was left lying on the ground. Debris flew past the inscribed wall. Jan shook her clothes and cursed at how disgusting they were. The monster lying on the ground asked how he could use magic of different colors. Drawing his sword, the hero asked, "He is almost dead, and now he is interested in this." The armless monster stood up, saying regretfully that if he had had more time, he would have been able to use the magic he had been given. The guy stepped on his body, saying that it wouldn't comfort him in any way, but brandishing his sword, Yang went on to say that even if he had had more time, he would not have learned the whole truth and would not have been able to achieve immortality. Looking at him with contempt, he shouted his name, Cunard. The monster opened its mouth in shock, screaming that this couldn't be happening. He turned his head questioningly and asked how she knew. A bright flash drowned out the words of her name. The bald head flew to the side. Putting away the sword, Yang wondered why there were so many questions. He wouldn't understand even if he were told. Suddenly the boy touched his eye. He felt ill, and the hero said he had overdone it again with his magical power. almost exhausted. There was a cane lying on the ground near the head. The hero thought he needed to take it and use the head as evidence of the murder. A purple mist began to emerge from the monster's eye. A dark spirit came out of the mouth of the severed head. Seeing this, the boy thought it was the spirit of a dark wizard, which means it has 3 phases. The spirit's eyes shone and the guy exclaimed that was not in the game. Suddenly, the monster rushed to attack with a roar. Jan summoned fire and was very upset. Blue cracks appeared above the spirit's head. A magic portal appeared in the resulting hole. The monster turned around in surprise. The dimension began to attract him. He entered in the form of a violet snake made of smoke. The spirit of the dark wizard almost disappeared into the crevice, after which the fragments returned to their place, covering it. Jan looked at the shining cracks. He watched closely, wondering if that was really the void. Imagining sectarians in capes praying and saying, "Emptiness, chaos from the beginning of time, the abyss." The man raised his hands and said he wanted to go to the abyss, and he went there. Looking at the purple writing, the boy asked why the spell kept working. Ian stood in the ruins next to the body and wondered if it had really stopped working even after the dark wizard's death. The scene changed to the walls of another room. There was a passage leading inside. Ian stood next to the pedestal with the sphere suspended above it and said it was hidden behind the altar. All the spell chains were there. Looking at the book, this magician was keeping notes in his journal, like a madman. He should read it. The purple sphere glowed. The hero asked if that was the power source. Looking at it, he said it was a dark entity. He'd never seen one that big. Observing the surrounding radiance, the hero thought its power was different from that of the tainted artifacts. It was too pure. Ian scratched his chin and said it was a shame to just destroy it. Should one trust one's inner resilience? Looking at his palm, which was enveloped in blue light, the boy said he would try to gather some magic power. He extended his hand toward the sphere, and she put her hand inside. The hero was amazed. A bright flash appeared under his curses. She became brighter and brighter, and it finally came down to a spark. Ian seemed to float between the planets, mentally wondering what was happening and where he was. He floated face down, amazed, thinking he didn't know what it was, but it seemed incredible. There were different planets in front of him. The darkness was surrounded by a bright light. The hero wondered if it was a black hole. Everything was moving toward darkness, and the boy realized with amazement that he was being sucked into it. He froze in surprise and reached out. Looking down, he wondered what it was. The child seemed to be in the center of a huge pupil. The sphere was reflected in his surprised eyes, when he suddenly fell on his back. Turning around, he covered his mouth with his hand. He felt sick involuntarily. Wiping his mouth, he loudly opened the status window. With a trembling finger, he touched the icon of mental power. The boy was kneeling next to the information window. Wiping his mouth, he said it was dangerous. He almost went crazy. Looking at the screen in surprise, he asked what was going on. He used 9 glasses, but in any case, he had developed other necessary skills. The screen said that the additional mission had been completed. He managed to return to the abyss, the fragments torn from the chaos of the beginning of time. The reward was a fragment of chaos. Seeing this, the hero thought, how could he complete it if he didn't even take the quest? He looked at the inscriptions and asked, emptiness and fragments of chaos. Remembering the black hole, he wondered if that meant it was empty space. Remembering how he was floating there, he thought that this creature meant the oldest deity. He imagined the silhouette of a creature with glowing eyes, and decided he could only think in that direction. Conard may have seen it too, but if he had, he wouldn't have survived. Holding a glowing purple shard in his hands, Yang said that this was also a reward, a chaos shard. Looking at the purple flashes, he remembered feeling something inside himself, the same magical power emanating from him like a great source of energy. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in realization. He said, chaos. Could it be the power of chaos? A bright flash of lightning appeared behind him. Fawn said he couldn't be the force of chaos. Jan turned around abruptly. Jan said that this was a familiar wave, a wave of confrontation between divine power and contaminated magical power. Somewhere, the sword suddenly pierced the body from side to side. The girl looked at the blood spatter and the hero wondered if Mave was really hurt. The scene changed to the past. The residents were discussing that this time Lady Mave was chosen as an apostle. She is amazing. Her brother was at training camp and the girls said the girl was better than her brother. Suddenly, Mave looked around the corner and called out to Vernon. Looking at him, she said she was happy to see how hard he was training. Coming closer, he said he needed a sparring partner. It had been a long time since they had fought. What did he think? The boy remained silent. And then, smiling slightly, he said that he wasn't ready now. Maybe another time. This is a story about the events of his youth. The scene changed again. There was purple writing on the wall. Bright flashes of attack collided with each other. The eye in the slit of his brother's mask was open with hatred. The girl closed her eyes because of the blow that made her helmet fall, exclaimed Felipe. And Miguel asked him if he had exhausted all his divine power. He could barely stop the blow. Vernon laughed darkly and asked his sister what was wrong. Was she really only able to defend herself? Suddenly, in Gigi's room, a bright flash of Yana broke the skeleton's chain. The man stared there and felt that someone had died. Mave held the sword and called to her brother. He looked ahead in amazement, saying that feeling, that energy of the Lord, had disappeared. The hero stared at him in shock. Philip asked if he meant the black mage. Ian probably killed him. The girl exhaled, thinking she had done it. Lowering his sword, he told his brother that if that was the case, they needed no more fighting. Staring at him, she called him back to her house. Vernon smiled under his mask when he heard that although his body had changed, there was probably a way to return it to its previous state. She was surprised to hear him ask what nonsense this was. The one holding him back was dead. His eyes lit up and he said he was completely free. Vernon said the first thing he'd do is burn the damn kingdom to the ground. And then he will take everyone's lives and become stronger. He imagined people bowing down to him and saying he would become the greatest warrior of all time. He imagined a black barrier, introduced multi-eyed black monsters. The eye in the slit of the mask glowed brightly, saying that all this would start after he killed his sister. Mave stood there confused, her sword lowered. A bright flash of lightning appeared. The man with the sword froze. The companions looked at this with surprise, exclaiming over the spell chains. Michael exclaimed, looking there. There was a dazzling glow around the lady. He said it was the lady's divine power. The girl's expression was very surprised. She said that divine power was overwhelming her. Her brother laughed and said that the goddess was probably angry because her beloved apostle had first broken off contact with her and then re-established it. Vernon grabbed the sword and said it was excellent, and he quickly launched into the attack, shouting that they would then fight each other with all their might. Mave screamed in fear, trying to stop him. All this is nonsense. Why doesn't he understand? The swing of the sword left bright marks. The girl gritted her teeth. Holding his sword resolutely, he called out to his brother. He stared at her from behind his mask, and leaping, he raised his sword. A second later, the lady's entire face was covered in blood, and a completely bloody sword came out of his back. The boy with the flashlight said in shock that this couldn't be true, and the man called the lady. The blade was visible from under the armor. There was only a scratch on the Mave. It turns out that Mave passed through her brother's body. A shout was heard that the lady had won. Vernon dropped his sword. The girl said no with fear. He remembered his brother attacking, his hands gripping his sword, and she thought that at the last moment Vernon failed to point the gun at her. His eyes widened when he heard that his feelings had prevented him from delivering the final blow. Her brother said she'd always be a weakling. He said he hated her, that she smiled at him, without even realizing that she had everything and he had nothing. He remembered her watching him train and said no, seriously. The twisted leg, back to memories. Then the boy wiped his face and looked at his sister in surprise. He tried to reach the girl. Surrounded by a bright glow, he said he wanted her to recognize him. Vernon, his armor covered in blood, said he could never get over it in the end. His sister called out his name. Looking at her from under his mask, the boy said he was still happy. He remembered a conversation from the past, saying that he wanted to fight with her. Mave caught her brother, who fell into her arms. Her eyes were wide open and she kept repeating his name. Miguel, scared, extended his hand, telling her to calm down. But instead, the crying girl screamed. She hugged her brother, spreading a bright glow around her. It became simply blinding. The energy spread throughout the room. Meanwhile, Jan quickly ran forward, thinking he was so distracted by the power of chaos that he didn't notice how the spell was lifted. He imagined her in armor and thought she could be the cause of all this. She was the Death Knight. Stopping abruptly at the bend, he thought this was the chief gentleman's room. He froze, staring at the blinding light. His eyes widened in shock as he thought about what had happened here. Seeing all this divine power, one could say Mave had won. The girl stood with her brother in the middle of a beam of light. Seeing this, Philip spoke with a trembling voice about his poor lady. The man turned to John, who asked him what had happened to them and exclaimed that he had returned. The body, surrounded by radiance, floated above the ground. And then the heroine hugged her brother and said she wanted to hug her brother's body. She pulled the helmet off his bloody face. Without turning around, She told Ian she was back, and then thanked him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been able to get this far. But they can't continue the journey together, and the GG asked him what he was talking about. Looking at the wounded boy, he said that Vernon was dead, that he was here, that he had already been killed, and that he had been brought back to life by force to manipulate him like a puppet. The boy was intrigued by the idea that Mave's brother was a chief, a death knight. He couldn't even imagine it. The companions were astonished to hear the news that she had prayed to the goddess to save the soul of this desecrated boy. But the goddess did not respond. The girl in armor said that if she wanted to avenge him, she would answer him. The hero remained silent. He asked the heroine, surrounded by a red glow, if she meant she would kill everyone involved in this. Mave turned around, looking at her with glowing red eyes, and said that was the revenge she wanted to take. Jan looked at her. Then he touched the hilt of the sword, and having exposed it, he apologized, saying that he would not allow that to happen. The girl turned around and heard the hero say that he wouldn't let her do that. Turning around, Mave asked him what he meant. Looking at her, Jan asked if there was any contract between them. Philip and Miguel were behind her, and the boy said the contract's purpose hadn't been met. The girl responded that she then asked to cancel it. The young man shook his head and said that up to that point he had never terminated a contract at a client's request, not once. In addition, the client who unilaterally terminated the contract or failed to pay compensation. He never left anyone alive, so she would have to fight him. Surrounded by a red glow, Mave considered his offer. The hero said it wasn't difficult for her, that she'd soon kill a lot of people anyway, and she could add it to the list. Or else. Mave's hands shook when she heard she was going to die. Miguel shut Philip up when he tried to calm them down, telling him that he didn't understand the situation and therefore shouldn't interfere. The girl turned to him, and she, looking strangely, asked, "Are you going to kill her?" Jan remained silent behind. Mave's eye flashed red. The boy's blue eyes looked determined. The girl lowered her head and exhaled. Touching her brother's body, she said that today she had already lost someone dear to her. His eyes returned to normal, and he said he didn't want to lose another one. The boy behind her clarified that he meant he wouldn't terminate the contract. The priestess replied that yes, the contract was still valid. However, she will get revenge. Ian said he would stop her, but the chances of success are slim. Mave turned her head and asked what that meant, that her path was unfair, or that she couldn't take revenge on her own. GG replied both. He sheathed his sword upon hearing the question. What if he helped her get revenge? Looking at the girl, Jan said that in that case the story would be different. The writing on the walls stopped glowing. The hero said they would talk about it later. After a while, the heroes stood by the wagon. Nigel, sitting by the fire, told Ian that it was incredible. Ian asked him what he meant. The man held the food out for him, telling him not to pretend, because he knew the lady wouldn't kill him, even though it wasn't herself. The boy looked at him confused and asked, "What if not?" The man was surprised, and Jan said that, as for exceptions, once they start being made, there will be no end to them. The rules of the contract are immutable. He looked down, thinking that although he didn't want to kill her, as she imagined Vernon's headless body, she thought he planned to force her into submission even if he came to tear her arm off. But obviously in that state she would go crazy and eventually die. He didn't want that to happen. The hero remembered the enraged girl and was surprised that she had grabbed the sword. Madness raged inside her. Sitting by the fire, the boy thought that in the end he would not be able to prevent her from becoming an apostle who brought revenge. Philip approached him and asked if he had any limits. Nigel shoved a meat skewer in his mouth, telling him he didn't understand anything and that he should eat it. Glancing at the girl, Jan asked if she had mourned the loss of her brother. In the darkness there was a cart covered with a cloth. She replied yes, thanks to him. 4 heroes were sitting by the fire. Mave was surprised to hear the question, "Are you okay?" Looking at Jan, she asked him what he meant when he said that she had become an apostle who brings retribution. It seemed that many things had changed in her. He imagined red flashes around the red-haired girl, and thought that the red divine power was different from what it was before. She remembered how her eyes shone beneath the mask, and thought that now she had truly become an avenging apostle. Just like in the game, Mave looked at her palm and said that now the goddess would grant her her power only to carry out revenge. Ian imagined the figure reaching out toward her and thought, extreme limitations. However, when it came to exacting revenge, he could gain even greater power. Tolerating injustice, the limitation that the apostle of vengeance was supposed to observe, disappeared. Now, for revenge, anything could be done. Mave clenched her fist and declared that she did not regret the choice she had made. However, he will regret for the rest of his life not having been able to kill the dark wizard with his own hands. He imagined her frozen body and how her companions held her, and she went on to say that, driven by personal goals, she missed the main objective of revenge. A bag fell to the floor in front of her. Jan waved his hand and said that was that bastard's head. He could take it. As he unfolded the cloth, he saw a head with a tattoo and heard that the battle with him was completely normal. Mave looked at her silently. Philip clenched his fists and cleared his throat. Looking at the hero, he timidly asked, "Did he kill him with magic?" Jan thought, why didn't he ask before? And he answered yes, it seemed that way. Miguel put his hand to his face and said he was giving Philip advice because he was worried about him. He should think before he speaks. He said Ian hid the magic. He didn't want it to be known. But to protect them, he had to reveal the secret. They should be grateful. Let him pretend he didn't see it. The guy scratched his head awkwardly, and then he bowed and asked for forgiveness and that his gratitude be accepted. Jan winked when she heard that her assistant would take her secret to the grave. Sitting across from her, Mave said she owed her additional compensation for killing the dark wizard. What does she want? Jan held up the meat and said that at first he wanted to keep the entire loot, but in the end he'd made concessions. He just wanted something decent. The redhead touched her chin thoughtfully. Anything worthwhile? Fast movement. Suddenly he pulled his gun from his belt. She handed it to the hero, and she asked him if she could take it then. Felipe, amazed, shouted to the lady that it was a sword made of imperial steel. She said yes, it was a very worthy reward. Jan looked at him excitedly. Taking the sword, he thought that he would never have thought that she would abandon him, and promised that he would treat her well. The system reported that it was a weapon of an unusual class. The boy was surprised because the item's name and abilities were different from those in the game. It was better. It was the game's sword of vengeance, with divine power, which was contaminated with the blood of innocent people and could not be repaired. He took out the case, thinking that in the game it was a trophy that could only be obtained by killing Mave. Now, since it wasn't damaged, there were no restrictions beyond the cooldown. He heard the girl say that this sword had been with her for a long time, and that, although it wasn't as famous, it would still be useful to her. The hero objected. He held up the shining weapon and said the sword was amazing. Ian realized it was heavier than it looked. He couldn't wield it as easily as Mave. He'd have to use a couple of strength points. Suddenly, he heard his name being called. The girl sitting across from him told him that, from now on, she would temporarily replace him. She hoped he could discover the truth about the tree. With a determined look, Mave asked him to come back alive. Ian sheathed his sword and told her that the only thing she had to worry about was herself. She said confidently that if she wanted revenge, she'd have to be extremely careful. No killing or showing emotion until Ian returned. The heroine lowered her head when she heard that she had to survive. Someone would have to pay her for the information she would obtain. Mave looked down and said it was true. She swore she wouldn't make a sound until he returned. The stars shone in the night sky. Nigel coughed into his fist and asked if they were done discussing important matters. She rummaged in her bag and said that everyone had suffered. Then he pulled out the keg with a big smile and asked, "How about a drink?" Philip was not happy. Jan thought in bewilderment. He entered the dungeon with a barrel. How did it remain intact? Mave nodded, saying she wasn't much of a fan of alcohol, but wouldn't mind having a drink today. They'd been through a lot together and had survived, it had to be said. Jan smiled slightly, thinking that on a day like today she might as well have a drink. The alcohol came out of the barrel, directly into 4 cups. Felipe greeted with his jug. Miguel smiled widely, and then he raised his hands, cheerfully saying something to the others. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The hero held the cup and smiled. Looking ahead, he said he could clearly see everything that was happening in this dark forest in the middle of the night, even without resorting to the use of magic. There were bodies on the ground behind him, and he thought it was all thanks to the chaos fragment. One of the men stood up, clutching his head, blood running down his face. He angrily asked how he could drink poisoned alcohol and still be fine. Even an elephant would die. Ian turned around and asked, "Do you want to know?" He had a general skill, immunity, at level 3. He upgraded it for Chapter 4. He stood up and walked over. The man abruptly drew his sword from its sheath, ordering him not to come closer. Jan took out his. The blades of the swords clashed in a blow. The enemy was surprised. His sword began to crack, and then it broke, shattering into pieces. The man fell. He held up the remains of the sword and asked him to wait and listen. The hero pierced his hand with a sword. The man screamed in pain. The boy said that was nonsense. If he planned to kill someone, he should be prepared for the fact that he himself might be killed. The guy said the poison would knock him out and they'd just steal everything. Jan took the cup. He swung the sword forcefully into the palm of the enemy. When he screamed in pain, he poured poisoned alcohol into his mouth. The bloody man began to cough. Jan, who was holding the cup, asked if he was already losing consciousness. If so, she would let him live. The bandit called the main character by name and looked at him angrily. Blood gushed from his mouth to the ground. Jan hid the sword, saying that if he had told the truth immediately, he would have died painlessly. Hearing someone's voice from behind, Jan turned around, and he saw how Philip pierced the enemy with a sword. His eyes were wide open and he was breathing heavily. Jan crossed his arms and said that even his face looked more manly now. The boy turned around pitifully and asked why he hadn't helped him after defeating the rest of the enemies. Jan, crossing her arms over her chest, said she had already told him this was different from her previous walks. The child understood everything. After leaving the Forest of Tombs, the group split into two. Mave decided to go to the royal palace. Ian went to work. Suddenly he turned around and told Philip to go with Jan. The boy exclaimed, "Why?" The girl said it was her request. Jan couldn't go alone. Standing before him, he told him he would help him and witness what he would go through. The boy replied that, after all, he was his squire. The redhead turned to Miguel in the wagon and asked if he would be her squire for a while. He accepted. Looking ahead, Jan thought he had done it on purpose. He needed another witness. The guy would be useful as an assistant. The hero thought that since he had made so many mistakes, he was the one who would take revenge. He said his path would be dangerous. Philip turned around in shock when he heard he could die. Mave smiled, saying he was a worthy warrior and squire, and also very determined. The frightened boy was in shock. She touched his shoulder and told him that he could learn a lot on his journey with Ian, that he should serve him faithfully and gain experience. Philip closed his eyes in agreement. Now he looked wearily at the hero and said that anyway. Jan said confidently that as long as she was with him, she should be able to make at least some contribution to their common cause. There were bloody bodies on the floor, and Ian thought Phil had more talent than he looked. The hero recalled how the boy himself asked to join these bandits at night. Frustrated, Philip exhaled, saying he had nothing to say because it was the truth. The bodies lay by the fire. The man said that maybe he wanted me to experience it, to see the kingdom without embellishment. Jan asked why he attached any meaning to the situation. He threw a bandage to the youngest and ordered him to give himself first aid and get up. Looking at the hero, he asked if anything remained. And he heard that the most important thing still remained. Pointing at the bodies, Jan ordered the bastard's belongings to be searched. The boy asked in surprise, "Do you mean we have to empty their pockets now?" The hero confidently ordered to consider that this was simply a transfer of property rights. He had probably seen this in the border area where he was with the lady. Philip frowned and shouted that before they just took what was stolen, but now he was just going to steal other people's things. After such a statement, a lump of smoke began to emerge from the boy's head. He opened the bag of coins. Nearby, Jan thought he was too excited, even imagining himself as a knight. As a result, Philippe got a new belt and gloves, a new sword, and new shoes. There was an expensive chest in front of him. The boy said there was still some of it left. The chest was covered in glittering gems, and Yang thought that compared to the mercenaries' skills, the chest was too well sealed. He remembered sitting with them around the fire and talking about taking something to a customer. He looked at Philip, who asked him if he was the only one who wanted to open it. The hero thought that maybe he missed this quest in the game. It would be better to open it during the day. However, he still sat and looked at the chest. He removed the edge of the garment, and he took the chain into subspace. It turned out to repel it. Philip watched in surprise as Jan noticed something. Drawing his sword, he asked the guy to step aside. The weapon was surrounded by a glow. The hero began to beat his chest with a dagger. The stones fell. Finally, the chest opened. A purple mist appeared. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. The assistant called him scared. Suddenly, gray paws grabbed the hero by the shoulders. The legs flew up. Something immobilized the guy. He looked at him carefully, and he saw a pointed ear among the gray hair. Red eye with vertical pupil. Looking at the gray-haired creature, Jan thought it was an elf. The hero looked at the gray-haired girl in bewilderment, thinking that no, this was not really a simple elf. Suddenly, the creature opened its fanged mouth. Philip stretched out his hand, calling his lord. Jan quickly extended his sword. Sharp teeth closed on him and bit him. A fragment of a sword fell to the ground. The girl spat out the rest right there. Smiling slightly, he said that Jan smelled very delicious. The main character realized that it was sealed in the chest because it could not be placed in subspace, as there were no living beings there. The girl's eyes were red. She was the only vampire elf in this game world. The girl smoothed her hair with a smile, and Ian recognized the one who drinks royal blood. The girl, Tessia. He remembered her in the cloak, and how in the future she would be reborn as Empress after absorbing the kingdom's vampire lord, Lusard. She is an important boss character. Ian looked at the bodies lying there, and wondered if the vampires had really trusted those weaklings to transport her. It was very strange. Tessia said she could easily escape on her own, but thanks for freeing her. This will kill him quickly. Jan threw away the broken handle and asked if that was their usual way of showing gratitude, biting a man on the neck. The vampire shook her head, saying she was just hungry. In fact, she even started drooling at the sight of the boy. The guy started pulling out his sword after the vampire said it wouldn't be easy to catch him. The girl laughed into the palm of her hand, saying how irascible he was. She turned around and promised him that she would never forget his smell because it was so sweet. Turning around, he said they would see each other later, that he should not die before then. Philip exclaimed as she quickly fled, leaving a shining trail. Ian hid the sword, saying he didn't think it would jump out of the box. The guy pointed and asked if it was okay that they didn't chase her. Jan replied, "How could I reach her?" One day she would reach him herself, as she promised. Standing in the middle of the dark forest, Philip said he didn't think she was just an elf. Maybe a monster had been released. Jan replied that she would have gone out alone. Apparently, the mercenaries managed to catch her in broad daylight. Turning to the boy, he told him to forget it and go check on the horses. The boy was surprised at the rush. He walked sadly towards the horse, listening to the question. He wants to stay here and wait until other monsters arrive, smelling blood. Standing beside the horse, he said that not even a day had passed since he set out on the journey with his master. But he was almost killed by mercenaries, bandits, and this encounter with a strange monster. He smiled awkwardly, saying that nothing more dangerous than this would happen, right? I pray to God. The scene changed to the dark city of Orendell in the kingdom of Agellan. There was a 2-story building in the city. The door opened. The heroes entered inside. Inside, the guy with the scar turned around. It was Philip looking around. The men sitting at the table noticed them. The boy pointed and whispered that he thought it would be better to sit in the back of the room. John sat down in front of them and asked if they had to sit like that, in that very corner. The youngest whispered that if a fight suddenly started, it wouldn't affect them. Didn't he remember that last time he almost died like that? The hero smiled, thinking he would never encounter such a demon of doubt again. They had already passed through different places several times. He thought he had learned a lot during this time. For example, when he fought the bandit, Jan simply ate and watched. Ian thought there were some advantages. No one around him thought the boy was a paladin's squire. Phil asked what they would do next. Ian asked why he kept whispering. So they wouldn't be heard, Phil answered. Looking at the visitors, Yang said he didn't mind if others heard them. In fact, if they remained silent, they wouldn't even be noticed. The assistant nodded, saying that it was another thing he had taught him. Ian exhaled, wondering why she kept talking about studying. Jan looked around and said they would stay there for a few days to see how things were. It would be strange if they suddenly appeared and started asking about missing soldiers. In the meantime, they'll be making money. A girl approached the table and asked what to take. Jan asked, "What is bearable?" She replied that there was nothing special about them, that if he wanted to eat, he could bring her sausages, bread, and stew. John reached into his pocket and ordered them to bring all this. He also said that, judging by the large number of mercenaries, there was a lot of work there. He handed them a silver coin and asked them what they should do to get good orders. Hiding the coin in her bra, the girl said that if they received a large order at once, there would be a conflict. He said they need to do menial tasks first, or dangerous tasks that others don't want to do. The boy smiled and agreed. Looking at the girl, he said this was exactly what they needed, something dangerous. The scene changed. The sun shone on the building. A dark-haired, bearded man came in, holding his head, and said he had drunk a lot the day before. Seeing a group of people at the table, he asked why they were gathered there. The blond man noticed Patton and asked him if he wanted to join his bet. He wondered what the point of the bet was, And the answer was that those who came last night entered the underground tunnels the fairies had built. The man imagined a monster with teeth, and he asked if they really went there to catch the man-eating, four-eyed crocodile. The comrade smiled broadly. Patton said they were crazy. What do we bet? The man pointed to his companions and said it depended on whether they returned by midnight or not. If they come back, someone will take all the money. If not, someone will buy drinks for everyone. Patton chuckled, remembering the heroes. I remembered Jan, surrounded by radiance, looking determinedly ahead. They asked the man why he hesitated. He would just get drunk for free that night. Patton waved his hand and said he'd rather bet they'd come back. He placed a coin on the table as the others shouted, saying he would win a lot of money if they came back alive. Or he would buy them a drink. As he tied the bag, the blond man commented that he was a really good boy, and the other man said that he and that boy were very similar. Patton smiled and said that was enough, to let them go and find another guy to make fun of. The men froze. The blonde asked what that sound was. One of them put his ear to the ground and said it sounded like vibrations coming directly from the ground. One of them exclaimed tensely, "You can't tell me these are those guys. What did they do there?" Suddenly, there was a bright explosion. The tavern shook. The waitress screamed, covering her head from the debris. The men closed their eyes and held their heads. Suddenly, everything went silent. The girl looked out from behind the bar. The door opened slightly and the man asked, "Were those really the sounds?" The heroes appeared on the threshold. The monster's bloody body fell to the ground. Jan, covered in black slime, ordered the leaders to be called. The men were shocked to learn that they had trapped a monster in the underground tunnels. The girl behind the counter asked in surprise, "What?" Felipe asked angrily, "Didn't you hear?" And then he shouted decisively to quickly call the guard or the chief. The child's scream was very loud, and on the ground was only the monster's body. The men dragged the severed head of the monster. The villagers said they had killed the dungeon's crocodile monster. It was simply enormous. The men gathered and discussed how they should have used oil. Even the water in the drain was burning. The second objected that they used a sledgehammer. It seemed like everything was about to collapse. A third added that he heard someone say to block the exit so the monster couldn't escape. The man in armor asked in surprise, "Do you mean you really caught this crocodile?" There were plates of food on the table. Jan nodded, saying that the aqueduct had been damaged during the battle and that it would be a good idea to send masons there. The man said dejectedly that the reward would be paid within 3 days. A car was driving down the street. Curses were heard throughout the building. Jan crossed her arms and said she had already bathed 3 times and changed all her clothes, but she still smelled terrible. Things were hanging out to dry. The hero thought he'd cleaned the equipment, but the smell wouldn't go away. What to do? He needed cucumber soap. Phil said, annoyed, that such an experience could be lived once in a lifetime, but no more. He couldn't stand a second one. Looking at the old man, he said that, by the way, the tavern man smiled at him, and the hero said that, compared to yesterday, the attitude towards them seemed to have changed. Jan replied that yes, the world of mercenaries is determined by life capacity and skills. Now no one will look at them with suspicion. The heroes turned around when someone called them. Patton smiled broadly and said, "Here they are." Coming closer, he cheerfully said that thanks to them his bet had paid off, and that now he could walk and eat his fill for a whole month. Turning to the girl, he ordered that the food be brought to the gentleman at that table. He would pay for everything. The man asked if they would mind if he sat with them. The boy replied that if he didn't talk too much. Sitting next to them, the man said they had a great character, as did their abilities, and introduced himself. The heroes sitting nearby also introduced themselves. Philip glanced at the long-haired boy approaching. Patton looked at them and said that it was impossible that in his area they didn't talk about such a talented person. Where were they from? Jan replied that from the swamps. Patton exclaimed that they probably didn't want to talk about it. He realized that where he worked, he was sure he was a real celebrity somewhere. Philip frowned and said he was going to conduct an interrogation. Suddenly, he looked away in surprise. Jan also looked and said that he believed what he had said was enough to prove that he had no criminal record. Patton was silent, hearing him order things to get started, but not him. The long-haired man standing nearby heard Yang want to listen to the person who said something. Both boys were surprised. Philip was surprised when Jan asked why the nobleman acted like a commoner, or like an influential person from the shadows. The long-haired man smiled. He scratched his head and said he didn't think he'd be found out that easily. Was his performance really that bad? He placed his hands on Patton's shoulders, who sadly apologized for having disappointed his master. and he replied that everything was fine. Apparently, he was one of those people who couldn't be fooled. Sitting down in his seat, the brown-eyed man apologized for his rudeness, smiling. He waved his hand and said they knew many mercenaries had dark pasts, so he needed a little background check. Ian nodded, saying he understood and accepted her apology. Looking at him, the boy asked permission to formally introduce himself. His name is Declan Beauchard. Philip looked at him in astonishment, and Ian said that he was Lord Orendell's son. Why would he check the identity of a mere mercenary? Declan said his job was to manage the mercenaries in this city, and he was eager to meet talented guys like them. The hero remembered that, although there were many mercenaries, peace reigned there. Now he understood why. Felipe asked the gentleman how he had taken on such a difficult job, and asked him to apologize for his recent rudeness, but he replied that he was not a young gentleman. The child heard him say that he was born out of wedlock and that his mother was a free citizen. Sitting across the room, Jan asked if he was sure of his identity and if he needed more proof. He was told no, that was enough. Declan suggested getting started. Sitting at the table, he asked if they would like to work together under his leadership. The heroes were surprised to hear that he wanted to appoint them centurion and adjutant. The boy opened his mouth in astonishment and asked, "Do you mean you're gathering regular troops of mercenaries?" Looking at him, the Lord's son replied that it could be said that way, that a war was coming, that other lords neglected the mercenaries, but that he would do the opposite. Sitting opposite him, Jan asked if he had received permission from the king. The nobleman replied that of course it was good for his father too. After all, they were serving at the front. Ian said he clearly enjoyed being the leader. Declan said he wouldn't deny it. If they survived, they'd be bigwigs in this world. He smiled and asked, "Well, that's a tempting offer, isn't it?" Ian touched his chin and chuckled. He looked at the nobleman in front of him and thought he had perfect manners and speech, something surprising for a villager. He smiled slightly, and he said he couldn't give him a solution right away and asked him why. John replied that he still had one request he hadn't fulfilled. He couldn't take on 2 serious missions at once. The brown-eyed boy raised an eyebrow, saying that he had confronted the crocodile, and then realized that they had originally come to fulfill a different request. The boy nodded in confirmation and thought it was fantastic that he had been so quick to understand. The long-haired boy rubbed his chin. He waved his hand and nodded. He promised them that he would help them with their homework, and, in return, they would consider his proposal. Looking at him, the boy said that this was all he wanted, and thought to himself that it was easy. Philip apologized awkwardly. Looking at Patton, who was sitting behind him, he said that in that case his request would be revealed. Declan gestured to his assistant and told him that those were the unwritten rules of mercenaries. He asked him to step aside. He was laughing with his companions, sitting at another table. There was a silver plaque on the table. Ian said Dave was a private. Looking at it, you could see he was already dead. He was transporting prisoners. Crossing his arms, Ian said it was true. So his first objective was to find the person who gave the order for the transfer. The man sitting opposite him asked what had happened. The hero replied that they couldn't give any more details. He remembered the skeleton lying there and said that he had been killed unjustly. The nobleman asked if that meant there were corrupt people in the regular army. The boy waved his hand, replying that they obviously knew more about this than the heroes themselves. What did he think about it? The nobleman replied that he was ashamed, but that he knew little of what was happening within the regular army. And he said that this was what his father and his successor, Mason, ordered. Jan closed her eyes and said that if that was the case, there was nothing she could do. Then he opened them and heard a denial. Declan touched the sign and said he hadn't said he couldn't help. He was also interested in her request. Handing them a sign, he told them to wait a minute. He promised they would get what they needed. Beauchard gave his word. There was a building under the evening sky. People gathered there. Someone recognized something. As he said, there was something strange here. Declan sat across from him and talked about Private Dave and the prisoners he was transporting. They all had a similar trait. He said each of them grew up as orphans, or lost their family later in life. Ian raised his cup and asked if that meant they were taking kids no one would look for. He heard it was true. His brothers, sisters, and friends believed they had gone to Agalan. The boy said the order to transport them came from a man named Bradley, his brother Mason's commander's right-hand man. The boy smiled and said they already knew what to do next. Jan said she wanted to talk to him privately. Declan looked at him in astonishment and asked him again if he wanted to talk to him. With a look of surprise, he said Bradley was a very clever man. it would be very difficult to get him to talk. The brunette plunged the dagger into the table. Holding the gun, he said he knew a method to make him talk. It was magic that made anyone talk. The brown-eyed man laughed out loud. He said he wanted to see this magic in action. Ian commented that there was nothing he couldn't do. He had a conference room. Standing up, Declan asked them to wait and said that when he had the place ready, he would immediately send a man to get it. The man's face was reflected in the sword, and he said it wouldn't be long. He was very interested in how his request would end. The aristocrat approached other people who were having fun and drinking, and invited the long-haired man to drink with them. John looked that way and said the long-haired one would do all their dirty work. Philip said he had a talent for manipulation. With a serious look, the brunette told him to just keep talking as if nothing had happened, and asked him if he had done what she asked. Looking at him, the boy replied that yes, he did everything he said. He coughed into his fist and said what he thought and that he had talents. The boy recalled following Declan and said his route was almost identical. He also learned of his reputation. Ian smiled, saying he was evolving, even doing something he wasn't asked to do. The assistant replied that, even if he didn't want to, he had no choice but to listen. All the residents loved the teacher very much. He also said he heard his mother died a few years ago. Philip said that while the Marquis considered him his son, the eldest son, Mason, seemed to consider him simply a pain in the ass. He happened to hear the idea that, when the war began, the young knight would be sent into the thick of it, and he wouldn't return alive. Phil said that as far as he could see, the young master did not seem to be a corrupt man, and if he was, he hid it very well. Declan smiled, hugging the mercenaries. Ian said it was true, that he hid it too well, but he doesn't worship darkness or chaos. Jan held the cup and said she thought she smelled blood on his hands beforehand. Rays of light shone through the window. The hero sat up in his bed, thinking that after only a few days in the city he had gotten the best room for the night. And the women were so kind to him. He remembered how the ladies, laughing, greeted him. As he opened the book, he said he felt better now, and would see if there was anything useful in Conrad's notebook. Although he initially refused and was angry, he finally listened to the priest's words. Everything he had believed to be true until then turned out to be a lie. Upon reading this, the hero said that these were typical memoirs of a psychopath. Not a single magic formula, not a single rule made sense. Closing his eyes, the dark-haired man sighed, which at least for the people of this world, and for him, who studied magic thanks to experience points, was even more absurd. Holding the book, Jan thought that everything was as he expected. The one who had called him to the catacombs was in the Agilan. He imagined a figure with a glowing staff, and thought that Conrad, like his servant, would go out into the world when the time came to plunge it into chaos. Sitting on the bed, the boy thought that it was all so that the creatures of the void would descend to earth, and the ancient gods would rule there, and not the current gods and demons. Jan remembered the huge glowing eye. He grimaced and slammed the book shut, saying he thought he could smell vomit again. The dark-haired man looked at his palm. Purple flashes appeared above her, the hero thought, the power of chaos. Looking at his hand, he thought, pure void energy. It feels like very pure magical or divine power. The light reflected in her eyes made the hero believe the power of chaos was within Agellan. It was curious that he could sense it again. It must be a power that only a small number of heretics and demons or corruptors could use. Introduced the first addition to the game, the expansion. Many characters were paired up. The knight became a dark knight, the barbarian a berserker, the ranger an assassin, the priestess an ancient priestess, and the wizard a dark wizard. The hero thought that if he chose the side of decadence, he could change his specialization, skills, options, and even quests. The silhouette held the ball in the palm of its hand. Only the level 1 was lost, and it was unclear how the main characters would react. Recalling the mission information window, Yang thought he could obtain the power of chaos without decay. The same thing happened during the search for the apostle. All restrictions were lifted. Clenching his fist, the dark-haired man thought that he was better now. He had to study this well, because he was missing his magical power. Suddenly the boy heard something behind him. Philip opened the door and asked if the gentleman was sleeping. He said no. He looked and said he'd been informed that a place was already ready for negotiations. Jan stood up and said she was doing a good job with her homework. Looking away, the hero said it was time to console the one who sacrificed his people to the darkness. With sword and fists. The scene changed to night. Patton stood next to the man taking bets with his sword. The hero saw a figure with a bag on his head. He was shaking, tied to a chair and moaning. Ian looked at Declan, who was standing next to him, and said he had picked a great spot. He smiled and replied that he was just there, waiting for him. There he met his beloved, Rose. The guy ripped the bag off his head, and then he took off the bandage from his mouth. With a sweet smile, Declan said it was nice to meet you. Bradley shouted angrily, "What's going on? Where's Rose?" The long-haired man replied with a smile that he didn't know. He was probably sleeping at home. The man gritted his teeth, saying that he had set that trap. What would happen if the Archduke found out? Pointing his hand at the heroes, the guy told him to take better care of himself. These guys wanted to talk to him today, not at him. Jean approached the man and told him they had met. She asked him who he was, as it was the first time she'd seen him. The guy handed him a sign, sweetly saying it was true, that he was seeing it for the first time too, but that he knew that dead guy firsthand, right? Bradley looked at the metal objects and asked where he had gotten them. Frowning, he heard that this thing was given to him by a ghost, asking him to find the person who buried it under an ancient tree. The boy grabbed the man's face when he heard that he knew nothing about it. His eyes shone a deep blue. The man looked at him sullenly. Withdrawing his hand, the dark-skinned man said that this was the final warning. He would ask again, under whose orders were the subordinates sacrificed. Bradley turned around and said, "Ancient tree, sacrifice. What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Suddenly her eyes widened in shock. He screamed when the guy broke his finger. After letting him go, Jan asked whose order it was. Receiving no response, he took another finger to hear if he knew who it was. The man groaned with broken fingers. Bradley turned to the nobleman and said that although he knew it was evil and stupid, he couldn't believe he had been tricked and was being allowed to do all of this. The hero grabbed another of his fingers. He sadly asked the man what he was looking at. He should have been concentrating on his conversation. He couldn't get away with just one broken finger. There were many more he could have broken. The sweaty man listened fearfully, as he promised. Of course, he would make sure he didn't lose consciousness. He would feel absolutely everything. Finally, Bradley said it was the Archduke's order. Jan leaned over the man. Declan looked at him in shock, repeating, "Archduke," his brother Mason. The man with the broken fingers kept repeating that this was the Archduke's order. Leaning over, Ian asked Mason why he would give such an order. Bradley frowned and said he didn't know either. The hero continued to break his fingers. Breathing heavily, the man said he had ordered the highway to be closed if any road leading from Miguel to Orendell was blocked. He also said that this would give him a strategic advantage in the next war. Declan crossed his arms and repeated, "Strategic advantage." Jan pointed, asking, "Of course the Marquis knew." The man shouted, "Yes, that's what the Marquis wanted." He said, "I won't be long." The guy mentioned a strategic advantage that wouldn't take long to prepare. He wanted Orendell to become independent and found a new nation. The sweaty man shouted that that was exactly what he had heard. He was just following orders. He presented the bodies of the children, saying that these little victims, for the sake of Orendell's independence and eternal glory, nothing at all. John smiled, repeating that it was just a small sacrifice for a great cause. The man exclaimed that it was. Bradley cried out loud that he didn't want to do it, but someone had to do it. The dark-haired man opened his mouth and replied that that was exactly it. Standing beside him, he continued to resolutely hide the fact that he was a corrupt person by fabricating a lie of such magnitude. Declan was very surprised. Bradley looked at the guy in amazement and then turned around, saying he had started again. He shook his head. What rotten person. Ian drew his sword and heard him rambling on about something incoherent. With a sudden movement, he cut off the man's hand. Blood spurted out and he screamed in pain. Bowing sadly, the brunette said that the games were over. If her king was a rotten king, then he couldn't help being the same. Bradley's eyes widened when he heard the question of what he had been promised in return for his cooperation: immortality, strength, power. Declan looked forward in surprise when he heard him confess. Sweat ran down the man's face and he asked how he knew. John grabbed him by the hair. He smiled and asked if anyone else knew about this. The hero let go of the man's head, saying that maybe he didn't even know anything about it. Brandishing his sword, Jan explained that he only knew that the Archduke he served was corrupt, which made it clear to him that the Marquis was the same. Bradley gritted his teeth when he heard him confirm it and cursed. The dark-skinned man covered his mouth with his hand, pulling out his sword. He said that as a reward for his cooperation, he would plunge a sword into him up to the hilt. Suddenly, Declan jumped up, shielding the man and telling him to wait. Standing in front of him, he said he didn't mind killing him, but maybe he should explain everything to him first. Frowning, he said that it turned out his father was preparing a rebellion and was even behind these murders. Looking at him resolutely, the brunette heard that the charges against this man had not yet been resolved. His eyebrows furrowed. The boy looked surprised as he said, "Well, you need to get a promise from him." The nobleman turned around and asked what that sound was. A shadow fell over his face. More and more hands emerged from Bradley's body. John touched the aristocrat's neck. I pushed him away, and drawing his sword, he asked Philip to protect his lord. And Phil stood before him, telling the aristocrat not to worry and to stay with him. The cloth tore through the monster's powerful muscles. The scars were visible on the skin. The monster raised its head and screamed. A purple mist emanated from the building. Ian jumped and landed on top of the monster. He waved his tentacle. The hero struck him with his sword. The blade entered the tentacle halfway. Looking at him, Bradley said his shots were terrible. The monster smiled and said he was afraid he would never be able to get his body back after accepting this great power. John, who had jumped onto his tentacle, asked him if he considered him a nobody. The monster turned his head and said no. He was simply bored with him, but not to worry. He wouldn't let him go without a fight. The man replied that those were typical words of someone who is about to die. The leaf was enveloped in a blue glow. Surrounded by light, the boy resolutely grasped the sword. Declan gasped in shock. This couldn't be happening. The monster was also surprised. Wasn't this power divine? How could someone so insignificant obtain it? John waved his sword, saying he was speaking in typical phrases again. The tip of the sword flashed brightly. Everyone around watched the boy's powerful leap and strike. The monster pointed its tentacles at him. Suddenly, strength took hold of Jan. The boy's eyes lit up. His attack left a shining mark. It severed her tentacles. The monster stared in shock at the approaching glow. Jan drew his sword back and quickly cut the monster in half. The tentacles fell to the ground. Pieces of blood lay on the ground. The guy approached the monster on the ground. His silhouette was reflected in the purple eye. And the next second, the blade of the sword was covered in blood. The monster's head flew off. Declan watched her in shock as she fell. Looking at the heroes in surprise, he asked who they were. Were they just mercenaries who had come to fulfill a request? Philip shook his head. John touched his forehead tiredly, telling him to do what she wanted. The bright boy returned the sword to its sheath and asked to be allowed to present himself again. And he said that Jan is a swamp dragon hunter, a destroyer of dark spirits. Ian, covered in blood, looked questioningly at the guy who was listing all his numerous merits. The aristocrat looked at the boy in amazement when he heard that he was also the tyrant's apostle, the guardian of the southern borders, and the holy sword of Agellan. Pointing with his hand, Phil said that this was the only true representative of Lady Mave. He pointed to the disgruntled hero, who now looked like an angel or a god, and said he was Ian Hope. And then he touched himself with a smile and said he was Philip, the master's servant. After a while, it was already deep night over the kingdom. Lord Orendell, Marquess Burchard, clenched his fist in his palm and asked about the victims who would be sent to Eglin. Were they ready or not? Young Master Mason Burchard, standing in the shadows, said they were ready. The move was scheduled for the morning. Mason stood in the moonlight before the Marquis and said there was one caveat. She thought she hadn't heard from Declan lately, but he said it was nothing out of the ordinary. The Marquis began to laugh maliciously from the shadows and said there was nothing to worry about. He imagined a black deer with antlers burning in the fire, and he explained that he was an old deer who could not leave Orendell. The scene changed. Immediately, 2 mercenaries burst into the tavern and asked the owner if he had finished his business. The group of mercenaries were in shock, their eyes bulging out of their sockets. They saw before them the bloodied protagonist and his assistant next to the corpse of the monster. The main character, all dressed in blood, stared at them. Declan looked at the mercenaries and said they had arrived just in time and should clean the place up. Patton looked at the owner and tried to understand what all this meant and where Bradley was. He looked at the ground, saw the remains of a bloody monster, and was told that the corpse was Bradley. The group of mercenaries with the blonde man were surprised to see the decomposer and realized that Bradley was exactly him. Declan looked at the bloodied Ian. A group of mercenaries began to shout that this was the same corrupt man who was spreading madness among the people, and perhaps he couldn't even die. Because if the kingdom's higher-ups found out, they would send their orders here, which would destroy everything in the area. Bloody Jan put away his sword and was about to leave, because he was already tired of looking at that blood. But Declan stopped him and asked if he had any doubts about his identity, and got the answer. For now, yes. Jan and Philip looked at the knight, who asked what he should do in this case. The main character replied that he had already told him himself, because there were still some rotten ones left, and it was necessary to take care of them. The long-haired, brown-eyed man frowned deeply, and asked if the decomposers were his father and brother. The group of mercenaries was in shock, their eyes popping out of their sockets at such news. Jan, covered in someone else's blood, said yes, he was. The remains of a monster lay on the ground. Declan immediately applauded. He continued clapping and, closing his eyes, said that this was an excellent answer. The boy in the raincoat exchanged glances with his companion and realized that they must not find out about this and that somehow they must go unnoticed. Philip closed the door immediately. The boys looked towards the door where the assistant stood with his arms crossed. Ian looked at Declan, who asked him if he would stay for a few days until the case was over. Jan told him to think for himself. If the feudal lord and his successor died, these territories would descend into chaos. But that's none of your business anymore. The long-haired gentleman stood in front of the protagonist and asked him what would happen if he said something that would make his future job easier, and Ian was going to listen. He chuckled and said they could easily break into any place, but did they have to act like thieves and hide forever to do good deeds? Declan extended his hand and said they should go through the front door and prove their bravery. John asked, "Is this a rebellion?" But the aristocrat explained that he simply wanted to judge the corruptors. The bloodied Jan angrily demanded that after all this he would take the feudal throne. Declan said he had no choice, and Ian understood. The rebellion was necessary so he could take the throne. Ian tried to understand why he should do something that would only benefit Declan, and then he turned around, shook his head, and said he thought it was hard to do such a thing, and asked her not to forget that he was just a mercenary. Declan put his hand to his chest with a smile and informed her that she should have told him right away. If she helped him, he would pay her a generous reward. Jan exclaimed immediately, her eyes wide open. A system window appeared in front of him, where there was a task. The bastard's revenge, and an explanation that he was hiding a sort of revenge inside himself. The dark-haired man immediately looked at his assistant and asked if all of this made any sense. Phil said, "These lands need a lord, and if we can get proof that they are corrupt, even the king will agree with the facts." I asked Declan if he was ready to bring the heads of the Marquis and the Freemason. He replied that he had to kill them with his own hands. Declan immediately smiled evilly and said it meant a lot to him. John sighed and reached out, realizing he didn't care, and offered to make a deal. The long-haired gentleman immediately looked back with a smile and explained that this boy had informed him that he would help him. Declan looked at his group of mercenaries and asked them to join him. He laughed with a sarcastic smile and said that this was his chance to get a good position based on his merits. The group of boys immediately began to worry and get angry with the sweat on their brow. The bearded man immediately laughed out loud and said the choice was obvious. He then happily said that this was the future he had dreamed of since he began serving him. He immediately asked his men, "How much are they worth? It is an honor to fight with warriors like GG and the aristocrat." These boys were immediately pleased, for they were tired of being mercenaries. From now on, they will live well. They will become nobles. Ian and Philip looked at Declan closely and asked him to make sure everything went perfectly, because there would be no second chances. Declan put his hand on his belt and said there was nothing to worry about because he had never had a second chance in his life. Suddenly the scene changed and a bell rang. All the doors began to open. A group of people were walking on the ground. It was Jan and his team. The brunette looked closely at the mercenary and didn't understand why everyone was so worried. He found Declan standing in front of him with a group of guards, who ordered them to move without delay. Ian adjusted his bracelets, closed his eyes, and said if they were ready, they could go out. And he saw that Declan was very excited. His car, along with a whole horde of people, was heading towards the city. Jan walked ahead and the others followed. The assistant walked beside him and, looking at his colleagues, said that this must not be enough, because there were only about 30 people there. Declan looked ahead proudly and replied that that was enough. They moved forward and a crowd of people gathered around them. A girl in a dress appeared from the crowd. Declan led a huge crowd of slum dwellers behind him, and Phil noticed that even those who lived outside the fortress walls were helping them. The aristocrat asked, "Is that enough?" John noticed that half the population had left and that they had successfully lured them away. Declan said it wasn't that difficult because he gave them a chance by telling them new facts. He explained that they had received information about whether their friends and family were alive or dead. A crowd of residents moved forward with a little girl. Suddenly, they stopped in place. They stood in front of the massive gates of the fortress and raised their heads. From behind the fortress, an old man began shouting at the boys to stop. The old gentleman looked angrily at the Lord and asked him what was going on there. Declan and his companions looked at Doran and told him to bring his brother and father here if possible. The old man shouted and did not understand why they came, as it seemed like a rebellion against the Marquis. Declan and Ian looked up, and the latter explained that Doran was wrong, because it was the Marquis who had betrayed Orendell and the entire kingdom. Declan shouted to the knight from the tower that even the gods had betrayed them, and they had become the decadents. This old gentleman, horrified, stretched out his hand and ordered them to stop, for from that moment he forbade them to advance. Suddenly, Doran looked back and heard a voice asking for the decomposers. The sound of a cane was heard. The brunette frowned slightly and realized that it was the same scoundrel, but in the game he played the role of a benevolent father. The Marquis appeared with 2 guards. The dark-skinned man raised his head and saw all that rotten nobility in the fortress. The knights turned around in alarm at the approach of the Lord. Declan bowed to the ground before his father. The Lord, leaning on his cane, asked his son why he was doing this, and began to talk nonsense about corruption, rebellion, and betrayal. Lou Solar watched it all, and the man declared that it was Declan who was in serious trouble, calling him ungrateful. Someone started approaching. A crowd of guards ran out. From the walls of the fortress, archers aimed their crossbows. Mason, standing behind him, angrily asked him on what basis he was talking all that nonsense. Ian looked up and sighed, realizing the rest of the rotten had arrived, and Declan replied that he was glad to see his brother. Declan explained that everyone gathered there knew everything. The soldiers were unjustly handed over to the demons to be torn apart, and these people were their relatives or friends. He took a rolled-up scroll and declared that he even had a list of the dead soldiers. The Marquis and his son watched, and the latter said that his brother was trying to set a trap for him, in response to his father's kindness. Declan said, "That's not all, by the way. Where is Mr. Bradley today? I can't see him." Mason realized they had lost contact with him 2 days ago and tried to figure out why they needed this man. And his brother smiled and said that they would definitely never see him again, because they brought Bradley with them. He snapped his fingers immediately. The whole town stood aside, and the chariot approached the fortress. The mercenaries began to unload a wooden coffin from there. They opened it, and the remains of a monster fell out with drops of blood. The Marquis and his son stared in horror. All the other guards also began to walk away in disgust. Declan shouted and ordered everyone to look closely. They threw all the remains of the bloody monster to the ground and declared that this monster was Mr. Bradley. The archers of the fortress looked on in disgust and horror at what was happening, and Doran realized that they meant it was the same commander, but they did not believe him. Declan said that this same gentleman confessed everything, that he, his brother, and his father were corrupt, and what he did to the soldiers he did on his father's orders. Mason ironically said that his brother, in desperation, dragged the corpse of an ordinary monster and was talking all kinds of nonsense. A little girl immediately entered the conversation with her mouth open. The crowd of neighbors looked at the girl in alarm, and she asked what had happened to her brother then. She offered him the token with tears in her eyes and said it was her brother's name tag. He should have been in a Gelen, but was buried in the woods. All the other neighbors immediately began to verbally intercede in the case and say that their relatives were also in trouble but had not received any news. Mason immediately bared his teeth in anger at the outrage of the crowd, who were trying to get to the bottom of the truth. The chief immediately struck with his stick. All the guards looked at him as he became the center of attention, and said they understood all his feelings. He looked sadly at the crowd and said he was truly sorry and wished he could understand how difficult it was for them. He walked forward and looked at the entire crowd of residents, saying that if the soldier had really been sacrificed, they would begin to search for answers. And he will also ask His Majesty to investigate the suspicions of rebellion, the absurd claims that they are corrupt. This will be decided by the court and the Church of the Empire. The Lord and his archers looked at the crowd and asked if these decisions were enough to calm their anger. The villagers looked up in slight panic. Then they started looking at each other and suggested that if I did that, I might calm them down. Mason immediately raised his hand and said that if everyone was happy, then they should leave. The inhabitants became agitated immediately when crossbows were pointed at them and told that if they stayed, they would be considered traitors. Jan thought and hoped that, regardless of the world, politicians around the world would have the same phrases. He realized that this was a battle that could only be overcome the first time, and that it would not be possible to gather such a large number of people the second time. He imagined the demonic image of the Lord with his son against the backdrop of the fire, and realized that if they repeated those speeches, a bloody wind would blow. He imagined how all these residents would be executed one by one. The boy looked at the smiling Declan and realized that this was not the end. The boy turned to his father in the fortress and asked him again about the investigation in the Imperial Court Church. The old man didn't understand what he was getting at. The Lord was not very happy when he heard that Declan knew a man who met his requirements. Declan looked at Ian and Philly and asked if they could do what they did before again. Declan winked at him and said that if possible, then in full regalia. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment next to the worried Philip. The archers immediately tensed a little and continued aiming. Jan stepped forward in front of the crowd and they realized it was the same mercenary who had been killing monsters in the dungeon. Mason started laughing out loud because his man was nothing more than a mercenary. Philip stood behind him and, closing his eyes, wanted to formally introduce Jan. He opened his mouth and said he was the apostle of Tauren and the guardian of the southern border, as well as the owner of the prized sword of Agellan, which belonged to Mave Laurel. The crowd of residents was shocked by such statements. Doran and the archers also opened their mouths, because Ian was their only official representative and judge, whom the strict goddess loved so much. Phil extended his hand, and he tilted his head and imagined Lord Jan standing there with an exhausted look. The same servant said and declared that he was his squire. The boy looked at the smiling servant in bewilderment and realized he had said too much. Declan pointed at Ian with an admiring look and said that this gentleman had witnessed Bradley's decomposition and had personally condemned him. He looked at me from under his eyebrows with a smile and said I was well qualified for this. The Marquis immediately shouted angrily that this could not be. He looked at the boys angrily and said that this could not be an official representative and an apostle, because this could mean that he was a paladin. The protagonist immediately began to draw his sword. He waved it with a smile and thought he could show them everything with the sword. And then he started to pull out his shining sword. Yang held the shining sword in front of him and thought that, unlike an ordinary sword, this one was filled with divine power. Then he pointed the shining blade forward. The guards were surprised to see that he was indeed a paladin. The girl immediately fell to her knees. Mason looked at the man in horror along with his father and said that he really was a paladin. Jan started walking forward, and then suddenly he lunged forward with his sword. The man immediately shouted to the archer, "Why were you standing there, watching without shooting? You couldn't. It was God's apostle." Mason immediately drew his sword and, enraged, said that any guard who dared to disobey the order would be beheaded on the spot. The archers almost wet their pants at this statement. The protagonist with the sword that shone with an aura was almost at the fortress. Mason drew his sword and ordered the archers to fire. A shower of arrows flew straight towards the protagonist. These arrows were aimed directly at his head and his glowing eye, but he used a low-powered gray magic, a rotating barricade, which deflected all the arrows. Then he started running along the wall. He leaped into the air with a shining sword. Ian flew higher above the man and his son. Mason looked up with wide eyes. Yang waved his shining sword and said that the sentence handed down by the goddess was death. Jan struck a slashing blow, directly towards the knight, and then he cut off Mason's hand. The man looked ahead in bewilderment. Then he grabbed his arm, screaming loudly in pain. His father was in shock. Jan climbed up the wall of the building. He began to take off his glove with his teeth. The man bared his teeth and angrily said that the main character was a freak. The soldiers looked in confusion at the man who had ordered the boys' capture. The fighters exchanged glances. The main character looked at the boys and told them to stop. He held out a sword in front of him, a blue aura emanating from it, and said that he thought they would limit themselves to only the blood of the rotten today. The knight stared ahead, confused. Declan called Doran. The man stretched his arms out to the sides and ordered him to call the soldiers. The captain looked at the soldiers and ordered the regular guards to retreat, as this wasn't their battle. The combatants laid down their weapons. Doran turned around and started walking away from the main character. Mason looked ahead angrily, saying that the scum was useless and that it looked like he should retreat back into the castle. The man bared his teeth in anger, picturing the castle. He believed he had supporters there, so he needed to buy time somehow. The knight imagined a man and a deer, and sure enough, the old deer was on his side. Mason smiled maliciously, pointing out that he would send a messenger, because Orendell was a strategically important point, and he would have to send his troops to help. The man looked at his father with a confused smile and told him he would go. Then his eyes opened. Black veins began to appear on the old man's neck. The gentleman's eyes turned red. The old man leaned on his cane, showing his teeth. The swordsman looked at his father in confusion, asking him what was wrong. The master looked at his son in horror, asking him if he hadn't seen the sign of the resplendent goddess on the soldiers. Mason didn't understand what he was talking about. The Lord stood before the soldiers, whose spears and bows showed divinity. The mercenary observed what was happening nearby. Then he smiled maliciously, thinking he had succeeded. He remembered taking off his glove. On his hand was visible a black ring in the shape of a snake. The protagonist looked at the ring in disbelief, thinking it would be good if he lost his temper and wondered if it would work. The snake began to move, showing its fangs, after which he bit the protagonist's finger. A black aura began to emanate from the ring, after which the snake headed towards the Lord. A black snake bit the old man on the neck, and a black poison began to spread down the man's neck. The Marquis looked at the soldiers in horror and ordered them all to retreat, because that was his castle. The young man watched intently as one of the soldiers asked him what was wrong. Was he really rotting? The ring's statistics indicated that in exchange for some life force, it could cause confusion in the enemy. Ian noticed that the swamp curse skill seemed useless at first glance, but it actually seemed to work well. The Marquis glared at the mercenary. The old man, looking at the protagonist with a mad expression, said he understood now. He's a brat, not a mere paladin, the embodiment of the Tauren goddess. The poison spread across the man's face. The man said he shouldn't make him laugh and that he wouldn't receive any punishment. A purple aura began to emanate from the old man. People watched the events closely. People in the crowd said that the man was indeed decomposing. Doran watched in horror, confirming that everything the young master had said was true. Mason couldn't understand why he had suddenly transformed. The old man began to emit a powerful aura. The soldiers looked back in horror, not understanding what was floating in the air. A cloud of purple smoke billowed toward the fighters, and they began to go mad. He looked back, and they started attacking each other. The boys didn't understand what was happening and why they suddenly attacked. The crazed knights ran down the hall, after which they ran out to the street where the village was. Declan shouted that they had reached there and that they had to get the soldiers back. The boys began to fight the crazed soldiers. Declan shouted that not a single one should escape. Those who could not fight fled. The old man smiled bloodthirstily, saying that the boy had the power given to him by the god of the void. He said it was different from the power of the fake heads. The dark aura spread rapidly, and almost all the soldiers had already died. The main character suddenly launched a devastating blow. The old man extended his hand in front of him. The Lord blocked the attack with his hand, noting that no power could surpass the power of a true god. The old man looked at the protagonist with a mad look, signaling that it was worth starting to implement the plan and, gradually increasing the power, they would drive everyone to madness. The young man opened his mouth slightly, saying that, whatever the case, without dialogue it is difficult to find the decomposer. The mercenary severed the man's arm using low gray magic and void blast. The Marquis looked at his hand in bewilderment. The protagonist appeared behind the man, pointing a sword at him. The old man couldn't understand how it had happened. Ian's white eyes flashed, realizing that instead of just talking, he should start acting. The Marquis looked at the mercenary in horror, asking him if it was magic, and if he really was the incarnation of Tauren. Ian looked at the man with a look of horror, noticing that he hadn't said that, after which the protagonist dealt sharp blows to the old man's body. The protagonist cut the man's body into pieces. Blood was visible behind Jan's back. The protagonist put the sword back in its sheath, indicating that he wanted to clean it. The boy looked back when Philip appeared. The squire looked at his master with a serious expression, asking if he was finished. The protagonist handed the bag to his squire, telling him that it was being processed and that it was the Lord's head, and he shouldn't lose it. Phil looked at the gentleman with a serious expression and said he would go help the soldiers, after which he walked to the side, attaching the bag to his belt. Jan looked at Philip and said that he was finally able to do something. At that moment, Declan looked at the knight and told him to focus on saving people and giving them orders, after which he approached the protagonist and asked if he was okay. The boy replied that as far as he could see, the Marquis was dead. Declan chuckled and said he didn't know how he did it, but he would make things easier for them. The boy looked seriously at the man who asked him where his brother had gone, and he said that the moment the Marquis showed his true form, he ran down the hall. The boy smiled mischievously, saying that the man who was the heir simply ran away without a care in the world and deserved a lesson. The story goes back many years. In the flashback, Declan was young. His mother called him. The girl showed the basket with a smile and said that the Marquis had sent her an apple tart as a gift and that she wouldn't throw it away. There were plates of apple pie on the table. The girl swallowed the cake with a smile. The young man looked happily at his mother, thinking that she was smiling for the first time in a long time, after which the boy began to put the piece of cake in his mouth. The girl dropped the fork from her hand. Then he grabbed his son's hand. The girl looked at her son as blood began to flow from his mouth. The girl gritted her teeth and told him not to eat it, after which he fell headfirst onto the table, bleeding. The scene returned to the present. The knight pierced the man's body with his sword. Mason looked at the fighters and ordered them to quickly bring the horse, Marquis. The Archduke kicked the post in disgust. He asked if the last thing he would see in Orendell would be a stinking stable. The Archduke gritted his teeth, signaling that if he ever came to Eglin. The man looked ahead angrily, realizing that he needed to somehow meet up with the old deer and gather troops, and then kill everyone there. Mason looked at the fighter with distaste, asking him how much he was worth, since he ordered him to bring a horse. Blood gushed from this fighter's mouth. The protagonist pierced the knight's body right before Mason's eyes. The fighter's lifeless body fell to the ground. The protagonist asked him what the old deer was talking about. Ian smiled slightly, asking what she had just said and signaling that he would like to hear. The men stood facing each other. Mason asked when he had time. Declan appeared behind the soldier and attacked the fighter. Then she looked at the man with a smile and told him that she had finally found him. The Archduke asked him if he thought he could get away with it after everything that had happened. Declan asked him what was wrong with him. The Archduke was surrounded. Declan asked him if he thought he'd be safe by turning his back on God. The man looked sideways at the protagonist, asking him why he had turned away from God and what kind of nonsense he was talking, after which he brandished his sword at the main character, saying that this was all bullshit. The fighters' swords met. The man looked at this protagonist with disgust, noticing that he was fast and that now he would not leave an empty space behind him. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, saying that from such a tree the apple does not fall far, after which he cut off the man's hand. Mason winced. Ian grinned bloodthirstily as he screamed in pain. He said he should have mutated a long time ago and that he was tired of talking. The mercenary looked at Mason mockingly, asking if someone like him couldn't use power unless he concentrated. Black veins began to appear on the knight's face. Jan immediately cut off the man's leg. Now the mercenary was next to the mutilated body. Declan watched closely. Jan plunged his sword into the warrior's thigh. The mercenary bowed to the knight and told him that although he wanted to cut off his head, he would not do so if he answered questions. Mason's eyes widened when the protagonist mentioned the old deer. The boy remembered the image of the beast man the old deer had mentioned. He asked who he was referring to. The Lord's son looked at the mercenary in bewilderment and began to answer slowly. The protagonist twisted the sword into the soldier's leg. The Lord's son opened his mouth in pain and screamed. The protagonist's eyes widened. Mason said it was Duke Regis Brandt. Declan looked at his brother in shock, asking him what he had said, and that he was not Her Majesty's uncle. The protagonist looked at the knight with a horrified expression, thinking that the deer's name had finally come to light. Mason smiled maliciously, saying that the kingdom was in his hands and that the king was just a puppet who thought he could win this war. Ian covered the man's mouth, thanking him for the information and saying he no longer needed his tongue. The young gentleman sat next to the protagonist and asked if he could ask him for something. Declan looked down and smiled slightly, signaling that he would take his brother's tongue. The Archduke looked at his brother in bewilderment. He didn't understand what they were talking about. Jan said that he had just promised something to his partner, and that now he would keep his promise. Suddenly Declan grabbed his brother's face. She looked at him with a furious look. The man looked at the boy in fear. Declan said he didn't even know how long he'd been waiting for this day. John said it had been many years since his brother gave him and his mother an unforgettable gift. The boy remembered how blood came out of his mother's mouth. The woman gritted her teeth in pain. Declan laughed softly, noticing that he'd bitten his tongue to compose himself. He almost bit it off. Mason looked at his reflection in the sword. Declan held the knife in his brother's face, saying that was the reason he wanted to hurt his brother like that someday. The knight looked at his younger brother in horror, asking him to wait and listen first. Then the blood gushed out. The scene changed. Raindrops fell from the sky. Declan dragged his brother's emaciated body toward the wall, behind which was a huge crowd of people. The young man held his brother by the hair. The girl looked surprised. The boys opened their mouths in surprise. The villagers looked up. The young lord said he was following the will of the Apostle Tyrone. Philip watched with a serious expression. The boy said that he, Declan Beauchard, would execute the one who had turned away from God. Then he brought the sword to his brother's throat, and he cut off the knight's head. He looked at the flying head with a serious expression. Patton smiled happily, saying that his new lord had defeated the decadents. Declan stood on the wall, watching the crowd. He raised his head, exposing himself to the rain. People began to shout that it was His Excellency Marquis Declan Beauchard. Ian stood against the wall, watching the scene as people continued to scream. The scene changed to the king, sitting on the throne. The man asked the elders what they thought about it. The king looked at the men menacingly, noticing that he was referring to his recent encounter with Lady Mave. It was the king of Agellan, Erwin II. The man stepped forward and told His Majesty that this was nonsense. The bearded man looked at the king with a serious expression, saying that Lady Mave must be paranoid. He remembered how they brought in a coffin with a man, and beside it the severed head of a monster. It's like proof of the decomposer's activity, chaos. The old man leaned on his cane, asking what he had said about paranoia, and how anyone could say such a thing, and if Lady Mave was a paladin representing all of Agellan. The king raised his palm and declared that enough was enough. His Majesty noted that he too thought Lady Mave was being overly dramatic, and would order her to stay home for a while. Erwin said he understood the old man was concerned for Lady Mave, but they needed to investigate. The man glanced at His Majesty. The king told his uncle that he should understand this too. The old man agreed with Erwin. It was Duke Regis Brandt. A three-eyed deer appeared in the darkness. The Duke was nicknamed the Old Deer. A day has passed since the procedure to inherit the title of Marquis and secure the right to manage the land was carried out. Declan Beauchard and his mercenaries have identified the corrupt among the former Marquis's henchmen. Then they gathered them in the square and sentenced them to suffer a punishment. Basically, they carried out a mop-up operation. Every single one of these people was brutally murdered. At night, the boys gathered around and discussed how the smell of blood seemed to extend even beyond the city. Ian turned around and told Phil to focus on the search, and if there was no evidence of Regis in the basement, they would have to go to the sewers. Phil caught up with him and told him that if the Duke was rotting, no one would believe them without solid evidence. In response, he heard that this man seemed to have an excellent reputation, and furthermore, carried out almost all of the king's duties on his behalf. The assistant added that he had met him a couple of times at the border, and that the man seemed wise and merciful. He also heard that he was against the war, but he turned out to be the leader of the corrupt. Suddenly the man stopped and thought that he looked like an exceptional, interesting person. Then he looked at the knight's armor. He walked over and pressed the secret brick. Immediately, a door to a secret room opened in front of them. Phil scratched his head and said that, as expected, the gentleman had found something again. Then she took the candle and followed him in. The boys walked down the hall for a while and finally discovered a sphere. Jan's sword immediately began to ring. It was apparently a magic sphere, after which he thought that the engravings were there to retain God's gaze. Apparently they were hiding something bad here. Meanwhile, Phil came forward and said it was suspicious engravings, scrolls, books, daggers, artifacts, and beads. It's not even surprising. And then a kind of portal opened next to them. The boy turned around and asked if he could ask the gentleman a question. He reached into his vault and said he couldn't ask anything. However, Phil immediately remembered the last battle and asked if the knight was the red wizard who used fire. He heard that wizards could only use one type of magic, but how did Yang do it? The guy grabbed a chain and said that this happens and it's not magic. He then picked up the chest and asked if he should worry about the kingdom. The Duke would destroy the country while he hesitated. Phil jumped in and said that wasn't the case at all, and in response heard that in that case it was necessary to simply remove everything that could be used as evidence. Meanwhile, the sphere became brighter and brighter. Ian thought it was definitely not something related to chaos, and he wasn't even infected. All thanks to the chaos fragment, he can determine the strength. Then he thought that he felt uncomfortable with the fact that he had to meet that creature again. But should he study the power of chaos to discover the Duke's plan? After which he raised his hand and received the magical power, and he took him to the sphere. The magical power at that moment became more and more brilliant. She scared the main character. Everything around started to shake, and then a bright light appeared. He closed his eyes and wondered if that was really an empty space, but no. It was a little different than last time. John felt like he was hanging in some space. He thought that was another manifestation of emptiness, or that there were many emptinesses. Then he opened his eyes and looked around. It was unclear who was there, but judging by the fact that the guy remained untouched, he was some kind of transcendental being. Looking at all this emptiness, it seems that this is the consciousness of another decadence. Then he thought it might be something like the Duke's personal diary. Silhouette asked the GG, "Who is it?" A dialogue began between them. The Silhouette asked if he was the apostle of someone who had entered that abyss without warning. Then he flew closer and asked if it was a coincidence that this was the apostle of chaos. The young man was surprised and wondered what his interlocutor was talking about, and he was worried in the meantime. The ghost said that if he had offended him, he would like to apologize. In response, he heard a question as to why he thought the young man was an apostle. At the time, Jan thought it worked. She could transmit thoughts to him, and she immediately received feedback that it did. Everything started to dissolve, and I tried to say that, of course, chaos and emptiness merged into one, but a second later it dissolved. The boy saw this and was very surprised. Then he raised his hand and thought, what the hell happened? He was interrupted in the middle of the conversation. Then he turned around and heard from the assistant what had just happened. He replied that he wanted to ask him what it was like. He said the artifact's magical power surrounded him, but at some point it disappeared. Then he turned around, and when asked if everything was okay, he replied that, on the contrary, everything was great. He stretched out his hand and thought that the fragment of chaos had become larger. It turns out that in this way the number of forces of chaos can be increased. Jan was pleased with this thought, and also thought he had found a reason to kill those who were rotting. Phil asked if everything was okay, if he had been possessed by black magic, and the boy replied that he'd better investigate the evidence. He imagined the moments of the encounter and thought that they called him the Apostle of Chaos, after which Jan thought that if she thought about it, maybe it wasn't entirely false. It's been a while. Near the castle, they met a nobleman who asked them if this would really be enough. The boy turned around and said that would do. He was wearing new clothes. Ian thought these were high-level items. In a real fight, the maneuverability would be quite good. And he also said that a new horse and gold coins were a lot. But of course, he wouldn't refuse. They told him it was a bribe. After which, Declan asked if Ian could have a proper conversation with Her Majesty and tell her that the new Marquis was very deeply dedicated to the kingdom. He replied that it was not difficult for him, and that it did not matter whether it was true or not. He immediately heard that a man could not lie about such a thing. He came over and said he would like to call the boy by his name. He turned around and replied that he had already called him that several times, but that the Marquis de Beauchard did not care. And I also asked him if the boy would still like to stay here. It would be good to have him as a right-hand man. Jan closed her eyes and said she was sorry, but she couldn't stay in one place for too long. The man looked at him with a smile and said that he thought so. Then she raised her hand and said that she was really very worried. Now that the rebellion had succeeded, the mercenaries would give her trouble. And the boy replied that if he was worried about wild dogs, he had better get hunting dogs to fight for him. The main character introduced the captured subordinates and said that those who were abandoned by their masters, who now do nothing but wait for death. Declan realized he was talking about the commanders and officers who had survived the purge and agreed that they simply needed to find a balance with them. Meanwhile, the boy had already moved forward. His horse turned and began to move. The Marquis immediately raised his head and asked if the boys were really leaving. The boy smiled and said yes. Then, as he said goodbye, he added that he wished him luck and that it was all up to him now. And Phil said they would meet again someday. And they left. The man looked after them for a while. Then a subordinate approached him and looked at him, and he said it was time to go. Everyone gathered at the castle walls and waited for his speech. He turned around and nodded. But when he left, he turned around and looked at the main character. There was no one at the door, and this man remained a mystery to him until the end. Meanwhile, at the Laurel estate, there was a maid standing at the door with a tray. A man approached her and asked her something. Her face wasn't visible. The question was, did the woman really refuse to eat again today? Although there was no one at her office table, people were commenting on how she had been acting like this since her return, and all she did was look out the window. Indeed, at that moment the girl was standing by the window and looking. His eyes were filled with despair and hopelessness, as if he expected to see someone there. Some time passed, the boys were still moving through the forest. The assistant looked up and asked if there was anything there, and the boy continued reading the book and replied that he had found something. Then he looked at him and said that this evidence would be enough to prove that the Duke was a degenerate. The man, delighted, asked if it was true and what evidence they could find to punish the kingdom's traitor. The protagonist advised him to keep quiet. Phil said he understood, and Ian thought that, after all, the Marquis didn't know the true purpose of this Regis. He also thought that since there was no mention of the mission he saw in the game, they were all just puppets of the old man. Jan realized that the deer had probably pushed them over the edge, give false promises, fan their ambitions. In any case, they will disappear as if they had never existed. And moving forward, he thought that as long as those madmen continued to operate throughout the continent, his world would not be destroyed and countries would think about wars. Then they distracted him, called him over and told him there was a fork there. Indeed, two paths appeared before them. The man looked at both of them and said that the road on the left turns and leads to the city of Balk, and the road on the right leads to Agellan. Then she slammed the book shut and heard Phil say that if there was evidence, it needed to get to Agellan as soon as possible. Jan remained silent. The boy raised his hands and asked if the gentleman really wanted to go somewhere else. The gentleman told him to be quiet and told him what he thought. Then he imagined the map and wondered where the mission was, because when it was all over, like in the game, he wouldn't even be able to set foot on the city's territory for some time. And then I thought about the girl. At that moment there was a pause in the air. John raised his head and said he was ready to go in that direction. After some time they arrived at the kingdom of Agellan. Life there continued as usual. People were strolling through the market, buying food, and there was a man running. He had a hood up. He was clearly looking for someone, until I noticed two boys. Then he took it from him. It was Miguel, who immediately greeted them and told them that they had finally arrived. He had almost gone crazy waiting for them. The boys, of course, were surprised to see him. Then Felipe ran to hug him and shouted that he hadn't expected the day to come when he would be so happy to meet him. Meanwhile, Jan looked at the guard and asked if they could go in now. He timidly replied yes, after which a man approached them and told them that the boys did not look like themselves. And in response, Jan said that his face had become twice as big. He smiled and asked if the food was that good, and she laughed and said she'd be lying if she said it wasn't, and that they had to go. They walked around the city for a while, remarking that this was far from the end of the road. Only a single fortress wall remained. Then Miguel pointed to the gate and said that all this was because the farm was located in the central part of the city. And Phil walked behind and noticed that his friend was already a local resident here. He even greeted the guards. Miguel replied that he was very adaptable, while Jan looked around. There were some people standing nearby, all covered in blood, but the thought of how they would die immediately appeared in his head, and the whole city was absorbed in its thoughts. The boy continued to look around as his companions discussed how Phil now felt like a mercenary, even though he didn't want to be one. Then he looked at his friend and asked, "How's the lady?" He thought she would come out in person, but in response, he heard that the girl, of course, wanted to go. But the man turned around and explained that the lady was now under house arrest. Both were surprised by the news and immediately asked what was happening. There was silence between them. Meanwhile, people from the windows watched them and whispered, and the boys continued asking questions. Ian noticed this as Phil asked if Her Majesty really didn't want to track the decomposers. Miguel turned around and Phil asked, even after being given proof that Her Majesty did not want this matter. Miguel said that the man also testified, but in vain. The king added that he himself could not believe it, but said that since the sorcerer was dead, there was no more problem. And other subjects openly insulted the lady, saying that it would be better to present facts instead of nonsense. The man was surprised, and said the man was obviously a decomposer. He asked him his name and what he looked like. Miguel said he didn't remember. He was very scared. There were many of them, but the lady remained silent. He hid the existence of Ian and Phil. He was worried it might affect the course of the case. He then turned around and added that His Majesty only listened to what his confidant said and ordered disciplinary action to be taken. Philip asked in surprise if the girl was okay. Miguel said that since his appointment as head of the family, he has done a great job. But actually, she said she didn't know. She doesn't show her true feelings like before. Finally, the boys approached the farm and said they had come in the appointed place, after which the doors opened, and before them lay a beautiful garden. Then a servant came to them and took the horse. and the boy looked around and said that the garden was in good condition, but there was no one there at all. Michael replied that the former head of the house had died and had been returned to his father's house, although he would be a decomposed corpse. He then said that no one blamed the lady, but the hereditary line was broken and the atmosphere on the estate was bad. Ian asked, "Where is the lady?" The man turned around and said he was upstairs in the office, that they should go there. Then the main character thought about it. He thought that he was some kind of sentimental mercenary. It was surprising that he was still alive. But then a girl appeared. There was a little girl about 14 years old. Miguel bowed and asked if she was really there. It was Miss Lucy. The boy looked at her and at first did not understand who she was, and Miguel approached her and told her that those guests had come to see the lady of the estate. The girl grabbed the dress, and she bowed to them, after which he turned around and ran away. Miguel looked at her and said that she was the owner's cousin. Her name was Lucia, but everyone called her Lucy. He said he felt very bad for the girl in that situation, and Jan turned around and asked for him to be taken away quickly. He said he couldn't stand children, but seeing what is done to them in this cruel world is simply disgusting to watch and repulsive to the point of nausea. Of course, he killed that man then, and finally the boys arrived and said they were there. The man came to the door and said his office was here, after which he opened the door and a bright light appeared. Inside, the girl stood by the window as if she had never left. The wind blew her hair in the wind, and without turning around, he said that the main character had finally arrived. Then he finally turned around and said he had been waiting for it for a long time. The guy just kept quiet. Then he stepped forward and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Then Felipe ran towards her. He was very happy to see her and said that her face had become thinner, adding that, after all, he had to stay with her. What should she do? Did she really eat that badly? And the boys just stood by and watched her? Then the girl turned around and said that during the time she hadn't seen him, Philip had matured a lot. It seemed he even had scars similar to hers, after which she looked him in the face and asked him how much he had learned. The boy happily replied that yes, indeed, there were many. And then Jan interrupted them, saying that he was no longer the boy who could be used for simple errands. Gigi sat next to him in the chair and just remained silent. At first the girl smiled. He then approached and thanked him for bringing Phil back safely. Then he put the box with the heads on the table. He added that the Marquises were to blame for the incidents with the ancient tree, and his eldest son. He presented these people and how he killed them. Miguel heard all this and said in surprise that the boys did a great job again. Then the boy looked at Mave and gave her a letter. He said it was written by the new lord, and in reply he heard that the boys really tried. Then Jan raised his hand and said that the most important thing is something else. He took the book out of his storage, thus terrorizing the mercenary. Miguel had seen it many times. It's still scary how he does it. And Phil then asked if Ian was keeping the former Marquis's diary. Only the inside pages were blank. The boy looked and asked if there really was nothing there, and Jan asked him to wait a bit, after which he activated his magic and immediately the inscriptions began to appear. Everyone was surprised because they shouted that they were letters, and it turns out it was an enchanted diary. Miguel asked what was written there, and Felipe replied that there were many names written on it, and one of them is the name of Duke Brandt. Phil shouted, "Is this really it?" Ian said yes. It was a list with all the names of those who were decomposing written on it. The girl heard this and was very surprised. Then he heard Miguel's surprise that the Duke was also a rotten person. This was clear proof that they were here. Michael said that there were many names, which were actually hidden all over the kingdom. The heroes need to come again before His Majesty and convince him. The guy told them that half of them were already dead. Phil turned around and asked who killed them. And for a while there was silence in the room. They didn't immediately realize they were talking to the same person who had murdered almost everyone on the list, though not intentionally. He said they were trying to cheat him, or that they didn't want to pay him for the tasks performed. He only learned that these people were decomposing before dying, and immediately memories of these battles began to surface in his head. The boys said that the knight is truly an amazing person. He can truly be called the guardian of the kingdom. He turned around and said he wasn't doing it for the kingdom, and generally stops adding inappropriate titles before his name. But in response, he heard that maybe he was destined to defeat them. And Ian, the main character of the game, the guy refused to believe it. Suddenly, the girl stood up and said that the young man had really done a great job. Then he came closer and said that his story would be long, too, so he'd better cook dinner. Then she frowned and looked at him, and Jan remained silent, after which he finally agreed. The scene changed to a hallway full of doors. He stayed in his bed and thought about everything. There were many thoughts in his head, such luxury for the first time in a long time, after which he opened his eyes and said, and remembered the dinner of the night, where the girl said she planned to ask for another meeting with the king. The boys sat down at the table and asked him what he was going to do when he asked for a meeting. She looked down and replied that they needed to discover all the decomposers on the list. He then said that Ian had just said that there was a way to make those who were decaying show their true faces. Their plan was simple, to show everyone their true faces right at the meeting where the king and the others would be present. Then the wild-eyed girl said she would try to kill him. Everyone around him was shocked. If they had heard wrong, were they really going to kill him right in front of His Majesty? It was too dangerous. And the main character interrupted them and said no. After which he said that if he didn't do this, His Majesty would simply not believe again. He needed to be presented to the decomposer face to face. And now in bed he thought, okay, if they were going to do this anyway, they needed to catch Regis. Then he stared at the ceiling for a while and went over everything in his head, including his encounter with the girl, and I realized that she would still have to become a demon together. He thought about it during their first meeting, when they were washing. He also thought that after death, the girl should appear as a ghost, and only then could she deal a real blow to the boss of the first chapter. So she was destined to die, after which he closed his eyes and thought, is it really impossible to avoid this? And his soul ached. Suddenly, someone knocked on his room. As soon as he reached the door, he wondered who had arrived there so late. And behind the door was a little girl, and she looked at him. The boy was surprised. He thought he had just decided to get a good rest, when she arrived and asked him what he needed. The girl was surprised. Then she curtsied, and in reply he heard that there were enough greetings. She could only say what was necessary. The girl raised her head and asked if that was the mercenary Miguel was talking about. He replied that he wanted to know what they told him. The girl started telling a lot of her achievements, and the main character asked her to stop. He grabbed his head and thought that tomorrow he would teach Miguel a lesson, and said that it really was him, although he corrected him a little. The girl was even more surprised by this news, and the young man looked at her and asked her what she wanted from him. They stood in the hallway. The girl just wanted to thank him. Maybe this man was even stronger than the curse that was on her. The main character immediately asked again about the curse, and the girl said that everyone she loved died. Absolutely everyone. At first, the young man was surprised, and then the girl bowed and said she needed a good rest and wanted to leave. Then he turned and walked down the hall. The boy then closed the door and said that there wasn't a single normal person in that damn family. Before her eyes was the image of a little girl saying that everyone she loved was dying. This worried him. Then he grabbed his head and said that such an ominous feeling rarely disappointed him. It would be better to prepare in advance. Morning came. All the close subjects gathered at the table. The lady introduced the main character and said that this was the assistant they had talked about before. Then he turned and added that these gentlemen at the table were members of the royal guard. He looked at them when he heard that they were the most trustworthy people because she had personally selected them. They even told them her plan. John looked closely into everyone's eyes and thought there was an excess of mistrust here. Then he walked around the table, and he said that his task would be very simple. Everyone listened attentively. That the task was to protect the king if something went wrong, that's all. He also said that the king asked not to reveal the conversation that took place here. Everyone was very surprised and listened attentively, but when the guy added that if these people wanted to die, they knew it, they got very angry. One even jumped in and called him a vile upstart. But the old man stopped him and told him that he wanted to know if it was true that there were so many decaying beings hidden in the kingdom. The boy lowered his head and said it was true, that they were hiding and keeping their identity a secret. Then he stopped and added that any of them could be anywhere, after which he grabbed the man by the head and said that even in this room there is such a person. And a second later, he hit his head on the table. Everyone present was extremely surprised, and some even felt uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the man was still alive and trying to say something. But the protagonist didn't listen and banged his head against the table again, so much so that even the table broke. Then he drew his sword. At that moment, someone attacked him and threw it to the ground. The man pressed the protagonist against the wall so hard that it began to collapse. Then he turned around and, calling him obscene words, tried to hit him in the face, but the boy easily dodged it. Then he raised his hand, and in his other hand he held a sword, thinking, "Does this guy really want to get stabbed in the stomach?" And he swung it. But she decided to forgive him and just kicked him. The young man jumped back and began to ask what that force was. Then he turned around and said they should pay attention to the fact that he warned them about this bastard. But he was very surprised when he turned around. Everyone immediately drew their swords, but someone raised their hand. The lady stopped them and defended the guy. The red-haired boy turned around and asked why the lady was protecting him, and the boy asked him to repeat himself. Then he frowned and ordered everyone to back away. The gentleman turned around and asked if that idiot was barking again. Immediately, a black energy appeared around him. The man who was slammed against the table began to regain consciousness. Then he arched back and screamed loudly. It was clearly imbued with some kind of black magic. No one understood what was going on there, why all this was happening suddenly. Felipe stood nearby and also did not understand what it was. He said they should leave immediately, and that red-haired gentleman jumped back. But at the last second, they managed to grab him by the leg, and they began to pull towards themselves. The old man realized he had been grabbed and tried to help, but it was useless. It is true that at the last moment she managed to throw a sword at him, and he managed to grab it, and then his former partner attacked him. Suddenly a sword appeared there and strongly protected the young man. It was the main character who took off the attacker's arm with a single blow. His sword literally glowed with brilliant energy. Everyone around him was surprised to see that blue glow. They also looked at the guy and shouted, "Is he really using divine power?" Meanwhile, the boy continued fighting the new enemy, and with one blow I could break it into many different pieces. It was quite easy for him, and the knight, whom the young man had protected, sat back and did not understand what was happening. After which Jan stood up and said that those monsters, who are in the lowest stages of decomposition, sometimes show their true face, even against their will. He then lowered his sword and said that the others could see that he could be easily killed by cutting off his head while he was in the process of transformation. He also looked at the others and said that super decomposers can freely change their appearance and have some means of protection. So if you are lucky enough to encounter them, you just have to run. With your skill level, you won't be able to defeat them. He frowned and asked if everyone understood everything. In response, he heard that everything was clear. At that moment, the traitor's body was still glowing brightly. The girl grabbed her sword. Then he pulled it out and a bright red light appeared. His eyes also glowed red. The old man saw this and wondered what kind of red divine power it was. It looked so sinister. And indeed, his lady was standing beside the corpse and looked very frightening. That said, I must do it. And then he cut off his head. Then he turned around and said that it hadn't come out right. He thought he had checked everything correctly. In response, I heard that those bastards probably thought the same thing when they sent their rat. They needed to at least somehow keep an eye on it. He also added that this was why he asked to gather everyone in that place. The lady nodded in response. Then he said, as everyone saw, "This man is a holy warrior recognized by the goddess. If he were not worthy, the goddess would not have blessed him." The knight who attacked him was still in shock at that time, after which she said, "Now she is not the apostle of Tauren, but the apostle of vengeance. All decomposers are the target of her vengeance. And so, if anyone had any doubts about her and her partner, she asks them to express them here and now." The old man lowered his head and said he had no doubt. The others did the same, including the red-haired boy who nodded right behind the main character. He thanked him for saving him, and also sincerely apologized for his rudeness, and said he would accept any punishment from him. Ian wondered if this man had really decided to turn on the knight by telling him that he should simply follow what he had said before. The boy stood up and said that of course he would do it and follow him with all his heart, calling him sir. Jan was a little embarrassed. Then he looked at his girlfriend and she nodded, after which he approached the table and said that they needed to get back to the main topic of discussion. He raised his head and asked what they should do after the meeting was called. And then night came. Somewhere in the basement, members of the community gathered and discussed that the Marquis of the Order had been defeated. There were people in capes standing there saying that this was bad, that it was probably the work of the young apostle, even though she was supposedly under house arrest. One of those present said that if that was the case, then besides her, someone with a similar power would appear, but that they should not be afraid. A man appeared with a stick and struck with it. Then he looked at them and said that the path was open only for those, he who does not give up. Everyone bowed and greeted him, and the man looked at them and listened as they all repeated one word, "I command." Suddenly, a kind of ball began to appear on his forehead. It looked disgusting. A smile appeared on his face, and he said it was still early, but it was worth starting the preparations. Then he thrust his cane forward and shouted that we should prepare for a night of madness. Meanwhile, the estate's conference room was being cleaned. and in the street they discussed that people would quickly understand that their protege was dead. The girl approached Jan and added that it didn't matter. The sect members would still gather a large gathering to verify what he had planned. The boy raised his head and said that she must not let the thirst for revenge make her forget the key figure. In response, he heard that, of course, it would be so. Their leader, Duke Regis Brandt, immediately came to mind, and Ian said he wouldn't wait for them, and in any case they wouldn't let him go. The lady replied that she wouldn't repeat the same mistake, and to betray his destiny once is too much. The young man nodded and said nothing. But suddenly he noticed something. In the distance, a little girl stood and looked directly at them. She didn't say anything, she just watched. Then he turned around and ran away. The girl said she hadn't introduced him to her sister, and the young man nodded and said he knew her, that he had even come to see her. Immediately the question followed. For what purpose? The boy turned and looked at her, adding that his request was to protect the lady. The girl was very surprised by this news. She said that this girl rarely showed her feelings, but in response, she heard that she now considered herself cursed. The apostle became angry and lowered his head, cursing that his loved ones were dying. The young man prepared himself for another tearful recounting, saying that by now the Duke had understood what had happened. Now he had to focus on revenge. The girl came over and nodded, saying that she would start acting at dawn. Ian thought the situation was not entirely in his favor, but he had prepared himself beforehand and met her before that old man started doing anything. The first move was for the heroes. The moon shone brighter than usual that night. 2 days passed, but events developed in a completely unexpected way. Someone was standing on the street and telling rumors that the new head of the family had gone crazy. The whole town is talking about it. She killed her brother with her own hands, so there was nothing surprising in it. And it's also said that it was the head of the family who requested tomorrow's meeting, supposedly claiming there are cult members here. She's gone crazy. People were in the building and discussing whether it was actually possible that the head of the family himself was a member of this cult, after which they left the tavern and offered to drink more. But the other replied that it was already late, and it was time for them to go home. The guy turned around and called him a henpecked husband, and said his friend had changed after getting married. He probably loves his wife and child. His friend said there was no point in denying it. He was always bragging about them, and heard in response that he didn't do it as often as his friend said about the Laurel family. So the guy said we could forget about the meeting, and that when the gates opened it would be better to just approach the courtyard. And then the question arose, why? A friend said that after those meetings they always handed out food and they had to go there. Then he looked up and said, maybe this time they'd even give him some jerky. And then he noticed something. He looked up and asked why his eyes were deceiving him. The moon was strange. His friend also asked him what was wrong. It was as if it had acquired some kind of bloody hue. His eyes also began to change color. The moon seemed to hypnotize them. The boy said it was the first time he had seen such a big moon. Then he grabbed his head and said he was already late. He turned around and said he was leaving, and asked his friend not to walk around the streets for too long because he was drunk. But he did not answer her and continued standing. He was clearly enveloped in some kind of black energy that had already seeped throughout his body. The moonlight also penetrated through the windows of the houses. After a while, a man came in and told his beloved that he was home. He looked around with a smile and noticed something, but there was a lot of blood on the floor, and some kind of monster was sitting there. This monster kept eating someone, and suddenly he looked out, and it turned out that his wife had eaten his daughter. The man was shocked by what he saw and didn't know what to do with it. He immediately remembered how he left his friend, and that hung under the moon. He immediately opened the door and jumped out, and then he ran all over the city to save himself. As he ran, he shouted to everyone not to look at the moon. It was dangerous. But suddenly he stopped and saw another man bewitched. It was his companion who immediately pounced on him. Suddenly screams were heard and blood was everywhere. At the same time, the main character woke up. He stood up and said he knew that musty smell. He remembered the moment he saw the sphere and thought it was the smell he smelled after absorbing the power of chaos. Then he looked out the window and saw this huge red moon. A window also appeared in front of him, where it was written that this was a night of madness. The Duke had covered the city with a demonic field. He had to be killed. He was surprised and thought that this was in fact the last mission of the first chapter of the game. Then he grabbed his sword and ran forward. He immediately jumped out of his room and started moving towards the exit. And as he ran, he thought the search had already begun. It turns out the event will soon be over. He didn't understand them. They had been hiding for so long, and then they started acting out. Suddenly, he noticed something. The bell began to ring. The guards rang the bells and shouted throughout the city, "Don't look at the moon! Otherwise, you'll turn into monsters!" But it wasn't very effective. Most of the guards fled or were already dead. The guy looked at all this and hissed. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming and moaning. It was decided to break the window and jump out with the help of a whirlwind. After a while, the boy came to a room, and what he saw surprised him greatly. There lay corpses, many corpses. All the knights were dead. The hero was in shock, and suddenly a monster appeared behind him. It is true that the boy was able to kill him with a single blow of his sword. He took off his head, and that was it. Suddenly, a head landed next to him, and it became clear who it was. Memories began to surface that this man had taken their horse, probably the servants who looked after the garden and stables. And a second later, a loud scream was heard again. The young man ran out of the room. Then he saw something. There was a monster that was actively trying to bite the sword that belonged to the lady. The girl tried to escape from under him, but it was very difficult. However, she looked at the boy and told him she didn't need help. And a second later, he threw the monster back and was free. Then he lifted his leg and hit the enemy on the head. This caused the monster to fly back. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed her sword and brandished it. Then he hit the enemy right in the back. Very cool, just like the karatekas. She managed to win. Then the girl looked up and said it was strange, noting that she was very upset when it happened to her brother. She frowned and added that she didn't feel the same anymore. Then he turned around and said that all he could think about was the desire for revenge. Revenge against those who were behind all this. Jan said it was going to happen soon and heard something. At that moment, Miguel approached them and shouted angrily. He ran away from the monsters, holding a little girl in his arms and asking them to stop chasing him. The girl was very scared, and the boys noticed them and realized that they had to act urgently. A second later, they jumped, and they ran towards the monsters, jumped on them from above, and immediately began to destroy them. There was blood everywhere. The battle didn't last long. The boys were clearly at an advantage, and a minute later Philip appeared there, drawing his sword and shouting that he didn't understand what was happening, but that he was going to help. Miguel ran towards him. It happened that the man tripped over Phil's foot. Because of this, he fell, but managed to lift the girl in time and prevent her from hitting herself. When the boy got up, he immediately turned to him, and Miguel said that he almost died. At that moment, Phil noticed a huge wound on his back and asked where it came from, and the man said, embarrassed, that it was nothing special. The girl kept looking at this and was clearly very scared, after which a lady approached them and thanked him for saving the girl, and he replied that there was no need for gratitude, and added that there might still be survivors. The main character came over and said he was going to get them, and the others would put on their armor and approach them. The lady nodded, after which he turned around and thought he couldn't be a burden anymore, so he asked her to take care of herself. At that moment, there was no one left in the hallway. No one. In addition to the mountain of corpses, the boys continued walking, discussing that they should take care of the girl and not dare to look at the moon. And then the question arose as to what happened in the end. The boy frowned and said that the city was covered by a demonic field, like a forest of madness. I immediately remembered those terrible moments of his adventure, and this news made me feel uncomfortable. The red moon still flooded the entire city with its light, and it was clear that she was the one who was infecting people. Ian asked if any of them had looked at the moon. Phil replied that he felt dizzy and immediately looked away. The boy was glad that the training had paid off. The moon hadn't caught him so easily. At that very second, a monster jumped out from around the corner at him. Jan drew his sword and continued speaking. At the same time, he cut off the monster's head. He continued walking and said that this is not a real moon, but a curse, so that if you look at it for too long, a person becomes contaminated by this magic. Yang thought it was a good thing that the demonic field hadn't reached its peak yet, as they weren't completely isolated from the outside world. He looked at the sky and thought that, according to his memories, the red moon was bigger and the curse was stronger. As a result, the moonlight was so strong that the entire space was filled with it. But now it didn't seem like that. The thoughts were that even this level was enough to desecrate people with mental and physical abilities, which is what happened to the people at the hacienda. Some time passed, the cleaning continued. For example, Phil was able to save the maid, and because of that, and the boys stood nearby and discussed whether the maid was the only one who had managed to survive. Immediately after this, screams of monsters that should not be looked at were heard, and cries. Then the boy stood up and asked what the Duke was thinking when he decided to commit that crazy act. The protagonist approached them and replied that when you're in a desperate situation, sometimes the best way out is to destroy everything and start over. Jan was told he couldn't get away with it, so Jan said he had people they could convict. The boys stayed in the room for a while and discussed who was the biggest obstacle to such a person. Of course, the apostle. Then Philip realized that he was referring to the lady. Ian remembered how people argued about this girl's madness and the fact that her brother belonged to this cult. Then he said that this could be a great opportunity to get rid of her. Phil ran and said that it was the lady who exposed the existence of this cult. And John said that the truth doesn't matter. People will believe even a lie. The assistant was not happy with this news. He clenched his fist in anger, and the boy thought that now he knew. And now he decided that it was enough to see the true face of the dark times. Then he imagined these people and thought he would have enough time to raise people. And the apostle of justice cannot ignore injustice. Miguel approached him and told him that they could wait for the lady to die fighting the monsters. Even if he survives, public opinion will be on the Duke's side, so he will have no choice. Then the boy frowned and replied that since the apostle of justice could not harm the innocent, this might cause some trouble. The boy got even angrier and said that those people were probably using the restrictions they imposed on him. How evil. Well, they immediately realized. The boys looked at each other and asked if this was really the apostle of justice. Finally, the boy was glad that they understood him. A girl entered the room and said that the Duke really did not know that she had become an apostle of revenge. Then the lady came in and said they had no idea she was going to walk up to them and cut all their heads off. The main character looked at her and said that was exactly the case. In response, she heard that she would have to interrupt her plans. It is true that in response he heard that this was not enough and immediately asked again. The guy said they needed to add an unexpected threat to make them reveal their true colors, right? Finally, Jan made an offer. Even the lady was surprised by this idea. The boys stood there and didn't understand what they were talking about. Then the girl came closer and the others asked how to do it. And the girl smiled. Then she looked at him and said she would gladly accept. This news also made him happy. Then Jan turned around and said it was time to get to work. He was interested in what face this bastard would have when he saw everything. The same old man was building his sanctuary. The night continued. The huge building was painted red by the moonlight. The survivors stood at the door and tried to get in, demanding to be opened and shouting that there were monsters there. But at that very moment they were attacked from behind, and it was too late to save anyone. One of the boys turned around and saw that the monster was already too close, and the next moment screams were heard and his blood was spilled everywhere. The old man continued watching from above. Then he gripped his cane, and he emitted another stream of energy. Like a scanner, he was able to study the city and thought that feeling, the extrasensory perception that appeared after the demonic field was imposed. I still can't get used to it. And people came up behind him and said that, as expected, it was only necessary to reverse the situation by launching a demonic field. They introduced the lady and said that all that was left was to make her appear to be the culprit of this whole mess, and that was it. And the old man stood there all this time and listened to how, if he used the information against her, then this woman could do anything. But then he felt something strange. In the distance he saw someone actively destroying monsters, and he does it pretty fast. This person was under his feet from the start, and it was clearly not a girl, because he was faster. Then he started looking at it more closely, and thought it looked like an additional variable. He didn't understand who it was, but he ordered the monster to chase him. And then a subordinate came up and asked if it was a woman, but as an answer he heard that no, it was just a louse. Then he smiled and said that even with his keen senses it was not easy to detect whether she was now plunged into despair over the extermination of her species. They said it was payment enough as revenge for the deaths of their followers, but not enough to pay for the destruction of their plan. Then he raised his hands and said that his soul and the souls of his minions would be sacrificed to his god as payment for the power they had given him. Suddenly someone ran over there, and they were told there was news, and everyone immediately turned around and paid attention. There was a guard there who said that these people were in an extremely dangerous place. The old man turned around at that moment. He looked at him and said that if trouble occurred, it was difficult for him to stay away, being a servant of the bright goddess. The knight looked at him and thought how the Duke was so worried about the people, how difficult it was for him. Then he bowed and said that His Majesty was urgently summoning him. He looked at them and suggested they leave and take them to the living room. Meanwhile, all the survivors had gathered inside the palace. Finally, the Duke approached him and asked him why he was being called, after which he looked around. And he saw his henchmen from all sides. The king was visibly upset and asked his uncle what the situation was outside. The Duke bowed and said that soldiers were fighting on all the walls and people were dying, but all that remained was to wait for the protection the goddess would give them. His Majesty said that such an unpleasant incident in the very capital of the kingdom could not occur if rumors were spread. People would think the city was weak, but in response they heard that if it could cope with this disaster, then the strength of the kingdom could be demonstrated. After which the man gestured with his hand and ordered to stop spreading empty words. Never mind, it is better to return to that conversation. The subordinate looked at him and said he believed members of the Laurel family were behind these incidents. He also introduced the lady's deceased brother and said that he was the previous head of the family and turned out to be a member of the cult. Also, the girl who recently tried to sow discord in the kingdom probably invoked the Black Wall madness. Everyone around her started to discuss that this was so. The lady was suspicious. This had never happened before she appeared. And others also said that this could not be. An apostle of God could not be a traitor. The old man listened to all this attentively, and then he thought that public opinion was on his side for now, and said that the lady strictly followed the will of the apostle of the goddess. After which he looked at the king and said that the girl was a representative of the holy knights and a saddened sister. She also added, why would she organize something like this right before the meeting she herself requested? At that moment, the king's attendants approached him and asked, why then is no one from your family present here? Also, where is the lady herself? And then His Majesty raised his hand and said they should stop, not discuss the fact that a woman is fighting somewhere, but talk constructively. He closed his eyes and said he liked this people's version better. He began to wave his hands and added that an investigation should be carried out that would reveal the truth, and asked his uncle to do it. The Duke simply lowered his head and nodded. The townspeople were surprised that the king suspected his own knight, and it was unclear what he had in mind. They also said it was a shame the Duke didn't rule the kingdom. The old man was very happy to hear this, and he thought this stupid king was proud to oppose him. Thanks for that. His plan was going according to plan, and the moment had almost arrived, the day he had been waiting for. Now he only had strength for one night, but soon everything would change. Then he imagined the city, and thought that soon he could offer the kingdom to his god and receive eternal power in return. He imagined himself to be all-powerful and thought that he would then reach the level of a demigod and be able to proclaim the true faith throughout the empire. But then someone interrupted him and told His Majesty not to worry. The king also saw someone and was surprised. She appeared in the distance. The lady came closer and closer and said that her humble servant had arrived. The old man was surprised at how that woman got there, and the king stood up and asked how the girl had gotten to the castle. The doors must have been closed. But the lady continued. The scene returned to the past. At Jan's suggestion, it is necessary to fix the expected crisis. Only then will its true nature be revealed. So I would prefer the lady to really look like a ghostly avenger, plunged into madness. So far the girl had done a good job on her homework and looked quite scary. She frowned and said she walked in through the front door. Then he clenched his fist and added that there were cultists hiding among them. How could God leave him alone in such a situation? After which he stopped and listened to the king why the lady kept talking about this. The girl asked if this man himself could not see those who were silently hiding, leaving the city in chaos. The Duke was very surprised to hear this and wondered if she had really guessed. If she really thought she knew everything, it couldn't be. And His Majesty looked at her and asked her what she was talking about, and where her family was, and why she was alone. And then he heard something that scared him. All the family members were dead. Mave took another step forward, and she invited him to see it for himself here and now. She drew her sword and the room filled with red light and said she was going to eradicate all the cultists. The man asked again in surprise, and everyone present was clearly scared. They are simply in shock, even those with whom they have communicated before. And the main character was also behind her. At that moment, the villagers started running back and shouting that the lady had really gone crazy. Did she really want to kill them all? The girl herself brandished her sword and asked God to forgive her. Then he turned and looked at them with his glowing red eyes. The old man no longer knew where to go and realized that he had been exposed. He looked at her and thought that she knew everything, that she had only come to kill them, to kill everyone left in the castle. The main character was still standing behind. He frowned and thought it was time to slowly start the operation. Then he looked back and thought that the first stage would be a fight against a boss, the Duke. Everyone immediately started shouting that she had a sinister red sacred power and that she had to be stopped. The guards were going to arrest her, and the guy thought she didn't seem to even notice them. But what difference did it make? He looked at her and thought the girl was the embodiment of the bloody avenger he remembered from the game. At that moment, his rage was so strong that even his conscience was clouded. All this time he thought that from what he saw, his intentions were sincere and not a deception. It seemed that he was going to take revenge and die, after which he approached and mentally apologized to him, thinking that would not happen because he had not yet received his reward. Meanwhile, the girl continued walking forward. She was surrounded by guards who ordered her to stop and began repeating that it was necessary to protect the king. And the boy walked carefully around them along the wall. Her target was one of the people present, and for some reason, thoughts about what the girl had said she didn't know crossed her mind. It may have been stronger than his curse, but everyone he loved was already dead. Then he stopped, gritting his teeth. At that moment, when he grabbed the man by the head, and from below, that's why he doesn't like children. And then he sent her a magical greeting. The man's eyes lit up. Clearly, he was another member of the cult. He threw it up and thought that even though it was a small piece of chaos energy, he hoped it would work. And then he threw it at the knight's feet. The man stood up, not understanding what was happening. They immediately asked him if everything was okay. And he had already started to turn into a monster, and there was nothing he could do about it. The guards noticed this and began shouting that the man was changing. Instead of nails, there were long claws. And with sharp teeth, the sight was unpleasant. The people also noticed and began to flee from there, not understanding how the man had changed. Did one actually appear, decomposing? A battle broke out between it and the knights, and everyone else decided to flee. Yan assessed the situation, immediately recalled the past moments, and thought it had really worked. Inferiors can't control mutation. Perhaps it wasn't just corrupted magic, but magic mixed with chaos energy that they couldn't combat. After which he continued attacking others and thought he had an idea. He directed streams of energy towards them and thought about what would happen if he affected them with pure chaos energy. Jan lured them toward the wall just as he thought. It only makes the most decayed ones stronger. And then he noticed how the old man just continued to stand and watch everything that was happening. He put the men aside and thought that his plan should have worked on such low-class monsters. After which he looked to one side and ordered the guards to protect the king. The soldiers had to fight against the sectarians. These people were nearby and listening to him attentively. Then he and the red-haired man looked at each other and realized it was time to act. The red-haired boy turned around and shouted to the guards to protect the king, and he himself ran to him and told him that they needed to evacuate, promised to get him out of there. He refused and still didn't believe what was happening. But then he stood up and said he understood what was happening. But he didn't believe it. However, he was quickly withdrawn from there before the battle gained momentum. At that moment, the gentleman continued to mutate, and the lady stood in front and waited for a complete transformation. The guards were close and still couldn't believe what they were seeing. At that moment, a huge mutated monster appeared in front of them. He immediately attacked the girl along with the others, but she remained motionless, after which he drew his sword. And with a single blow, the first enemy was split in two, and the other leaf was already flying further away, and it went straight into the hand of one of the guards. This dagger was imbued with chaos energy, so it also allowed him to reveal his face. The others immediately pounced on Jan and asked him who he was and how long he had been there. The boy took the spear from one of them and said that if he wanted to live, he had better get out of the way. At first it wasn't clear what it meant, but then a shadow appeared. Their comrade literally turned into a monster in a second and attacked them. Fortunately, the young man managed to go back in time and save these people. On the other hand, the other boy was also attacked by a lady who fought and continued killing monsters. Then Jan turned around and ran in the other direction, saying it looked like dog training. And as he ran, he thought that the reason he had given him the lead role wasn't just because it was easier. He felt that, aside from the employer-employee relationship, the girl was the most responsible and kind person he had met in his entire time here. He recalled the events that had recently occurred and decided that for that very reason, he didn't want to see her humiliated like a puppet of those bastards. Having done her duty, and when the girl grabbed another monster, she thought it would be best for her to show all her strength. And she continued to fight with confidence and was clearly winning. Ian kept watching from the side and thought maybe it was because of memories from the past. After all, in real life, his bosses mocked him and insulted him, and they humiliated her in the same way they humiliated the lady now. Only the girl turned out to be much stronger, and she was able to fight the enemy. She could crush each of their heads with a single blow, and she seemed very confident. At one point, they told him they really didn't understand and called him out. There on the throne sat the Duke, and he looked straight at her. He then looked into her eyes and said he thought her actions were easy to predict. But he didn't understand how the girl became so unpredictable. And the gentleman came up and said that this would have been the case if she had been alone. And then Jan appeared behind her. The Duke said that this was the man behind all this, the holy knight who organized the rebellion in the city. He thought it was just rumors. And Jan smiled and replied that he had completely cleaned Orendell, but there were still traitors there, surprisingly similar to cockroaches. The Duke also smiled and said that it was a mistake to consider him an ordinary mercenary. Next time he would not ignore even the small factors. Then the girl raised her sword and said there would be no next time for him. Then she hit him and ran towards him. The sword flew a couple of inches from his face, and then the man opened his eyes and began to transform. In a second, a protective field appeared around him. The boys looked at it and thought it was an incredible power thanks to the power of chaos. Suddenly, the hairy legs started running. The guards were very scared when they saw this monster, and the main character was clearly not ready for this. All the remaining members of the sect immediately transformed, and the Duke said that it seemed the girl had forgotten him, that this man, at night in the kingdom, is no different from a god. His eyes shone, and a strange bump appeared on his forehead again. Everyone present was very surprised and asked if the Duke was also a member of the sect. This could not be. But the man immediately stood up and raised his staff, directing magical power toward them. And a second later, there was an explosion. The protagonist resisted as best she could, but the force was such that she was thrown backward. And then he hit the wall. Smoke rose everywhere. Meanwhile, the old man continued talking to Jan and said that no one else would know that he served the true God. He looked up and added that this was because there would simply be no witnesses left alive. Those present were clearly even more frightened. But the young man just smiled and drew his sword, after which he shook it and was ready for battle. There was no confusion on his face, but the same smile. The situation was not the best, and this was a man who had already managed to deceive him once. The old man then ordered him to shut his filthy mouth, and then he sent a bunch of monsters at him. The boy's eyes lit up even more at that moment. He began scanning his opponents, all 6 senses activated in concentration. The battle began immediately. One by one, the monsters flew back, and the guy made his way through them with such speed and agility that it was impressive, after which he activated the lower gray magic in the form of rotating barricades and began to throw them in different directions. The Duke became upset, said he didn't believe the man had powers, and asked what was happening next, and then immediately directed an electrical charge towards him. The mercenary immediately raised his head and looked at him, and a second later he skillfully dodged the blow, and this greatly surprised his opponent. At that moment, the boy simply stood in front of him and continued in silence. He thought that in the game, his opponent was mortally wounded by the bloodthirsty Avenger and revealed his true form at the beginning of the battle. But now he is still human. At this stage, you need to be especially careful if you don't know the patterns. Then he drew his sword and asked if that was all. The old man seemed to be much worse than he expected. The Duke raised his hand in response and called him a little bastard, comparing him to a fly that kept buzzing annoyingly, and directed the remaining monsters towards him. And the young man actively made his way between them and was ready for this battle. Their blows raised dust, and then the guards decided to come to their senses to fight the monsters. The monster attacked them, but they endured it. However, this was not necessary because the girl was able to protect them. The man turned around and saw something. Then his helmet flew off his head and crashed to the ground. The lady was able to defeat the enemy with a single blow. His entire face and hair were covered in blood and his eyes were glowing bright red. He turned to the guards and ordered them to block all passages to the hall and asked if they could do so. If we imagine a diagram of the palace, it was created by reconstructing ancient ruins, so the entrance can be blocked with metal bars. The lady ordered them to act immediately, ordering them to isolate the entrances, go to Her Majesty, and report on the situation. And then he drew his sword and heard from the Duke that it was useless. His dogs had already penetrated the palace grounds, and indeed there were already dozens of monsters behind the walls. The man added that her stupid orders would only increase the number of victims and sent his men against her again. True, he didn't notice how the main character immediately appeared behind him and asked him why he was so angry, after which he tried to strike but ran into a protective barrier. And the Duke turned around and asked what was the point of paying attention to the annoying flies. Immediately after this, The boy took out a magic sphere and said he was ready to act differently. Now his eyes lit up red after the sentence that he wasn't the only one who wanted to eliminate all the witnesses. He moved away from the protective barrier. He took off and decided to break the sphere. The old man saw it with his own eyes. After all, many fireballs were flying towards him, and each of them one by one began to destroy the protective barrier. The boy was thrown backward by the blast wave but managed to slow down. It seemed that the boy continued to surprise the old man. When he realized that he was also a magician, he added that now his doubts were dispelled, that the red magician was definitely this person. Then he got angry and shouted that the main character had achieved all this through deception and began to slowly release his energy. His body began to transform. Nasty tentacles appeared, and then the old priest approached him, and he became a monster. For the protagonist, this was a resounding success. Finally, the enemy revealed his new appearance. Then the young man frowned and thought that he certainly looked disgusting. And the old man came and said that God creates his creations in his image and likeness. This is proof that God himself personally created him and extended his hand to him. And then he fired several projectiles directly at the young man's feet. He realized this and thought something urgently needed to be done. From that moment on, a pattern unknown to him begins. So he had to improvise and dodge as best he could. The Duke continued advancing towards him and said that the true void demon lurking in the depths of space was the Void Hound. He then pointed out the monster and added that they were on a completely different level than mere mutants. Then the boy reached out his hand and replied that he was sorry, but he didn't care about those bugs. And thanks to the dancing flame, he tried to destroy this monster. The Duke continued to hide under the protective barrier, and he said that, however, the boy could only entertain him with his lights. With power of that level, he wouldn't be able to penetrate the force field. However, the boy did not listen to him and continued to fight. He then activated the lower red magic and decided to use the flamethrower. Thanks to this, he began to actively attack the protective field. And by the way, it worked. The old man was surprised and shouted that this could not be. The young man continued attacking and thought that the biggest difference with the game was the presence of the Sword of Doom. Thanks to him, the combat safety increases considerably, so much so that it will end quickly. He will send it straight to his god. Immediately, a bright blue light appeared in the room. Light filled the entire area as Yang flew towards her opponent and prepared to attack. But the old man had no intention of running away. He looked up and said he had lost sight of him, after which he took out his staff and created another barrier. So far, there have been many changes in the game. A second later, something appeared before Jan's eyes, and from the portal a huge hand began to appear, and this hand was coming straight for him. Because of such changes, the Duke's patterns could shift, and that was very bad. The scene changed and the night continued. Suddenly, an arrow flew from somewhere, hitting the monster right in the head. Then someone jumped and flew towards him. It was the knight Felipe. The guy landed and with one blow was able to cut his opponent in two. Then he turned and continued killing him, shouting that he must die. This continued until the monster lost its head, after which the boy stood up and exhaled. And then he turned around and shouted what his comrade was doing. He told him to cut off the heads. Why take more? Miguel grabbed the crossbow and replied that he thought it would be easy to dodge its tentacles, but with this, he could do it. The two boys looked around and said that, by the way, there were many more dogs chasing them. It seemed like they were running towards the royal palace. And the man also shouted, "What's the matter? Weren't there two friends in the palace just now?" The girl immediately introduced these guys, and I realized they needed help. She grabbed the plate and hoped none of them got hurt. Meanwhile, at the palace, the battle was in full swing. The main character stopped the enemy's attack as best he could, but the blows were so strong that neither of them could cope with the shockwave. Finally, he managed to cut off the hand of the monster that was behind the old man. And then the old man raised his cane and realized that something urgently needed to be done. At that moment, Jan tried to understand what was happening and realized that he hadn't hit very deep. The old man used this skill to defend himself, but in the game the enemy used it exclusively to attack. And then the old man raised his hand and said he was impressed. He had received a favor. It was difficult to inflict such damage even with a covered attack, after which he attacked again and said that it seemed that was it. Suddenly the whole room was filled with a bright light. The young man didn't understand how to move forward, so for now he simply watched, after which he smiled and realized that things were bad. A second later there was an explosion. It was so strong that the shockwave threw the young man quite far away, and immediately it hit the wall, destroying it. It was so painful that he couldn't contain his screams and blood gushed out everywhere. after which the boy landed on the ground. There was a moment of explosion in his head. The thought that although he had raised his strength to the limit, it was not enough. Then he looked at his hand and realized he couldn't even lift it properly. After which he touched his head and thought he had a concussion. Thoughts about his classmates and how irresponsible he had been began to cross his mind. Although I have seen countless changes in the game, but I made this mistake. After which he saw huge claw cuts on the wall in front of him, and at the same time the magic was getting closer and closer to him. The young man raised his head and saw a translucent monster. It was a Void Hound. The monster was getting closer and closer to him. So the boy had to stand up and think that just once, he needed to avoid the attack and then he could win. He gritted his teeth and thought that even if he exposed himself to the blow, he just needed to avoid fatal injuries. And he thought that if he could buy himself some time until the dizziness subsided, then victory would be his. But suddenly he realized how his friend stood in front of him and began to defend him. This surprised him. The girl fought bravely and protected her comrade. He had cuts on his hands, but they healed pretty quickly, and the eyes burned brighter than before. It was quite a spectacle, and finally the blow was struck. The monster flew backwards and began to bleed. Meanwhile, the girl headed towards the Duke. He saw the blow coming towards him, but it was too late. And a second later, there was an explosion. Finally, there was silence. The young man sat in the middle of the aisle and thought that at some point he had finished off all the dogs. Then his girlfriend came up to him and spoke to him. She turned around and said she needed to take care of the others. The boy asked what was happening, and in response, he heard that, since he was a mercenary, she thought a single request wouldn't be enough. She turned around and said she would give him everything she had. Then he looked around and said he would give literally everything, his position, his fortune. The girl said that if he stopped, that price would be enough, and that she wouldn't ask him to stay in the kingdom, that just being with them would be enough. The young man raised his head and replied that he did not agree. Then he saw the enemy approaching and shouted that he was already behind them. But it was too late. The lady was stabbed in the back. Then she turned and looked at him. Then he grabbed the young man by the neck, and then he threw it quite far. As the boy flew, he realized that this was done to save him. And a second later, he flew out of the room and the door closed right in front of him. It turns out the lady was left there alone with her enemy. She smiled and thanked him for everything. And then he turned around, and he hit the dog again. With the next blow, he managed to cut off one of his limbs. And the Duke continued to watch everything from the side and was very surprised. She read the fear in his eyes. So much pure divinity frightened him. The young man was watching from the hallway at the time and thought he was the bleeding avenger, the apostle of vengeance. Then he looked at his sword and thought that the more blood he shed, the stronger he became. Literally, at the moment the apostle of vengeance reaches the height of his power, he comes face to face with death. And it seems that this is precisely the moment. The girl turned directly to the Duke. Then she came closer and said that as a stern Tauran apostle, no, as an apostle of vengeance, she addressed him. But he didn't listen to her and just thought that this divine power had become even more powerful. A force field wouldn't be enough. Then he raised his cane and began to act. He tried to strengthen the defense. But then the lady ran towards him and shouted that she was going to get revenge. The boy immediately jumped in shock. The Duke was equally confused. The lady was full of confidence. And a moment later, there was an explosion. Finally, the force field broke. And almost immediately after that, it broke into little pieces. The Duke thought about how the girl had managed to break through 2 layers of his force field. Meanwhile, the night was getting closer and closer to him. The girl drew her sword. It burned like a flame. Then she turned and was ready to attack. The man realized this and thought that the force field was at maximum power. He should try to activate it again, and he succeeded. But then the sword approached with incredible speed, and after the impact, everything around began to collapse. The enemies looked into each other's eyes, but never reached each other. The lady just thought that she needed to try a little harder and then she would definitely win. But the monster was moving toward her, and a second later, it grabbed her, pulling her back. The Duke saw this and shouted that his rival had let his guard down, and this was the result. This was the end. But still the girl swung again. Then she screamed and tried to defend herself. Surprisingly, he succeeded. The monster was destroyed, and the protective barrier broke again. The old man saw this and couldn't believe what he saw. And he didn't have to believe it, because a second later, she cut him off. Then the knight landed and exhaled, after which he raised his trembling hands and couldn't believe he had managed to win. But that wasn't all. Almost immediately, the puncture began to regenerate. It took him a couple of minutes to fully regain consciousness. and then he turned around and said he would make her suffer forever by sending her into the void. And then he walked towards her. He activated the portal again, from where several monsters have already emerged. Meanwhile, the lady prepared herself, and the old man cried out that the true God would personally condemn her. In addition to the hands, enormous, horrible eyes began to appear from this portal, all directed towards her. The girl stood there for a while and thought about what to do next. Was this really all? In the end, he failed to kill him, but she felt her divine power consuming him from within. Inside, he saw it clearly and thought that as far as Ian was concerned, he had had his revenge. She introduced it and thought it was enough. And then she saw huge hands coming closer and closer to her. Suddenly, Jan appeared and said that he had not given any answer yet. This news surprised her a lot. Then someone grabbed her by the waist and pulled her towards him. The main character appeared nearby, who was going to fight and was not going to give up. The girl turned around and asked him how he had managed to get in. But the answer was simple. He had a good, sharp sword. He just cut the bars. And the young man looked at her and said that the request would be considered accepted only after her consent, and not after the message. He understood that what was happening was different from the game, and that it was not just an old man's pattern of behavior, but that many factors influenced it. For example, how the girl said she was hiring him and then asked him not to die. He helped me with everything, and he fought with the bull god. Moreover, when they met and all the participants were killed, there was a desire for revenge. The girl turned the weapon and asked him if he would accept the sword, and the young man took it and officially received the position of his deputy. The mid-boss of the first episode, a crazy avenger, covered in blood, nothing more and nothing less. That's what the main character thought. Then he introduced her and thought that the lady had changed too. For example, when she met him and told him she was waiting for him and became the one who could have his back. Now the girl was standing in front of him and didn't understand what was happening. And the boy took the magic sphere and thought that it didn't matter. In any case, if his hero accepted the task, he must complete it at any cost. He then dropped the sphere to the ground, and it turned into blocks of ice. The young man's eyes lit up with a bright light, and he decided that he was a mercenary, so now he must protect his employer. Thus, the boy activated the lower blue magic, the ice shield. The ice began to slow down the attacking monster, and the old man stood back and did not understand where the blue magic came from. There was no doubt about that. The hands moved towards the shield, and suddenly a block of ice started shooting out, and all the hands were destroyed. Then the girl turned around and saw the magic of the dove, and Jan said he was turning down his latest assignment. She then said that's why she needs to deal with her surroundings and loved ones on her own. She was very surprised to hear all this. The boy also turned around and said that she needed to survive on her own. A second later, he jumped up and ran to fight. Meanwhile, the monster destroyed the blue ice streams and headed towards him, shouting that the true god must punish them as soon as possible. However, Jan lifted the ball again and filled everything around it with a bright light, so bright that the monsters were literally blinded. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud explosion. Everything around was full of magic. The old man covered his face with his hands and shouted that this couldn't be. Where did that magic come from? Then he grabbed his cane and thought that something urgently needed to be done. But he didn't immediately notice that his body began to deteriorate, and for some reason, the magic no longer worked. Then he realized that he had exhausted all his strength. It seemed impossible, but it happened. A second later, he remembered how the girl had split him in half and wondered if this was the fault of the servant and the divine power. And he didn't even notice how the main character attacked him at the last second. The shock wave continued to approach in that direction. The hands and eyes slowly retreated towards the portal, and that portal was slowly closing. This continued until there was nothing left of him. The crack has collapsed. The old man fell to his knees and asked how this had happened. Had his god really abandoned him? The boy was walking towards him just at that moment. Then he raised his sword and said that his apostle was almost dead. Even at such a time, he would simply stand by and watch. After this, the sword immediately began to glow with a bright blue flame. The young man regained his energy and decided to finish the job. As soon as he approached the old man, he said nothing and simply cut him in half. He began to scream furiously, and this time he failed to regenerate. The guy continued attacking him and cutting him into pieces, so the man lost not only his torso, but also his arms. After which the main character put his foot on him and asked him to give him something to say. He bowed and said that in fact this man was not worshipping the old god but his dog. The old man was in shock and his head was split in two. He lost the tentacles on his head, And then the Duke realized that this was the end. Then the guy put his foot in his face. Then he turned around and said he thought the lady would have to do it herself. She smiled and said she would be happy to do so. Then he approached his enemy, who was very scared. With the last of her strength, the girl swayed. The old man prepared for his end. And then with a single blow, he cut off his head. At that moment, there were monster corpses lying everywhere. Finally, the young man relaxed and realized that he was bleeding a lot internally. Then he fell completely to the ground. He sat down and thought about how much blood he had lost. Suddenly, his girlfriend sat behind him. The girl leaned on his back and also exhaled. She closed her eyes and said she didn't want to stay in that state for long. The boy smiled and said that of course he didn't mind. And he himself activated the status window and saw that the mission had finally been completed. Then he raised his hand and asked if it was true that he would give her everything he had. It was very tempting. But the girl did not answer him. Because of this, the young man jumped and thought things were bad. But it turned out she just fell asleep in a couple of seconds. Immediately, his vision began to blur. The young man realized he was losing consciousness. He tried to fight it, but his eyes closed on their own, after which his hand fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, the guards finally returned to the room, commenting on how terrible the spectacle was, with so many fallen gathered there. Suddenly, the guard commander raised his hand and shouted for everyone to look forward. Right in the middle of the room sat two gentlemen, and both were unconscious, with smiles on their faces under the rays of light. Some time passed. The citizens gathered at the palace, on whose doors hung the traitor's head. A girl was walking right below her when she suddenly heard screams. These were the guards who collected the bodies, asking if those were really all the ones that would be cremated. And another guard stood right under the traitor's head and shouted for everyone to pay attention. This is the traitorous Duke. In fact, parts of his body were hanging everywhere. Somewhere his arms, somewhere his legs, somewhere his head, so that he could not rest in peace even after death. People threw stones at him and shouted that he was a terrible man. How could he call himself a duke, even though he was dead? The entire city was covered in blood, people arguing about what they'd previously believed, what everyone knew. But in no case, how many monsters had vanished without a trace? Just think about it. They headed toward the palace and talked about how there was great chaos and that there were countless victims. It was unthinkable. And they immediately remembered that thanks to the help of this woman, everything was solved. What was expected of a divine apostle? A man approached them and told them he couldn't believe he'd abandoned such a hero and gone mad. It was an unnecessary rumor. It seemed like he'd made it up himself. The girl followed them for a while and listened as the man began to justify himself, saying that the fallen man had been killed by another man. They also introduced Jan and said they knew him, and called him a sword master. The girl remembered how she visited his room and spied on him until he regained consciousness. Then he looked down and thought of the mercenary, and after that she turned around and walked away, while people were talking about how someone would soon come to visit her. Finally, the girl heard them talking about the Imperials. For a while, these boys discussed that they were afraid that someone would be sent again to present the kingdoms in a better way. The others thought that they did not even care. The girl heard all this and became very upset. Some more time passed. The main character's room has been cleaned. Finally, the young man began to regain consciousness. Despite his multiple injuries, he seemed to be doing well. He looked around and wondered why he had been taken to the family bedroom. Then he stood up and felt his whole body ache. The cursed symptoms of magic and exhaustion made him dizzy. And then he looked at the crystal and thought that the power stored in the fragment of the house had decreased by more than half. He also thought that at the last minute he'd gotten rid of everything he owned. Finally, Miguel noticed him. He ran and started shouting that the knight had finally regained consciousness. He hadn't woken up in 2 days. Everyone thought it was an eternity. But Jan asked them to be quieter. Then a container of water fell to the ground. It was now Felipe who also ran towards the teacher and was very happy. The boy couldn't hold back his tears and cried out that it was a great relief. But in response, he heard that the knight would die amidst his screams. Phil was very happy. The boy smiled and thought that he was still far from becoming a mercenary. At the same time, a girl passed by the room. Suddenly, he heard a question asking him if he was going to see the teacher. She couldn't help herself and jumped into his arms, starting to thank him for everything. The guy lowered his head and looked at her quite threateningly. Then he put his hand on her head. But the same girl rejected him and said that didn't mean she liked him, after which he turned around and ran away from there again. The young man watched her for a while and thought nothing had changed. And he wondered if the girl could really say that because of the curse. Philip and Miguel stood to one side, surprised. They were commenting that Lucia had hugged someone. Suddenly, the boy turned and looked at them menacingly, asking what they were looking at. They immediately became scared and replied that they were not looking at anything. Then the main character got ready and left the room. He walked down the hall for a long time, and as he walked, he thought he seemed to understand why his girlfriend was trying to take her own life. He imagined her alone on that farm, and thought that being alone in a place that was once filled with those who loved you must be worse than death. He finally arrived at his office. He opened the door and looked inside. There was no one in the bedroom. The maid immediately approached him and was surprised that he had woken up. But the young man turned around and immediately asked where the lady was. When asked if they were talking about the owner of the house, he said she was probably at the training camp near the estate. She looked at the felled tree, and he remembered the story of how his brother trained there. The lady lowered her head and was visibly upset, but he was suddenly surprised when asked if he had already decided to start training. John appeared and said that she had heard that she was not yet allowed to take the sword. And finally the two met again. It was windy outside that day. The girl saw him and said with a smile that she had finally woken up, adding that she had been waiting for him for so long. The boy smiled back. Then he closed his eyes and heard that they had woken up only half a day apart. A little more time passed. The reception at the king's house began. The man told them he was very grateful for their hard work. There were two people standing in front of him who literally saved the entire kingdom. He looked at them and called them heroes. Then she looked at the boy and asked if his name was Ian Hope. He said yes. The man unrolled the scroll and added that the letter from the new lord of the city stated that his contribution had been extremely great. Then he smiled and said that in times of war, a talent like this would be useful in the kingdom, and asked the young man what he thought about it. The boy said he would think it over carefully, but he himself thought that until the restoration he would have to stay there. There was no need to spoil the relationship with the king. Suddenly, a girl intervened in the conversation and said that it was more important to discuss something else at that moment. She took the book and said that finding the remaining cultists was a priority. They climbed the wall and discussed that a great tragedy had occurred in the kingdom. But under the supervision of a dazzling and strict goddess, they were able to overcome all difficulties. They also added that they managed to find the remnants of the cultists in hiding. These people were captured and tied up in front of the townspeople, shouting their innocence. But a second later, swords appeared above them, and a moment later, all these people lost their minds. The king smiled and shouted that this would make his kingdom even stronger and restore it to a reliable kingdom. After which he raised his hand and shouted that his future would be filled only with victories and honor, and everyone supported him. At that moment, the boys were standing to one side, discussing his passionate speech. Philip said this incident must have been a revelation to the king. The damage wasn't that serious, and all those who opposed the war fell. He also looked up and said that now was not the time to start a war, but he didn't even know that there were many fallen monsters outside. Meanwhile, the girl stood up and looked at them attentively. The boy raised his head and thought about the teacher. Then he bowed to Jan and told her it was time to go. Miguel asked if she was leaving, as the banquet would begin soon. But the boy turned away and said he had no appetite, so it would be better to stay with the lonely young woman. For a moment, the boys didn't understand what was happening. Then Michael turned around and asked what was wrong, adding that, come to think of it, the gentleman had received an offer of office from His Majesty. He came over and said it was pretty good. Didn't you think so? Or did you think he had a worthy assistant? The boy raised his head and said that in that case he would offer him the job. In response, he heard that he didn't say he wanted to occupy it. Miguel said that Jan should do it, but he replied that he didn't want to either. Then Michael said that he had a certain affection for the kingdom, but that he was worried about himself and the young woman and the lady. He looked at the girl and said that although he was done taking revenge, he had no desire to live. And then the guy looked at him and said that all this was because the girl had finished her revenge. He thought that all this time his driving force had been revenge. And now that even that had come to an end, the need for revenge was gone. The king was talking to her at that moment above and invited her to take his place in the banquet hall. In response, he received consent. Then he turned and asked her if she was ready for this. And then he said something that really surprised the girl, that soon the young woman would be sent to that family in the Empire. He said he could finally get rid of this headache, which means sending Lucia to the safe Empire. Then Mave herself would be safe, right? But the lady just remained silent and then silently accepted. The night has already arrived. The banquet has begun. The main character came out and said that he could finally breathe freely. He had eaten enough meat and now felt his strength returning. He had also meditated in the room before and thought his physical health had also stabilized to some extent, after which he opened his eyes and thought that the fragment of chaos was slowly being restored. The crystal grew larger and larger, and one feature appeared. This object increases almost all human powers. He also never thought he would find an object used to restore the power of chaos in the Duke's mansion. Then the eye of a monster appeared before him, and the dog that cured the Duke appeared. Immediately after, the Scarlet Apostle mission appeared, and the thought that this is an incredible offer. Of course, the young man agreed to take it, and thought about the obligatory quest to obtain the Dark Relic. A bright light and information about the Chaos Power Seal appeared in front of him, and then that color filled the entire room around him. Now the boy looked back on it all and thought it had been very hard, but worth it. The numbers were growing. Suddenly a girl came out onto the balcony and said she had finally found him. He turned around and said that the main culprit of the banquet looked bad. And then he looked into her eyes and asked if something had happened to her. The girl lowered her head and apologized, saying she couldn't hide her face, that was all. Some time passed. The girl told him a story about how her younger sister would soon be sent to the Empire. The boy was very surprised by this, after which the lady approached and said that at first glance she was adopted, but in reality she would act as a tribute and hostage. And the main character frowned and said that the Empire should not be interested in the outskirts of the kingdom. He also introduced them and thought that he didn't think they would be interested in doing something with another small country, although he didn't know the reason. He also thought that his only interest was the Black Wall and that anything could be hidden behind it. The girl said he was right, but the war between the kingdoms was a completely different matter. Perhaps it was at this moment that they could conquer them. That's why the king imposed an imperial tribute on the feudal family, because even if there was a war, his kingdom would need an ally within the empire. The boy turned around and asked her why she, and his friend introduced him to his sister and said it was because she had royal blood in her. Her late biological mother was Her Majesty's younger sister and has since passed away. It is now clear that it was a political marriage. John said that if that was all they had, they could have refused. But the feudal family wanted her. The boy turned around and said that it looked like it was the girl herself, and the girl replied that it was. Because she was a girl who received a blessing from God, the young man was very surprised to hear this. Because in the age of magicians in this world, those born with the ability to control magic began to imitate the gods. It was believed that those born with special abilities received divine blessings. These children were truly special among the rest, and among them was a god named Rune Enter, the god of fire and madness. He controlled fire, and receiving his blessing meant being born with red magic. The boy remembered that when creating his character he could have chosen precisely that origin. Damn, how stupid he is. The lady also said that when the girl was about 2 years old, she lit a fire in the air, even though no one taught her magic. He probably knows better than that what it means. The guy thought she was really jealous. Then he frowned and said, "This is a very good family. They produce everything from paladins to mages." And the lady said it was the influence of the royal family. But the baby was not in favor with the current king. This fact is kept secret within the family, and the decline of magic is approaching. The decline of magic means that the era of magic in this world is coming to an end. After the appearance of the Black Wall, magic will begin to disappear. Now wizards can no longer abuse magic. Their situation has worsened, and that is why there are especially many cultists among them in this world. The girl lowered her head and said that's why. She looked at him and told him that she had a request for him, because only this man could fulfill it. Suddenly, everyone who was resting at the banquet heard, "Is this really all the gratitude?" Even one of the servants raised his glass and listened to the people on the balcony talking loudly. The boy smiled and said that the girl started this long conversation to ask him a favor, because when it irritates him, he can't listen to her. Then he looked into her eyes with a completely disappointed look. The lady raised her head and was even a little confused. He then tried to stop him, but Ian turned around and walked away. Everyone started arguing that it wasn't a fight. Apparently he was paid very little. Is he really just a mercenary after all? Meanwhile, the boy approached the man and turned to him, asking him what was going on. John apologized, saying that he didn't think he could satisfy her desire for a quiet life, so he had to reconsider and take this into account. He was surprised and asked why. She leaned towards him and told him that now they needed to kidnap the baby. Meanwhile, she was sitting in her room with Philip and reading books. Dawn was approaching. The car with Phil was approaching the exit of the city. The guards met them and asked what kind of carriage could leave at that hour. And then they saw something and were very surprised. There was an apostle and a hero who saved the country. The lady was sitting inside at that time and waiting for her massage to finish. The guards said they were sorry, but they needed to know where they were going at that hour, as it was now strictly regulated. Felipe looked at them and shouted, "Doesn't every case count?" Then he turned around and said that the lady wasn't feeling very well today, so there was no need to talk nonsense and open the door. The girl asked him not to be angry because these people do their duty, but despite this, they deserve praise. Then he looked at them and apologized, saying he wasn't feeling well and wanted to get some night air. They agreed and said they should be careful. There might be monsters out there. And then they let them leave the city. The car traveled for some time, and then she stopped. Phil turned around and said they were there and could leave. The curtain rose immediately, and from there, Miguel and the protagonist came out, saying that they felt as if they had become a footstool. Phil said that everything went exactly according to Mr. Yan's plan, and the guards didn't even guess. And the girl added that the strategy of a good knight and a bad escort worked. After all, there's always something to learn. The young man lowered his head and asked what she was doing there, that they should let her out quickly. And he turned to the girl. The top of her head was dirty. And then the girl herself, only in boy clothes and with a new hairstyle. Before that, they had to cut her hair and ruin the young woman's beautiful face. Now that face had become the face of a homeless child and caused unpleasant feelings in everyone. John said there was nothing he could do. Her appearance was truly striking, and the new one was perfect. Then he looked at her and said that it wasn't very good that she turned out to look like a boy, but at least it was enough. And then Miguel approached her and told her it wasn't the time. He needed to help her move her things to the new car, bring clothes and food. At that moment, someone shouted to Jan. It was the lady who approached him and told him that it might be an unnecessary request, but that she was very grateful. It turned out that that night on the balcony, she said she had a request that only that man could fulfill. She looked him in the eyes and asked him to take Lucia to the home temple. If you imagine this place, this temple is in the north, where the servant priests and the mad blacksmiths live. There is constant work. He had the opportunity to be there in the game. The boy turned around and asked why there and not in the Empire. The lady told how she had been studying her brother's papers and had found a document related to a feudal family that wanted to take her away. Her brother was reviewing the papers, and she said it seemed like he was also worried about the girl. After all, this family knew a lot about magic. If we imagine all its members, we can understand that it often housed talented children and young people. It's also associated with the Grey Tower. Here, the boy lowered his head and listened attentively. And the girl said that after recruiting talents, communication with them is completely cut off. There is no way to know how the children live and what research they do. Jan looked at her and asked, "Is this family called Larmouth by any chance?" The girl looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew, even though they were one of the most important and influential families in the Empire. The boy got angry and thought he would be lucky if he lost contact. In the future, this family is destined to become a demonic realm called the Wizard's Nightmare, and what happens there is terrible. He immediately imagined the many murdered children, thinking it was impossible to contact them because they had all become horrible test subjects. The girl then said that was why she preferred to send her to the home temple, since she was the daughter of the god of fire. There she could develop her talent, after which she looked him in the eyes and told him that was why she had no choice but to ask him. The boy was very surprised. After all, the spark of home mission appeared before his eyes, after which he lowered his eyes, for he had come to his senses. Immediately, a memory appeared in his mind, a little girl hugging him, and then the dead children. And then his sister said that she thought so, that it was too much to ask, so he could refuse. But suddenly the girl was surprised to hear that he agreed. The boy came closer and said only if the reward was appropriate, after which he turned around and said he wanted to know if the lady played well. Now he was in the woods and said he had made a lot of noise at the dance yesterday, so they would think Jan or Miguel was responsible for the kidnapping, because then the young man walked ostentatiously away in front of everyone. Now he said it was because the two were supposedly unhappy with the reward and wanted to sell Lucia, and they won't think anything of the girl. Mave stood up and tried to find words of thanks with a smile on her face, but then the boys distracted them and told them that everything was loaded into the new car. John came over and said he needed to gather his things, which the king had given him as a reward, of course. Everything was gathered. So it's time to say goodbye. The girl approached her sister and told her it was time to part ways. Ian told Phil that if the lady wanted to kill someone again, he should stop her by any means necessary. And he added that if something goes wrong, he should leave the kingdom because he knows he is not attached to it. The lady must also go. The life of a knight-errant is not bad either. The boys heard all this and agreed, after which the girl raised her head and thought about her travels. And she also looked at him and said that she wanted to know, being a knight-errant, where the boy should go. He replied that wherever his feet took him, he would eventually go to the Empire. Perhaps he would be able to see the happy faces of the kingdom again. She was very surprised by this answer. Ian also added that if she was interested in her ultimate fate, it would be very good if Agellan were not absorbed into the Empire and began to prosper. Miguel said it was an honor to serve him, and she replied that it was hers too. Phil asked Ian not to forget his words, and he also tried to say something. The boys at that moment were even a little confused. The boy couldn't hold back his tears and said that thanks to the mercenary he had had fun. Then Miguel asked him if he was really crying. He was so emotional. The boy tried to say it was a speck in his eye, but nobody believed him anymore. The boy turned around and said it was time to say goodbye. Maybe this was the last time all those people would see the young woman. But the girl looked at them and said it wasn't the last time. She had read in a book that when she finished her training in the temple, she could return again. And then she ran to hug her older sister. She said that was why they were destined to meet again. The girl heard this and smiled. Then he hugged her and accepted. Then Jan approached them and told them that one day the day would come when they would meet again. Then he crossed his arms and said it was because he needed to collect his reward. The lady stood up and asked if Ian was sure he didn't mind receiving him that way. After all, back then, on the balcony, the girl thought that maybe that wasn't the most important thing for him now. The young man whispered something in her ear, and now he smiled and said he wanted to know if the lady understood why she hadn't accepted the award before. She simply couldn't die before that day. And the girl bowed her head and said that he had promised to give it to her. Then she watched them leave and thought that if the boy lived, she would live too. At that moment, Philip said that he would do whatever his lord told him. He frowned and added that he believed fate had brought him not to the kingdom, but to Lord Jan. Mave heard this and smiled. Then he raised his head and said it was true, that now we should wait together for that day. Meanwhile, the cart continued moving through the forest. Ian was sitting inside and telling the girl that they needed to get ready. She turned and added that it would be hard for her, that she would see death many times, but in response, she heard that everything was fine. The girl looked ahead and said that if she went to the home temple, at least she could keep her name. And Miguel shouted from ahead that he thought he had finally settled somewhere. He couldn't believe he was heading back north. John then looked at him and asked if he was really from the north. The man laughed in response. Then he raised his head and said in a sad voice that he had just thought his days in that city were over. And the main character then smiled and told him that now everything would be different. The night has arrived. All the inhabitants of the city were busy with their own affairs. Declan stood outside his property and looked at the stars. As soon as the first chapter ended, a new one began, and the guards reported the theft of a young girl, after which this news was conveyed to the king, and the boys were already far away. Information about the world appeared, a dark fantasy, woven with betrayals and disintegration, rebellions and intrigues. Miguel sat at the head of the carriage. The lady was behind, and the main character sat beside him, thinking about the journey through this damned game, which was just beginning. His eyes were full of confidence and desire to win.